Okay.
There's nothing in it right now.
Okay.
And on the right-hand side, there's private chat, comments, and then recording. I was just doing it while you were talking, so it's going to be on the right-hand side of this window. And if you click that and then connect to the chat, it looks like it will connect your YouTube account to join the live chat if that's what you'd like to do. But we can at the very least see it.
Yes, and beautiful people, we are live, as you can see. Welcome to another episode of Kiko's Freethinkers Forum. This is more or less an informal episode 148 for all the beautiful people out there. We are live streaming at election night coverage. We're going to talk a little bit about the circus that's going on, but we're also going to be having our own conversation going on too. And I just want each guest to kind of introduce themselves since we have so many people onto the show. So I'm going to start with Zach, then go to Matt, Anthony, Mark, and then Amira, and just give the beautiful people a brief introduction to yourself in case they don't know who you are.
I'm Zach Hyden. I'm a community organizer in Montgomery, Alabama. I got a PhD from Berkeley, which was just kind of something I did. And then what I'm really proud of is I have 5 automotive service excellence certifications, automotive technician certifications. I'm 3 away from being a master technician. I founded the Automotive Free Clinic, which is a free and low-cost mutual aid automotive shop in Prattville, Alabama, which is a small rural town outside of Montgomery. I recently turned that operation over to the community, and there's been a short documentary made about me and the Automotive Free Clinic called Mutual Aid Garage, and it will be screening at Francis Kite Club in Brooklyn on Friday at 6 p.m. And there's going to be a discussion afterwards with Rob Kaiser Schlotzlein and Mikhail Labik, who are the director and the executive producer of the film. So y'all, if y'all are in New York or surrounding areas, please head over there on Friday. I'm really excited about this, and I'm really excited to get to know all the other people in the chat and hear about the kind of stuff that y'all are doing and the kind of work that's being done throughout the country. So yeah, that's me.
I am Matthew Witt. I did a PhD because, unlike Zach, I had absolutely nothing better to do at the time. I wish I could say I did. I'd love to see that documentary, and I'd love to see a chapter of the Automotive Free Clinic somewhere near me. I'm out here in California. I'm been with the University of Laverne since 2001. I'm from Portland, Oregon originally. Well, since Zach headed it off, and I really appreciate it, I'll say something proud. I got back in 2011 with my father and some people at the University of Laverne. We were semifinalists for a design competition to complete the Washington Monument. That was a surprise. Out of hundreds of submissions, we got into the final 24. I felt pretty good about that. Never wanted to win anything more than that. And we didn't get past that 24, but I'm always happy to talk about that. And Kiko's given me time to do so here. I am a groupie of Kiko's Freethinkers Forum for Life. I'm also proud of that. I'll leave off there. Thank you.
I think it's me next. My name's Athena Simpson. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, right outside Philadelphia. Activist and organizer. I'm not as highly educated as the 2 guys before me. I'm a maintenance worker in a senior living facility. Been active in a lot of mission-oriented, working with rebuilding homes, working in soup kitchens, hands in the dirt kind of thing, digging ditches, all that kind of thing. Everything from disaster relief to, just poverty outreach and stuff like that. So I'm happy to be here with you all tonight, and looking forward to it.
Let's go to Mark next.
Hi, my name is Mark Next, and I'm from Cornwall, Ontario, Franco-Ontarian background. I did a BA at the University of Ottawa in history. And since I was living in Ottawa, that informed a great deal of what I was interested in at the time. And I gravitated towards art history towards the end of my degree. And worked at I had the good fortune of getting a job at the National Gallery of Canada. It was a low entry job working in the library, but it was very interesting because not only are you working in an interesting institution, but you're meeting people who are curators. I was working in the library. So meeting curators, the people putting on exhibitions. And so it was kind of like direct contact with those people, though I wasn't an assistant curator or anything like that. And it gave me an idea of what it would mean if I wanted to continue doing this kind of work that I was interested in. And so I understood that I would have to have more education if I wanted to do more than have an entry-level job working at the gallery. And so I was starting to think about an MA in art history. I was also interested in labor history and also interested in the fact that Matthew and I have something in common, which is interest in capital cities. So living in Ottawa, it's a small city, but it's obviously has a lot of funding for when it comes to things like representation of something like the national iconography and something that would be unifying for all Canadians, while at the same time submerging a lot of histories as well under this kind of capitalist, nationalist, bourgeois liberalism. And so the idea of history was interesting to me, not so much in terms of doing research as a historian, but more in terms of representations of history. Do you want to say something, Matt?
No, I'm just listening. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I've reached the age where I do things automatically without thinking about it. Sorry if I was doing so.
Right. It looked like you were almost going to say something. So this question of the city as a museum, basically. So I was working in two museums. One was the National Gallery. The other was the Museum of Civilization in Hull, which is an anthropology museum. So I was working in an art museum and an anthropology museum at the same time, which of course had very different approaches. And so thinking about the museum as the city as a museum and doing tourism studies as well. So that led me to studies in art history at Concordia in Montreal, where I did my thesis on a piece of the Berlin Wall, a fragment of the Berlin Wall that had been donated to the city around the time the two Germanys unified. And this was located in the Montreal World Trade Center, which had been built around that time in the early 90s. And so they situated this slab of the Berlin Wall on a lane that had been formerly a service lane, but privatized and incorporated into the center, which used to represent the limits of the city's fortifications. So the idea is fortification walls are coming down. We're going to place, and world trade is the thing that contributes to taking down walls. So I studied this for my PhD thesis, which was a bit of a controversy because some of the faculty didn't want to recognize it as a piece of art. But it went through anyways because it was incorporated into the collection, the public art collection of the city of Montreal. And from there, I did a PhD in visual and cultural studies at the University of Rochester. It happens to be the first visual studies program in the United States. And the difference between art history and visual studies is that art history is arguably dealing with aesthetics, which is a sort of European Enlightenment universalist tradition or concept of art. And visual studies is much more 20th century. It's based in a lot like literary theory, contemporary methods. So things like phenomenology, structuralism, deconstruction, things like feminism and post-colonial theory. So you're not dealing with aesthetics and questions of taste so much as you're dealing with notions of representation, cultural representation, and discourse theory. And I was very critical as a Marxist of this orientation overall. And so my work since then has been more oriented towards a critique of what's known as the cultural turn, rather than an investment in it. So, however, because of that, I had some difficulties, as I've discussed on Kiko's Freethinkers Forum, as well as elsewhere, which led to circumstances for me that were difficult in the years going forward, having to do with, Kiko mentioned that tonight's extravaganza has someone who's dealing with conspiracy theory. So that might be me. I don't know. But I've talked about the situation I'm in, which is a public secret situation. So that's been something that I've had to deal with. And it occupies a lot of my time and energy. However, despite that, I've managed to go on and work as an independent scholar, publishing articles and books. And perhaps the reason I'm here this evening is I wrote one book about the Obama portraits. And that book is also a study of a concept that I worked on of post-representation, the idea that neoliberal governments are post-representational governments. And in some ways also post-political, though, it would be difficult to imagine that, but they're also post-political in the sense that they're really avoiding politics. And a second book I published is Bernie Bros Gone Woke, which is a study of the 2020 campaign and how the Bernie Sanders campaign shifted in 2016 from being kind of more universalist campaign, very close to Bernie Sanders' approach to issues, but then because of criticism and his wanting to incorporate that criticism and expand the diversity within his campaign, shifting in 2020, especially at the level of advertising, political ads, into a more sort of diversity orientation towards basically the same universalist policies. And so that interests me, especially with regard to the work that I've done over the last 4 years, which is focused on the relationship between class analysis and class struggle and identity politics. In other words, this whole great awakening discussion that has been, a big issue in politics, receding, it seems, in these years, even in this election to some extent. So that's how I would introduce myself. And I'll also mention to Kiko while I'm here, I have some videos I've put aside. So if in the course of our interactions, it's possible to share screen, maybe some of these videos can be used as conversation pieces.
Awesome. Amira, you want to go next, and then Jon and CJ?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Amira. I am the YouTube host of Empathic Times here on YouTube. You can also find me on Twitter. I also have a Substack called Endemic Times. That's a blog that I started right during in 2020, talking about all things that you can possibly imagine that are alternative to mainstream media. I have a background in political science. That's what I graduated in. But as a millennial that graduated in 2008, the economy was very odd. So I actually started work in food service. I started as a barista. And while I was working as a barista, I was going to law school. So I was working full time and going to school full time. And over a couple of years, I was able to do that. I moved up into management within food service while I was continuing to finish to get my law degree. I chose to not become a lawyer after lots of different things that I both saw within that industry and just how I felt about the legal system in general. And then I decided to focus on more of a business aspect. So I actually went back to school and I got my MBA while I was working in upper management for food service. And then moved out to Colorado after trying to start kind of anew with my husband. And then the pandemic happened and I got laid off from my job. And so I decided to take all of this varied experience that I have in looking at media propaganda for about the last 20 years that I've been doing personal research on, in addition to looking at everything that's been going on in our country, the economy, foreign wars, interference from foreign foreign entities coming into our country. So I have a lot of varied experience. I have higher education, but also know a lot of what kind of everyday Americans are dealing with, especially with things like right now, the economy, which has been, when we look at polls into the election coming tonight, that has been one of the biggest reasons why people are going out to vote, because they are so focused on the economy. So I hope that that's something we can continue looking at tonight. I'm very excited to hear everyone else, and let's have a great night.
Mr. John, and then CJ, you gentlemen have the floor.
Hi, my name's Jon Stasevich. Of course, one of my biggest roles, as you can see on my shirt, is grandpa. I've got 5 grandchildren, very concerned about their future and what their life will look like. I mistakenly thought after the 2000 election between Biden and Trump that the American people would finally be just fed up enough to really want to make a change. And I didn't see anybody stepping up to provide an alternative, so I decided to begin a campaign for president of the United States in 2024, and the campaign ran for about 19 months. At the end of the day, we didn't have enough sustained support, in our view, to keep it going. And of course, as an independent candidate, the biggest problem is ballot access. We actually had a website called the BAC, Ballot Access Coalition, and the effort that we were trying to get was to get people to help all independents, not just our campaign, but others as well, get on the ballot in all 50 states. That we had limited success there. It was difficult to get enough people to man it, because you need coordinators in each state and going right down to the county level. So it was a major task, and we just couldn't garner enough support and help from people in getting that accomplished. So after 19 months, we decided to terminate the campaign. I've since then kind of aligned myself with what I think is the best option on the ballot. I was really drawn between the Green Party, Jill Stein, and oh gosh, his name's something else, Cornel West. And I came down on the side of Jill Stein just because I thought she would probably have a possibility of getting enough support in this election to be able to get federal funding in 2028. So I voted for Jill Stein, and I'll let it go with that. In terms of my career, I've done quite a bit of, I've done quite a few different things. I started as a auto technician. I'm in Michigan. I'm actually in Boyne, Michigan, but I used to live downstate in the Detroit area. So I worked for the automotive industry. And then in the years of Carter's presidency and the economy slipped apart and fell apart, I couldn't maintain a job in that industry. I went back to school, got a degree in digital electronics, and became a field engineer for Digital Equipment Corporation, transitioned into sales, starting with mostly hardware and networking, and then moving more towards software and professional service sales. So I worked for a variety of companies until 2000. And then my daughter was beginning her career. She's a speech pathologist in Farmington, Michigan. And she needed help with her kids. I decided to just semi-retire, kind of help her watch her kids for 2 to 3 days a week. Did that until they were all through their early years and beginning school. And then I went back to school and became a registered nurse, and I worked on the neurology unit at U of M Hospital for the remainder 9 years of my working life. And I've been retired now for about 6 years.
Mr. CJ, you're up next. Thanks a lot, Jon, for that introduction.
CJ Rapp. One of my handles is Colorado Cowboy Hippie, but I moved away from Colorado because I, quite frankly, couldn't deal with the anxiety that I was getting. A lot of things that were happening there made me sad and angry rather than happy, and I thought, change your point of reference. So I'm here in Michigan. I'll keep it short and sweet. I graduated with 2 degrees from college, Earth Sciences, Environmental Sciences. I wrote a section of the original first Sustainable Design Resource Guide with the American Institute of Architects in the late 80s. I helped develop the first Built Green program with the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver in the early 90s. Had a long career in marketing and what have you, family business. 2008, wiped that out. I went into digital marketing to basically do something with the 28 years of marketing experience I had. And then doing quite well. And then, of course, 2020 kind of messed that up because I loved working with restaurants and sports bars. So, oh, mercy, way to choose them. But one of my new projects, aside from working with the psychedelic and cannabis industry, I did a lot of digital marketing work in 2014 when marijuana was legalized, and I've been involved with psychedelics now for the past year, first in Colorado and now here in Michigan, and of course, basically internationally with the psychedelics. But I've started something to kind of take all the bits and pieces because it dawned on me that this is probably my life purpose. So I'm initiating a development called the Eco Village Co-op, which is going to be a self-sufficient, affordable housing. I want to avoid the use of terms that are too stereotypical, like commune and such. Michigan is way ahead of the rest of the country. Back in the 1960s, they developed co-op housing laws that basically gave tenants the right to organize and buy a property if it went on the market. So if the landlords or the management company were ever going to sell, they could organize and basically get a nonprofit designation from the state of Michigan, which is also recognized by the IRS. So with an IEN number and such, and being a co-op in Michigan, there's a lot of tax advantages and such. And of course, with everybody talking about affordable housing, I think I'm at the right place at the right time with the right skill sets. I want to teach people how to build houses. Having been developing the Built Green program, I know how to build houses that are the good indoor air quality. Stay away from the toxin things that we had to fight. Basically modifying the Universal Building Code back in the early 90s. Things like formaldehyde in the resins and all the OSB and particle boards and such. VOCs, volatile organic compounds, that were used on flooring and cabinetry for lacquers and such. Simple things like a fan over the stove that actually vents to the outside. You might recall earlier there was a kind of a spat about gas ranges, and they wanted to get rid of gas ranges because of the combustion byproduct. It's like, well, all you have to do is ventilate the damn thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. I hope to be breaking ground this spring. I've just started online. I've already got about 725 followers on the Facebook group, Eco Village Co-op. I'll be launching the website soon and taking it elsewhere. I intend to get some grant money and all kinds of things because it is going to be affordable housing. I've been told not to use the term tiny home, to use cottage home instead. So I'm kind of dialing into all the do's and don'ts to get widespread acceptance, because I think the most important thing is getting people to come together and cooperate. That's the co-op, rather than every man for himself and the typical capitalistic competitive way that we've all been indoctrinated and assimilated into this, as far as I'm concerned, horrible system where you look different than me, blah blah blah, and every man for himself, and I've talked to people that say they've lived in the neighborhood for 10 years and they don't know the guy across the street. They've never met him. Don't even wave at him. I mean, what's wrong with this picture, people? So that's what I hope to accomplish. Thank you for the time.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, CJ. And I definitely want to get to you and talk to you about your initiative that you got started with the eco communities. Like, that's really interesting. I believe that that's going to be very relevant in our discussion tonight. I'm going to add Amira back in, and then we're going to get started with more talk. Getting used to StreamYard, people. StreamYard is interesting. It's hard to navigate sometimes. And as you all can see, for people in the live chat, I'm going to have everyone's links and stuff in the chat as much as possible, because this is not just an opportunity for us to connect and also to, in a way, network, promote some things. And I just don't want to promote this channel because you all have been so important to the channel and an important part of the channel. And so I want to make sure that everyone gets a little bit of shine. But having said that, I do want people to consider supporting independent media. Subscribing to us for free doesn't cost you a dime. Just a little bit of time to expand your mind. And remember, you can't unthink free thought. It's simply it's a conduit for people to connect. And I think we have a lot of different agendas. I think those agendas match together. And I believe that even though we have diverse thoughts on this particular panel, that together we can do a lot of things. I can see a lot of collaborations, and not just on a wide scale level like we've kind of talked about previously in episodes, more micro or more macro world type problems. We can also do things, I think, locally together, and we're going to discuss that too today. But before we get started, I'm just curious, where's everyone's head? Because I know that we shared some thoughts off camera about how we think tonight is going to go. Like, we're going to be fucked regardless. And, you know, our friends, the ones that we can't save probably, unfortunately, they think we're going to be sent 60 years back, depending on who wins. And if the other person wins, I don't really argue that at this point. I just simply try to meet people kind of where they are. You know, they're under the hypnosis stage, but maybe they can get out of it. You know, I hold out the hope that there's a possibility that people can get out of it, because there are more things that are important than electoral politics. But tonight is a great opportunity to maybe catch some of those people, whatever state that they're in, and kind of tell them, hey, the life is not going to end tonight. We can do things, you know, together right now. We don't have to worry about every 2 to 4 years about the same depression, the same joviality, the joy, whatever you want to put on it, waiting for some politician to save you. You know, what can we be doing ourselves as a community in these particular times? I mean, these times aren't different necessarily. We've had wars ever since we've been alive. I know everyone on this panel with different ages, but we've always had to deal with these perpetual wars. We've always had to deal with wealth inequality. So the things that we're talking about are not new things. And I guess the question is, what can we do as people besides sitting, I guess, on the sidelines after, you know, tonight and after the next day? Like, what can we actually do together? That's more or less the existential question we're confronting tonight. But for right now, I want to get just a quick reaction. Where you guys' heads as far as tonight? Do you have any kind of inclination as who you think is going to win? Like, we know that the military-industrial complex is going to win. We know that the elite's going to win regardless, but which elite candidate is going to win and why? Like, what can we expect from tonight? And that's anybody. That's open to anybody.
I think Trump is going to win. It's just what my gut says. I could be wrong. And I just keep thinking at the end of the day, it really shouldn't matter who we vote for, because so much of what we actually want to have happen just doesn't seem to happen regardless of which party is in power. And so it's not to say, like, don't go out and vote. I think people should vote. I think we need to improve voting, like ranked choice voting and things like that, different initiatives that we can put forward in our own states where we live. But I think that, you know, especially like antagonizing each other versus like based on who you voted for is one of the most difficult things for us, because that's just built to separate us. And there's so many other things that we can find a lot more common ground on.
You know, I kind of hope Trump wins because
Me too.
because it's the only way we're going to get liberals out in the streets, you know?
Oh, damn.
I mean, I hate to be like that, but like we got World War III on the horizon, climate change and genocide, and you know, there were 26 million people in the streets during 2020 when Trump was elected last time. You know, we need 26 million people in the streets right now. And
I'm definitely of that same mindset in that regard, for sure.
Go ahead, man. Tell us about it.
I mean, so, I mean, where I'm at outside of Philadelphia, I mean, it's really tough for me to say. Like, I see a lot of the energy that Harris has out here, you know, especially in and around the city. You know, I don't, you know, it's the same feeling I had in 2016 where I naively felt like, there's no way Trump could win. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's still, you know, so when I look at it now, you know, we've already seen the path that's there for a Trump victory. I mean, there's a lot of ways to line it up, and almost, you know, probably 80% of the electorate's like locked in already. We pretty much know where things are going to fall. So Trump very well could easily win this thing. And in that regard, the positive I see in that is, like you said, you know, people might actually get back out there. Other than that,
do you think he'll win Pennsylvania?
What's that?
Do you think he's going to win Pennsylvania?
Do I think it's so hard to say. What I'll say is, I don't think Harris has the same support that Biden had. You know, I think there was a lot of people so juiced up about getting Trump out of there that, you know, he got a lot of support that he might not have gotten otherwise. And because he disenfranchised a lot of them bases, I can see the people not hopping on with Harris. So, you know, it's going to be I think it's going to be a lot closer than people are comfortable with, you know, but I'm not going to make a prediction at this point. Like, it's too close as far as I'm concerned. As far as Pennsylvania,
damn, you ain't gonna make no prediction. You ain't gonna make no prediction. You can't.
As far as like, you know, as far as Pennsylvania's concerned, like, you know. So I heard one of your guests, Kiko, say it was going to come down to Philadelphia, and if it came down to Philadelphia, I'm going to say Harris gets it. If the whole thing comes down to which way Philadelphia rolls, because right now, like, Philly is just like, you know, they're steamrolled blue. There's no question about that. So, you know, how the numbers play out in other ways to tip it to Trump, and, you know, with the Electoral College and all that, could change that. But if it comes down to who wins Philadelphia, my guess it would be Harris. And that's just from me being out there and seeing, you know, how everybody's juiced up, and just knowing Philadelphia, you know. So.
Hey, now, I know we're on this topic, but let's get Athena in to briefly introduce herself, because she's new to the panel tonight, even though she's not new to the show. I'm glad to see you here tonight. So kind of introduce yourself briefly as much as you want to all the beautiful people out there in the world, and we'll continue the conversation.
Okay, yeah. Howdy, y'all. My name is Athena. I am the political outreach coordinator for the People's Party of Texas. And we are a state political party that does not have ballot access, because ballot access is incredibly difficult to get in Texas. But it's not that it's not on our list. It's that we have priorities like people getting food and clothing and stuff like that immediately. So our big focus is doing the mutual aid and direct action that we believe our politicians and representatives should be doing. And so we try to find people that are already doing the work in our communities and help train them, help support them, and like not tell them what to do, but just like actually like endeavor to support. I can't find another word to support. I'm brain dead. But yeah, so that's pretty much us in a nutshell. Keep it short. Thank you.
Shout out to People's Party of Texas, doing a lot of great work in the community. And I'm not going to say that all y'all are my favorite guests, so I'm not going to you're not going to make me pick and choose and stuff. But no, shout out to People's Party of Texas, especially. Shout out to Jeffrey, to OC, to all those guys, Curtis, everyone else that's a part of that group out there in Dallas, Texas, doing great things in the community. We were talking about this question of, who do we think is going to win tonight? Honestly, it's like watching a television show. It's like watching a game show, a sporting event. You got pretty much the Yankees on this side and the Red Sox on this side. I mean, it's ridiculous. Raw versus SmackDown. If you like wrestling, it's pretty much a spectacle. That's what it is. It's Team Blue and Team Red. Raw and SmackDown, the same brand. Basically the same brand. It's different branding, but it's the same company. And that's pretty much what you have. Hey, what's up, Charlie Mack? Represent Charlie Mack out there. Laura also in the chat. And I think we have Jason and Sydney too in the chat. Shout out to all the beautiful people out there. But, I mean, you're basically picking and choosing. The meme that they have the shit in the grass. It's just sitting there in the grass, and then you have the shit in the Russell Stover's box. It's a beautiful box, and then you uncover it. But it's the same plop of shit, but it's not directly on the grass. So, I mean, that's kind of, the parallel that people use between the two. So, I know you all have seen that meme before.
I'm going to jump in, as it looks like to me one of the older here, and I'm wondering. So in the arc of my moral existence, the new that I'm seeing, and I want to get a sense for people's perception here, a distinguished crowd, of the relevance of it. I love the wrestling analogy, Kiko. But what's different that I've noticed here, and I want to get a sense of people's perception of orders of magnitude relevant. So you had some flipping that I've never seen before. And maybe I missed it when it happened, or it was on a lower amplitude channel than I was paying any attention to. Mark's got something to drink already. I'm not yet into my cups, but I'll be getting there as soon as I can. There we go. But, with as it were, I'm not keeping score, and I'm not assessing characters, and I'm not assassinating them either. But with Kennedy, Gabbard, and Elon Musk, all formerly relatively high profile for Team Blue, and then Cheney's and Bush and the entire intelligence apparatus in a bizarre, for me, bizarre to be so outwardly political. This is the first time. Flipping, as it were, the formerly blues flipping red, the formerly reds flipping nominally blue, muddling entirely the relevance of all of it. And I think this is to Kiko's shit in the box, shit on the turf, pro wrestling metaphor. But it is something new. Does it rise to the level of a glitch in the matrix? There, I'm dating myself back a good 20 years. Does it rise to the level of glitch, or is it just barely a wrinkle in the spectacle?
I did a course in American history. It was the period 1860 to 1945, something like this. And one of the exercises we had to do was out of it was like an exercise book for university instruction in American history. And we had to study the programs of the Democrats and the Republicans. I forget what election it was because this is an undergraduate course, but it would have been the late 1800s, I think. And what we looked at was how both parties steal from one another's platforms. And so they kind of are inconsistent in terms of what they stand for, though because of the great impact of FDR, people associate the Democratic Party with labor and with the working people. And I mean, there were reasons for that at that time that, may have opportunistic aspects to it. So not to be overestimated as well. And though a lot of liberals today, sort of, I guess, traditional liberals, harken back to this era as the model for the future. And so obviously the question is why this wouldn't be a strategy the Democratic Party would take today. But I've been watching a lot of programs and listening to a lot of YouTube podcasts and so on talk about the election. One of the more interesting things I've heard is by Pepe Escobar, who's a commentator on international affairs and geopolitics. And I recommend to anyone listening the interview he did, I think today or yesterday, on Dialogue Works with Nima. I can never remember his last name, but Dialogue Works is the show, and the interview with Pepe Escobar. I mean, he gives a lot of interviews, but this one was very interesting, in particular in his forecast of how the win of either of the two candidates would impact global politics. And he said something interesting, which is that if Kamala Harris wins, the U.S. will be on the fast track towards disaster for Americans as well as the rest of the world. So that was kind of interesting because the Noam Chomsky position, which is, and the Adolf Reed position, which is hold your nose and vote for the warmonger, that in some ways to vote Republican would be the accelerationist vote. It would be, let's vote Republican, the whole place will go to hell in a handbasket, and then something could happen maybe. And this was used to criticize Zizek in 2016 with his vote Trump gaffe that he made more as a provocation than as a statement. But nevertheless, and what's really interesting about, not exciting, but interesting about this election is that in some ways that I think that Chomsky position is no longer effective. I would argue that this election has basically, shown the limits. And it's not the position that has reached its limits, it's the circumstances, it's the situation. So I find it kind of interesting in this regard that, and in some ways that the Harris position would be the worst of the two. Now, what's interesting in terms of what I was saying in the way that the different parties steal from one another is that the Trump Republican vote seems to be in some ways more disastrous on a domestic level than on a foreign level. And for whatever strange reason, whether true or not, it seems that Trump would be the peace option. Like if you want to bring an end to the war in Ukraine, Trump would be the preferred vote, is what some people seem to suggest. Whereas with Harris, things would be better on the domestic front, but worse in terms of foreign policy. So it's very interesting the way they tag team on this in this way. And with regard to what you just said, Kiko, in Too Black to Fail, I refer to this sort of sports match aspect as embedded history. It's like history has ended as far as the two parties are concerned, two neoliberal approaches, one authoritarian, one progressive. History has ended, but nevertheless, we have this impression that things can happen, things can shift. And in the last few days, the mass media have done a great deal to boost that idea with excitement that the Democrats will win and that the fascists will be defeated and that we'll be back on track, which is where we were in 2020 when Biden got elected.
Well, let me ask you a question and run this by you guys. So now, of course, what we're talking about here is what we're hearing. So we're talking about the rhetoric. You know, there's a basic principle in human psychology that says that we as human beings don't act in accordance with the truth, but the truth is we believe it. So the key word is act and belief, right? So if you were to ignore the rhetoric and just look at what they actually do, any concept that these parties actually operate in different directions, the rhetoric would indicate that they do. But when you look at the actual votes in Congress, then you find out that we really have a uniparty, it's one party. So I can see how easily it is to get wrapped up in the rhetoric because we're slammed with the 24/7 by 365 by the mainstream media, which again is corporate owned. And we also know for a fact that both parties get their funding from the same sources. Essentially, the oligarchy owns both because we don't have a republic, we don't have a democracy, we live in an oligarchy. And I think that's indisputable. So that's my take on that. The thing that has always made me wonder, what I really want to go to is the root cause of the division. Now, I understand how they need to create an illusion of choice, strictly to divide us, because let's face it, for the oligarchy, why have two parties when you could have one? Why have to pay two? Well, the reason you have to have two is because you have to create that illusion of choice. But what are the root causes for all of this, all of the issues we see in our population? The biggest one is that we can't agree on the facts. So what is the root cause of us not being able to agree on the facts?
There's one of my favorite movies is Pirates of the Caribbean. I love that movie. Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End is like my favorite movie of all time. And there's this part in the movie, and Jack Sparrow looks at Will Turner and says, "Change the facts. If you don't like the facts, change the facts." And I think, like, to what you're saying, John, like, we need to change the facts. And I think what CJ is doing, what Anthony does, and the work that we're doing in the South is changing the facts of what's real. And I just spent a couple of days in Asheville, North Carolina, and if y'all know, it got hit by a really major hurricane. And our network raised $3,100 in like 7 days, and we bought dehumidifiers and air movers and drove them from Montgomery, Alabama up to Asheville, North Carolina in a 24-year-old truck with almost 300,000 miles on it. So, like, we were doing it. And we got up there and we got to Asheville Tool Library, and it's this, 3 to 4 acre compound. Mutual aid disaster relief is there. It's got greenhouses, a giant tool library. It's got dozens of people running around helping people. And I got to talking to them about what was going on there, and they said, you need to read this article, this post made by the Asheville Blade on Instagram. And I read the post, and it's just what we're talking about here. They said there's two Asheville's. There's Asheville that is cops and capital, and there's us, who are basically building a new society based on helping each other. And that's how we have to change the facts. We have to, all this stuff is great. Like, it's great to have this analysis and to be like, it's the Peter, like I said, it's the Peter Thiel faction of capital and the Larry Fink faction of capital. Like, but who really gives a fuck? I can't do anything about those people. Like, I can't, like, this is not something I can control. But what I can control is how I work in my community and how I build in my community. So I'm not trying to dismiss the conversation that we're having here, but I think we need to keep in the back of our mind, what are we going to do about it? Not just what is the analysis, but what are we going to do about it?
See, what I was coming at is we can't agree on the facts. I mean, there are things that you can ferret out. You have to be more scientific about it, as in like objective reality based on evidence. Okay. So, people will argue, so we have studies. We know we have a history. We have I'm 73 years old. In my lifetime, both parties have maintained power. Regardless of who had power at any given time, the trend line has been the same. So the idea that the political system is in control of let's say, our economy, I think that's really, that the facts don't align with that. They don't have the money. They aren't the owners. The owners are the ones that manipulate the economy to their benefit. And so it's funny that what they've done, it's the great diversion. It's let's get them looking over here and blaming the politicians, while the real guys in control behind the curtain are the owners. And that's why I love Richard Wolff. So in terms of an economic solution, I mean, I think it's obvious to me that I won't go into all the details here right now. We could get into it later if you want. But my basic premise is that if capitalism survives, humanity won't, for another number of reasons. So I think humanity has to move beyond capitalism. And I like Richard Wolff's idea of, instead of having the concentrated income, wealth, and power that is a direct result of the economic system and the way it's structured, the way it actually works, we go to a new economic system where the people are the direct owners of the enterprise, as in worker co-ops. Now, I do agree with things like you're saying, local activity, what you can control. But there's another belief. See, we act in accordance with our beliefs. So if you say, well, I'm going to control what I can, which is local, that basically you minimize the power that you actually have. Because if you think of the facts, and now here are the facts in terms of mathematics, you got like 8 families on a scale on one side, and they control every major industry globally. And then on the other side of the scale, you've got 8 billion people. Now, if 8 billion people unite and decide they want something other than what the 8 families want, by uniting, we could obviously make that change. But as long as people believe they don't have the power to make those changes, they're not going to act to make the changes. They're going to act in accordance with their belief, which is essentially go somewhere else because I know we can't change it. If you know you can't change it, why would you act to try? See? So it comes back to a belief system that we have, that we maintain. And so if I talk about the root cause of a belief system, where do we get our beliefs? One of the things that we get our beliefs from is our religious beliefs. We're a highly religious nation compared to many areas of the world. Let's say Europe, as an example. Let's say Russia or China. Okay. So that's where I was coming from when I'm talking about the facts. 8 billion versus 8 families. The math doesn't work. We should be able to get what we want. We certainly have the power. But when we don't believe we have the power, we don't act like we do. So they've manipulated our brains to make us believe we're powerless. That's not really the truth.
So just the point of interest, it's not, what we're doing is not local, it's South region. And our analysis is that the American South is its own nation. So we're actually national. So I just want to point that out. I'm not just talking about some small local thing. I am actually talking about a geographic spanning network of organizations and institutions that are working together to build a new society in the South.
Yeah, no, I love that. I agree with it. I like what CJ's doing with building affordable housing and trying to set up a new model for, affordable housing, sustainable development, and that sort of thing. I love all of those things. But what I'm referring to is the way that when we talk, you can hear that we limit ourselves. You said, what triggered me on that was you said, I want to control what I can, and then you went back to your regional thing. No, you have to unite with the other working class people, the 8 billion that are on this side of the scale where the real power's at. If we change our beliefs and we unite, we can use our power to change anything and everything. But our beliefs drive our behavior. That's what
there's like 2,500 different cultures in those 8 billion people. Like, it's just, the logistics of pulling something like that off are staggering.
That's another belief. You know, you could just as easily believe that you can make that convincing argument. So if we've got, 8 billion people, let's take multiples of 10. If you as an individual go out and convince 10 people and you explain to them why our common interests supersede the interests of the handful, this group that has concentrated all the wealth, income, and power. If you can convince 10 people that we can unite and change that, and if each one of those can convince 10, it's 10 times 10 times 10. You go to about the 11th power, 12th power, and we got the whole planet united. So
6 degrees of separation.
It's
John,
changing the world one brain at a time, is what I'm saying.
John, you missed. You may not have been here at the introduction. I mentioned that I'm the target of a public secret, and that's exactly how a public secret spreads. It goes from one person to another, and this made my life into something like the Truman Show, if you know that film, like a reality show.
Very well, one of my favorites.
Except there's no Ed Harris, right? It's horizontal. There's nobody in charge pulling the strings. It just spreads. And as it gets bigger, what you notice is that, of course, people can do things with social media, right? They can know what block you're walking down. They can know what corner of the street you're going to come down, and they can have something, a surprise waiting for you. I've been flash mobbed by people countless times. And what's happened over time, I'm not saying that this is built into the technology, but what happens over time, or what happened to me over time, is that this Truman Show, people got bored with it. And after a while, it turned into Breaking Bad. And it was, what bad things can we do to this person? And it turned into poisonings, assaults, rape, all these kinds of things that are all derivative of surveillance and the fact that this person is treated like a person without rights. So I'm just very when I hear this kind of one thing moves to another, that's kind of like granular, it's this kind of granular notion. But if you don't have a program or a principle or some sort of ideology with which this makes sense, then there's the numbers are not necessarily significant, which is why very often when you have radical groups, they end up becoming what's derivatively referred to as sectarian or something along these lines, though their goal might be simply to preserve the line, right? To preserve the order of principles that have been compromised every step of the way whenever a group has come to power.
One of my favorite movies is Mad Max Fury Road, getting back to Zach. And I'm trying to get with also, John, your comments, your analytical, your intricate attention to those details. There's a line from Furiosa when Max is headed off to take out these guys coming after him. They're stuck in the mud, and one of the gals with her, the gals that are betrothed to what's his name, the villain, says, well, what's he doing? Where's he going? And she says, he's going to retaliate first. And when I think of the construction of reality, the narratives that predominate and are so seamlessly linked to capital, accumulation of capital, maintenance, and those prerogatives, that catches my attention. Retaliate first, as if you're defending a position. So it was it was the Department of War. It became the Department of Defense. These Orwellian machinations to construct a world that's inverted. Who is the author of Inverted Totalitarianism, speaking to neoliberalism and its various intrigues and apparatuses. Inverted. Well, thank you, Mark. And the inversion of what we take to be real and so very real, but in fact has become a Mobius strip that someone is manipulating. That's for what it's worth. Thanks.
The reality is made. It's not something to be uncovered. It's made. And in our traditions in the South, we have Highlander Research and Education Center, which was led by Miles Horton. And Miles Horton is famous for saying, we make the road by walking. It's that's what we need to do. We need to make the road by walking. We need to make a new reality by the actions that we take, and the ideologies that are associated with that, we need to create to justify what we're doing. We don't need to take an ideology and force it to make our actions do something else. We need to do the thing first and then make the ideology. And that's what he means by we make the road by walking. So, I mean, like, I think we're stuck in like the realm of language and like how we're manipulated by language. And that is true. I agree with that. I totally agree that we are manipulated by language. But the way that you get out of that is by acting on the ground, is by doing work, building things, real things, building shops and fixing cars and building eco villages and doing things on the ground. And that creates its own reality. And
I
that
would definitely agree with that. That makes sense, and I think you're right. You're spot on with that. But I would also remember a lot of people have brought up movies. Okay, so they talk about, oh, one of my favorite parts in this movie or that movie. Well, we know who owns Hollywood. It's the same capitalists that own everything, right? So everything is controlled. Everything that touches us in our society comes through, well, it's designed, and it's designed with one purpose in mind, to divide us and distract us. So the number one rule, well, first of all, you have to get people to understand that we have common interests and common needs. And that's a fact that's founded in research in human developmental psychology. So this is not something that doesn't have objective evidence to support it. We have common needs: food, shelter, clothing, some low stress life, not constant stress, not constantly get. So we know all of the ingredients that can send us off course. But given the nature of our capitalist system, so the first thing we have to explain to people is recognize that we have a lot more in common than what divides us, all of us, all humans. And you can't have exceptions. You cannot separate and say the human south of the border is going to have different rights than the human here. Okay. Einstein a long time ago recognized that a lot of the problems that we'd face in the future would be global problems. And he knew we would need a global community to deal with them, like Star Trek. You see in Star Trek, they don't deal with money. Doesn't seem to be any competition between the people. They cooperate and they collaborate. They don't compete for a common purpose. Job number one is to explain to people we have fundamental common needs and desires. We have more in common. And the one thing that you can never let happen is allow yourself to become divided from your neighbor. And when I mean neighbor, I mean global neighborhood. I mean anyone, any human being. So basic human rights. And then, so don't be divided. Recognize that it's a fact that we have these same needs. And if anyone thinks about it, they don't have to think very long. They know that that's all true. But it is hard. It seems to be difficult to organize when you have all this propaganda. Now, I've got a lot of friends in this election that are voting for Trump, for Harris. I've got friends that are voting Green, Cornel West. So I've talked to everybody, and I have found that I never blame anyone for anything, because we're all trying to survive in a dysfunctional system. So people aren't the problem. It's the system itself that we have to attack. So when you talk to people in a respectful way and you make sure that they understand, I'm not attacking you. We're talking about an idea or a system that I'm attacking. And if you keep it at that level, so there's some basic rules that we can develop and we can explain to others, just like I'm explaining, that can bring people together and get us to unite. That's what has to happen. And unfortunately, it has to be one brain at a time. And even then, not all brains are equal. So yes, it requires some thought and education. The beautiful thing about the internet and some of the tools we have, we can use them to educate, but it's best when you're one-on-one, when you have that connection. And like I said, you just take 10 and just keep raising that power, one mind at a time. And you see things just start to shift, and you hit that tipping point, and then it all collapses, and you can make that change. And we've gone through different economic systems through history, beginning with tribalism, and then slavery maybe, and then feudalism, and now capitalism. The one thing that they've all had in common, well, we grew out of a community that was pretty much ignorant, didn't understand reality, didn't have the scientific knowledge that we've acquired in the last century. This last century has changed everything. We have a lot of the objective evidence to understand reality much better than we ever did. So this is the opportune time for us to educate one another and work with one another at all levels respectfully. And I find that I've got people on all sides that we can come to these common agreements, and we at least agree on the values and the goals. And if we start there, I think you hit that tipping point and things just change. They change in the past, and I think they'll change it again. And I think that's the only way I can see of doing it. But I still agree with what working locally and setting the example locally. That's another great way to educate and share. And be inclusive. Try to bring people in, unite, not divide.
I wanted to pose a question just for the whole panel and get, Athena, Amira, Anthony, CJ involved, and then we can go back to Marc, Jon, Matt, and Zach. And it's within the context of what we've been discussing. And let me tell you, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I know our definition of casual is different from everyone else's, because our casual is always serious. It's not just like, oh, casual. I knew it was just going to be sitting back with drinking beers or whatever, watching the results come in. I knew it was going to be some philosophical stuff. People out there in the audience like, damn, they're talking deep as hell. Everyone else, the clown show's going on. And then we're talking about all these existential threats and philosophical ideas. But I'm curious, because I've thought about this notion myself a lot. I know I'm a different person than I was in the past, obviously. But I'm thinking even from 4 years ago and even going back 8-9 years ago. So this is kind of my question, and it's a double-pronged question. And I want to start with Athena, Amira, Anthony, CJ, and then just go to the rest of the panel. How have you changed as a person from 2016 to now? And have you seen the way you engage with people change, whether it's a political way or not, but the way you've been able to communicate with people from that point to now? Have you seen any growth in yourself? And what have been some of the strategies to that growth? And what would be some of your advice to some of the people out there who still find it very difficult to engage with people in a very, serious way when we talk about these existential issues, political, philosophical? What's been your approach, and how have you grown from that time and period? And we can start with Athena and then go to Amira, go to Anthony, CJ, and to the rest of the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think when to start from. I was a different person for sure. One of the first campaigns that I worked on was a Democrat in Texas, which is the best way to get your heart broken is to just keep working on Democrat campaigns in Texas. But that's how I started. And I look at that person that was so much more rigid in what my definitions of what right and wrong was. Not as open. I'm if you're a Republican, then you're just a bad person or something like that. Even though I went to a very conservative college and I met Republicans that were wonderful people and independents that were wonderful people. And it was my job kind of thing. It's it gets in your head when it comes to the election time where it's you have to make the other side the enemy. And I feel that translated into the way I spoke to people or my openness to answer questions or whatever. And back then, not as much. Like I would be open if you were somewhat like easy, like low hanging fruit kind of thing, if you were easy enough to talk to. But if there was any like, oh my gosh, we disagree on something, I would maybe like stop there. I would be like, okay, I'm not going to wait. I do the thing that I hear now that it just makes me like cringe is like, people excluding people from their lives because of like I mean, I get it for like very intense, specific reasons. There are reasons to do that. But for the way somebody voted or their political candidate they may be supporting, they may not even be supporting them. They may just say they have a good trait. And then, oh, that person, oh, they support Trump. And like that in and of itself is condemnable. But I think some of the things that like have changed are that I see myself in the people that I now I'm like, oh my gosh, how can you say that? And you're like, oh, look at where I am now. And compared to where this person is, maybe if I give them that same gentleness that I needed, or just am open to talking to them, they might see the light. And, you know, that can be, you know, whatever, very naive, but I've experienced like incredibly great conversations with a multitude of different opinions just because I was like, oh, like that used to be me, or that's someone I know that I currently know that I'm trying to get through to. And so just now be like realizing that where you are currently isn't going to be where you are like a year from now, 5 years from now. You are going to grow more, hopefully, and giving other people that grace, because that is the hardest thing is like, oh my gosh, you hear them say something that is just like one of the things that everyone is saying right now, it's the most important election of our lifetime. If you don't vote, then you just don't care and you have no right to complain and all of that. And I'm like, man, I'm sure I said that like 10 years ago. Like, but I see why people don't vote. There are plenty of good reasons not to. I personally don't prescribe my life to that, but I see why. And 10 years ago, I wouldn't have seen that. So I think it's just being willing to open your heart, to be more corny, to people that disagree with you, because like you could be that person in 10 years, or someone that you care about deeply is that person, and maybe you can change their mind. I don't know. That is how far I've come, because I was such a hardcore Democrat. It like, and no offense to any Democrats, it offends me, but like no offense to you. Yeah.
You don't have to apologize.
I forget that.
I actually love that, Athena. I have a very similar experience. I grew up in a very democratic, liberal household, but I did grow up in a very conservative, rural area. So it was just kind of, you know, we had our guards up, we had our shields up, you know, ready to defend our stances on things. I went to a liberal university and was very much just insulated within that. Not that I never spoke to people outside of my way of thinking and my perspective, but I was very steadfast in, I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, these are the things that I espouse and believe. And 2016 was one of those elections that I now look back on. I actually had a bet with my husband at the time, my current husband, for $200 that Trump was going to win. But it was one of those bets that I was like, I'm putting this out into the world. Not that I want $200, but it was just like this flippant thing that I said. He ended up winning. I didn't take the $200 because I didn't feel right about it. But it was one of those things where that whole election really changed my entire perspective, because even though I didn't like Hillary, I did vote for her begrudgingly. It was just, I didn't understand it. I was like, how is this happening? Some reality TV show host is now our president. And that really got me to start talking to people and figuring out why did you vote for Trump? What is it that's so appealing? And I got to know more and more and more about him and about people voting for him. And while he's not someone that I think is like some amazing great person or is a great president, I mean, we had lots of issues when he was president. I can see the appeal now that I didn't see in 2016 to why people would want to vote for Trump, to drain the swamp, to get those leeches out, to stop the corruption that so many of us are now, I think, seeing, and really in 2024, after everything we've seen during the 2020s, it's really exposing these fractures in our system. And I think, you know, Jon brought up a really great point about like, how is it that we got here? And for myself, since 2016, it was really me diving even more into research that I was doing since 2008, which is looking at media persuasion and propaganda. Because I was like, that was what made me the kind of liberal that I was, the kind of things that I would say, the flippant, rude things that I'm sure I was so disrespectful to people, and I cringe, and I hate that I was like that. But you know, we can only grow from those experiences. And that's why today I'm like, you know, if you don't want to vote, you don't have to vote. I think we should, but also realize that it feels very much like a reality show. I was watching some footage before starting this about these like bomb threats and stuff that were happening. And while I'm like, yes, these are serious things, it just still, I'm like, from a broad perspective, it's like, oh, a Russian URL website code and an email. And like the guy that worked there was like talking about stuff in a letter. And I'm just like, how is any of this even real? And so as I continue my journey of no longer being a liberal, I prescribe myself as an independent. I'm definitely for the belief that the system is broken, that late stage capitalism is why we're here, and that if it's not our politicians starting World War III that ends the world, it's going to be a host of other things, but we can save that for another day.
They delayed war with China. The generals were saying 2025. Now they've pushed it back to 2029.
Oh, okay. Yay.
Anthony, let's get you and CJ in here.
All right. So, I mean, I've done a lot of thinking about how I've changed from 2016 to now. I think I wrote about it on Substack and the whole 9 yards. You know, I guess, you know, the initial shock of 2016, you know, Trump actually winning, such a ridiculous, you know, it was such a ridiculous notion to me at the time. Like, you know, it really, you know, did expose an ugliness that I hadn't recognized in, you know, a lot of the people I was surrounding myself with, a lot of people I came up with, family, friends, people I worked with, the whole 9 yards. Like, you know, I noticed the change in the world around me first, you know what I mean? And kind of responded accordingly. And, you know, I kind of figured out early in the process that, you know, I was pretty good at agitating people, you know, just in general, you know, with challenging all the different things that were being presented as good or potentially good. Oh, if you would only give them the chance, this, that, and the thing, third. And I mean, you know, you know, we had COVID and everything, you know, that gave everybody a chance to get out there and get busy and all that. We were all, you know, everybody's all worked up at, you know, all the things Trump's doing, yada, yada. And as it got closer to 2020 and, you know, Biden gets in and crowds start to, you know, simmer down and slim out, and, you know, next thing you know, you're kind of out there by yourself and everybody's back to being content and all that other stuff, you know. And then all the support for Biden throughout his presidency with a lot of the things, and just how people that were basically using these strong social movements that were out in the streets just to, you know, kind of latch onto them to get their little micro victory. You know what I mean? They didn't really care about a lot of them larger issues that were going on. They probably sounded good, yeah, that's, you know, but, you know, which, you know, I kind of alluded to earlier when I said, you know, Harris doesn't have a lot of that same support that, you know, Biden did going in. We were all kind of suckered into that, if you will, you know, the same way they're kind of trying to sucker us into going for Harris. You know, they think there's some kind of finish line there if we can just, you know, win this one that gets rid of Trump and Trumpism. I don't buy it. I stay too busy. I'm not voting this election. I didn't vote this time around. You know, when I look at the two candidates, I see the same thing for my own reasons, you know, and I could get all worked up about it right now, but I don't want to hijack the whole show, you know. But, you know, leading to now, it's still, you know, I still use agitation, you know, as a tool, you know, to just get people talking, to, you know. So I have strained relationships with family and friends and colleagues, people that I once looked up to, you know, became completely gross to me for a whole host of reasons. And, you know, trying to rebuild them relationships and all that has been a challenge, but I'm okay with that too, because, you know I continue to grow, and they haven't tried to, you know, they've been through a lot of changes, but, you know, I wouldn't, you know, there's really not a whole lot of growth there. So, you know, I'm okay with all that, you know, like, it's all part of the whole reshaping the world and stuff. Like, if I'm fine with working with the people that are next to me. You know what I mean? Like, so as long as the conversation can continue, that's all that matters. And if I gotta, you know, say something half crazy or something just to get your attention, you know, I'm all for it, because, you know, I seem to have that gift. It works for me. I'm able to utilize it productively, you know, and I, when I think of the overall where I'm at today in comparison to, you know, all the change, you know, any growth or changes I've had in the last 8 years, you know, it just keeps me focused on where I'm at, really. You know, like I said, I see a common threat in both parties. I mean, I'm a girl dad. I'm going in February. I'm gonna be a grandfather to a girl, like, you know. So obviously, you know, I got a mom. I got a sister. I got a lot of women in my life that I care about, and of course, I want to see, you know, them feel. I don't want them to feel the way they feel right now, with the fear they feel of if Trump would get in or something like that. It bothers me, you know. But the work that I'm gonna do tomorrow is the same work I'm doing today, regardless of who wins the election. And, you know, I don't see a reason to pivot from that. You know, I've talked with everybody from all, you know, had a lot of wild conversations and heard a lot of wild viewpoints, but, you know, it kind of feeds into the whole thing. You know, I'm not the most educated person. My proficiencies and my skills are, you know, with tools in my hands in the dirt, and that's my space. you know, but somebody else's space needs to be in the classrooms and, you know, debating, you know, what the next step is and, you know, where our work takes us. You know, it's all got to fit together, you know, and, you know, I'm here for it. You know, I'm not going to push anybody out of the way. You know, if you got something to add to the conversation, you know, let's hear it. You know, especially if it can progress the conversation towards action and, you know, keeping people mobilized and not just feeling like if for some reason Harris does win, like everything's gonna be good. Like, you know, to some people it is gonna be good, you know, whatever. You know, I see deeper rooted issues that I like to stay involved with, you know, combating, and, you know, that's just my view on it.
CJ, did you get the question that we posed earlier that I told Athena, Amira, and Anthony about?
Yes.
Did you get the question initially? Basically, your personal transformation, if at all, from 9 years ago per se, 2016, the way you engage with people about these types of issues, whether it's philosophical, political, and the sort of growth that you've seen in yourself as a person from that time period until now.
Yeah, I was very much involved with the Bernie Sanders campaign. Being in digital marketing and such, I was actually an admin of the Bernie Sanders Colorado Facebook page. I was a precinct captain, and I really believed in the system. And I really supported Bernie for the things that he said, you know, his economic policy, $15 an hour minimum wage, Medicare for all, the College for All Act, providing daycare for every 4-year-old and older. Just so many things, you know, his campaign slogans, not me, us, a future to believe in, a political revolution is coming, not for sale, you know, and that's when I really, you know, dedicated myself to his campaign. And when he took absolutely no corporate donations, they were all small donations. But anyway, you know, we all know what happened. I don't need to reiterate that and regurgitate all the all the frustration and anxiety and animosity that happened and has happened and continues to happen. And quite frankly, I thought about things, you know, in COVID and lockdown, and I launched a website called 30K to 1, because we used to have a population proportional representative system for Congress. And basically that was 30,000 constituents per representative. If that had been maintained, we'd have over 8,500 congressional representatives. Now that would be one hell of a Congress to try to buy or influence, wouldn't it? 8,500. You couldn't put them in Congress. They couldn't congregate anymore. And here's a word that I invented: decongregate. Try to look that up in your dictionary, your Webster's dictionary, or your Funkin' Wagnalls. It's not a word because, oh my gosh, decongregate. What a concept. Anyway. Part of the problem is the centralized control systems. We've got centralized control systems that control our economy and our politics. And their sole purpose, quite frankly, is to consolidate wealth and power for the few at the expense of the many. That's probably something you might have heard Bernie say. I actually reiterated it years before Bernie, because I've been following what's been going on in this country, and it's really bothered me. So in addition to having broad distribution of congressional representation, obviously, with the technology we have in the communications and such, blockchain and what have you, they could home office. They could be accessible to their constituents. And another thing that we could and should be doing is voting online. You know, we can bank on these damn things. Get it here so you can see it. Why can't we vote? You know. Talk about participation. I think anything that's worthwhile, you've got to have participation in. So that was, you know, a couple of my ideas that I've had over the past couple of years is Distribution. How do you fight consolidation? Distribution. Decentralization. Distribution. With my environmental background, one of the things that I learned early on is pollution is a concentration of something that's not supposed to be there in the environment. What's the solution to pollution? Dilution. Get it back to that normal state, that normal ratio. So there's a lot of things that we could and should be doing, but we're not, because it's not in the best interest of the oligarchy and the 1%, if you please. I was very much involved with Occupy Wall Street, and their information was amazing. Their statistics and everything were just spot on, and somehow they got suppressed, brutally suppressed. I had to be careful. There's been times, as an environmentalist, I'm an environmental terrorist. You guys are all, being subjected to my evilness because I'm an environmentalist, right? I might have spiked a few trees a long, long time ago, but that's about the worst thing I've ever done. I've done far more good by, helping rewrite the Universal Building Codes with the Go Green program. And now, long story short, where I'm at is I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to build a community that is the most amazing, self-sufficient. We're going to grow our own food. We're going to generate our own power. They're going to be extremely efficient, small homes to begin with. We're going to use obviously solar. I'm kind of got a bias because I'm invested in a wind generation company called Flower Turbines, and it's a vertical configuration. The turbines actually look like tulips. They look like flowers. They're pretty cool. And so between all of that, the reason I'm in Michigan is I've done my research, and of all the places in the world with the most survivability of climate change, it's Michigan. Interesting little side, what would you call it? Trivia is Michigan has more coastline on fresh water, which would include the Great Lakes and all the inland lakes, than the West Coast and the East Coast combined of the continental United States. So, let that bounce around in your head for a little bit. Water is super critical. You can't do jack shit without water. Excuse my French, but all these people that are migrating to Arizona and California, and it's one of the reasons I had to leave Colorado. I had to drill a 1,200-foot well, 1,200 feet, and we fracked it too. Actually the second one, but so water is critical part of life, and I'm talking to people in Florida that are bailing. There's going to be mass migrations. I mean, Trump has been, talking about the immigrants, Well, what is an immigrant? An immigrant is somebody that has to move from one place to another because shit's happening back home. They can't live there anymore. Their lives are in danger. And I'll restate that. Their lives are in danger. That's a human condition that all of us can experience. I don't care what part of the world you're on, or what color your skin is, or what religion you patronize. Come on, people. We're in this together. We're on spaceship Earth. There is no planet B. And that's why I'm going to do what I'm going to do, because at least, I can say, hey, check this out. We don't need your politics. We don't need your politicians. We don't need your electric company. We don't need your automobiles. We really don't need anything. We're not going to have any dependencies. We're going to basically be self-sufficient. And some people say, wow, how boring. But you know what? We'll probably live longer than you. That's
Thank you, CJ. No, that's great. It's wonderful. John, do you have anything to add? I know you kind of talked about it earlier because you were more or less, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were more or less part of the machine. I mean, operated the Obama campaign, the Bernie campaign. I know you've gone through a lot of personal transformations from 2016, but what has been your strategy to engage with people because I think the communication is going to be a very important key going forward, because it's hard to do anything unless you have to communicate effectively, because if you piss people off, they're not going to want to work with you. So you have to find a way to navigate these different audiences, these different viewpoints, and in yourself, what has been your personal growth? If you've witnessed that yourself in 2016, dealing with all these different types of people you've dealt with, what has been your strategy until now? Because I know you've dealt with so many different resistance forces.
Well, just like all of us have indicated, we're constantly learning and growing, constantly changing and adjusting. I was very involved. Well, I've always been on the progressive side of the ledger, probably way left. I don't necessarily buy into the right left divide because it's more like a circle. It seems like at some point you have a lot in common. So I've got a different view rather than a linear scale, like a line. I kind of view it like a circle now. And so you could be on the far left and you're not that far from the far right in many ways. So I've changed my perspective on that. And going through the frustration that we've all expressed in regards to after World War II, Richard Wolff tells a story that maybe I'll share. We basically, the whole world was pretty much destroyed. We were the last man standing, and actually made off real well on the war because we never had any direct attacks on our country. And we became a manufacturing center, kind of like China is today. So we had no real competitors in the world. And so the rise was real easy. We didn't have to even particularly do a great job. We were just doing a job that nobody else was able to do. We did contribute to rebuilding the world. So that's what kind of made us great. Well, we don't live in that world anymore. And so, you know, we're not on the upward trend anymore. We're now on the downward side of that hill. So every empire that's ever existed, the empire starts to grow, it grows, it hits a peak, and then it starts to decline. So we're on the decline side, and as Richard Wolff says, going down is not nearly as much fun as the ride up. So I think that's what the future is, and it's not based, it's based in economic reality. It's based in the systems. And so watching this decline, this steady decline, homelessness getting worse. I see homelessness, poverty, food insecurity, perpetual wars for profit, death and destruction, environmental degradation. All of these things couldn't help but to get depressed and angry. So early on, as I was working through the political system, that anger would come out. And obviously, that kind of friction, people aren't going to want to work with you if they aren't friends. So I began to shift and realize that in order for me to win somebody over, they first have to see me as a friend. I developed a whole lot of different tactics along the way. One of my favorite tactics today, I used to try to convince people on a just a rational, fact-based level, but we're actually emotional people. So it's a little more complex than I originally thought. And I now, rather than more or less preaching or telling people what they should do, I now ask them why they're doing what they're doing, and I engage them in unique ways. So I met a fellow the other day, to give you an example, and I said to him, and I had no idea where he was at politically, it was just a complete stranger, but we were at the same gym. So we started talking, And I asked him, hey, I've seen all these signs, and on the sign it says, you know, Trump, lower taxes, Harris, higher taxes. And I said, is that true? And so I posed the question. I mean, I had a feeling about it, and I could have explained it in great detail. But by asking the question, I allowed him to come out, and I found out where he was at to begin with. But basically, rather than a confrontational approach, I'm asking questions. The other thing I've learned to focus on is you know, broad consensus things. Like, wouldn't you like us to live in a society that was thriving, where everyone was doing well? Wouldn't you like to live in a prosperous society? Wouldn't you like to live in a society where you had clean, healthy food, where everybody was healthy and strong and happy and productive and contributing to the common welfare? Wouldn't that be a better place to live? Wouldn't you? So building consensus on those sorts of ideas that are really universal. It doesn't matter which side, because where you get into the issue, I found, was that when you start talking about how you get there, everybody's got a different idea on how to get there. But if you can start on at least the basic principles that you can agree on, and then build that rapport there, then the other person would be more open to the discussion, the back and forth on how do we do it. Now, communication skills, those are always developing. We're always growing. We've got more experiences. And with the greater experience and greater education in different areas, whether it's human psychology, history, economics, you name it, business, political science, all of these different areas, as you gain that experience, you can then more effectively communicate on all that. So that's just a matter of just personal growth that we all go through. So yeah, like everybody, I've changed. I've definitely changed my tactics. So when I realized that as I said earlier, I focus on the system that's the problem. And I try to make it very, very clear as I'm discussing with someone that this isn't about you and I. It's not me against you. We're talking about me against me versus this idea, and you're taking a different view of the idea, and that's the way I'd like to approach it. So I've developed that one.
Mark, I know you got a lot to say. You've been very active in the private chat. So I'm curious, as far as your personal growth from 2016 to now, and you're up in Canada. I think you're the only one that's technically outside of the United States. And just how do you engage with people, you know, in Canada? Because I know you have the same issues that we have here in the States. And what has been your experience from the past 9 years? We'll say 9 years.
One of the areas that interests me is psychoanalysis, in particular Lacanian psychoanalysis. So Lacanian psychoanalysis is basically built on Freudianism. It's very similar. One of the differences is that it takes up some structuralist theory. So in that regard, it's very attuned to language in particular. And in that regard, your question, personal growth, the idea doesn't interest me at all. And I don't know, maybe it's come across that I'm a Marxist. So my approach is Marxist primarily. And so I identify with the left. And so this can be like a very broad-based left, you know, anarchism, socialism, social democracy, communism. My sympathies are communist. And when I talk to or write books, I'll use the word socialism because it's less frightening than the word communism, but it basically means the same thing. In that regard too, I'm not a social democrat and I'm not an anarchist, but I don't have a problem working with people who have different ideas from me, provided it's leftist and provided it's anti-capitalist. Because for me, the question, what is to be done is a more significant question than what can I do? In other words, I don't disregard the question of subject and subjectivity, not at all, because I think it's fundamental to Marxism. But the question of subject has to be also thought in a historical materialist framework. And in that sense, this is a result of the Enlightenment break with metaphysics. So that has a lot of complicated ramifications, but one of the simplest is that things are not simply mechanical. In other words, knowing how things work in an encyclopedic sense is not Marxist at all, which is why Marxism is a very supple worldview that can incorporate science. It can incorporate disciplinary knowledge like medicine, like physics, astrophysics, but it can also incorporate religion and philosophy and things that are not fact-based, if you want to put it that way. And so a philosophical formulation can actually change how you see and understand material reality and facts. So one of the premier cases was Freud's study of hysteria and his discovery that you didn't need that you can actually cure somebody, you can heal them by simply listening to them and letting them talk, and that a person can come around simply by themselves discovering what their symptom was. And once that enlightenment arrives, which is not something that the doctor knows or that the doctor can do, that person is capable of getting on a different path in their life. So I don't know if maybe you would refer to that as personal growth. I don't know if that's the case, because from a psychoanalytic point of view, abnormalcy is the normal condition, right? There's no normal, well-adjusted subject. So it's not a matter of social engineering, like in the Aldous Huxley novel, Brave New World, where everything can be sort of adjusted to the correct proportions. So in that regard, I'm completely against the notion of technocracy. I'm a much more romantic thinker in terms of revolutionary theory, and that involves subjectivity, and that involves everything that people know and their daily lives and their experiences. But at the same time, it's sort of like, no, well, psychoanalysis is actually a discipline. It's a method, it's a science, and it can be taught, and people could learn it. But at the same time, it's something that is kind of counterintuitive in the sense that it doesn't necessarily proceed in a way that people would want, right? So this kind of like this sort of desire for change, this kind of like, well, let's do something, let's get out there and do something, from a Marxist point of view, is without program. What you need is a program. What you need is an approach, an ideology, and that can involve very simple demands. That could involve something like universal health care, which is a very simple, basic demand. So if that is your program, like Bernie Sanders's program, then this is what you're going to put forward and fight for. And so in that regard, I think it's important to have an idea and to not simply have this kind of, this is what I would criticize my anarchist colleagues of doing, which is being active all the time, finding politics everywhere and in anything, which leads very quickly to a kind of exhaustion. So you have to have things that people can agree upon, and people with different life experiences, but also like lifestyles can come together around, so that the narcissism of small differences is not a real factor when it comes to something like a program. So you need a program, but you also need leadership. And that's like one of the big issues on the left, is what type of leadership. So you have with anarchists this kind of anti-state, no gods, no masters sort of approach, which is kind of like always, undermined by reality, but nevertheless, this sort of like anti-state type politics. Whereas with communists, you have the idea that, well, you can't go forward if you don't occupy the state. You have to take the reins of power to some extent, to some degree, so that you can eventually dissolve this organization and create cooperative, sort of more local type of organization. So the things that CJ Rapp is talking about is exactly what Marxists want, what socialists want. However, you can't get to that simply by doing that. You have to sort of, in some ways, also address the level of state and organization. And my concern in terms of American politics is that everything on the left is organized to prevent that kind of socialist, that kind of leftist organization from happening. This is what I see over and over again. If I hear people coming from a populist perspective, and maybe one of our participants disappeared, but from a populist perspective, it's often said that, no, we don't need this kind of European Marxist kind of, bad experiences, Stalinism sort of thing. As in Thomas Frank's book, Do People Know? Oh, Athena, I was talking about populism, the kind of populist rejection of a socialist program and leadership. Another is this sort of DSA approach, the Michael Harrington school of thought, which is, well, we want all these socialist things, basically, but we don't really want a socialist form of organization. So the goal would be a reformist approach that could operate through the Democratic Party, maybe. And so Bernie Sanders, in some ways, was that hope. We might even think that Bernie Sanders was the last chance, given the time constraint in terms of ecology. Bernie Sanders might have been the last hope for that possibility of the reformist approach. And so, it's like as soon as you talk about socialist sectarianism, something along these lines in terms of ideology, the American left is programmatically against it at all levels. There are exceptions, but this is what you will find. And even with a group like the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, you often find these kinds of like this desire to coordinate with groups that are like Code Pink, for example, groups that they're not political parties. They don't have a single issue, but they're a sort of activist model. So you don't want to distance yourself, and you don't want to exclude yourself. So what we find is that party like the Socialist Equality Party is never invited to the party. So if groups like the PSL organizes an event in Washington against genocide, everybody's allowed to talk except the Socialist Equality Party, which is a Trotskyist group, because they're sectarian. Though, they have a lot to offer and they have a lot of insight. So I'm a bit ecumenical in my approach, though I have my preferences and I have sort of like intellectual, ideological, political stakes. I think this is largely what America needs. America needs a big tent, ecumenical approach that can bring in all leftists. And, nobody's going to agree on this based on those distinctions that I just mentioned. So I find, for me, that is the real critical question, the real problem for the left, which is why if you think of, ABC, socialism, liberalism, fascism, we only have liberalism and socialism, and the liberals are the extreme center, right? It's the death of the liberal class for many reasons. And so all we hear about is B and C. We don't have the socialist position. And so the arguments, the difficulties between different kinds of socialism become irrelevant because they're so minor. They're so there are no real stakes involved. It's more academic discussion or, something for the media and journalists to talk about.
Okay, we're going to get Matt and then Zach, but I had to get this in because I'm sorry, you got to have a sense of humor in these times. You just do. And I know that Matt and I have discussed this like off camera, like we communicate a lot. But I'm sorry, like Marc and Matt, and I'm talking Marc Léger and Matt Witt, the people who are on the screen right now. Are you guys sure that you're not brothers from another mother? Like, I'm being serious. Like, I know one's the gay. You guys remind me so much of each other. And I know that we've discussed this before. Like, I think Matt and I have. but I have it with Mark. But it's just, I don't know, there's just a synergy, and I can sense it just based on the conversations we've had off camera. And he's a big fan of yours, by the way. I want to get that in.
Well, I know the answer to that, Kiko. So why did J.D. Vance have sex with his couch? Because his mama had a headache.
Oh my God. Wow.
I've just started drinking. I've got 2 bottles after this first one. It's going to get worse. And I can't handle my liquor, so that's even worse.
Oh my gosh.
Clearly, we're just getting started with Mark.
No, but Matt, let's let you go. And we actually have a major announcement to make before we get to Zach. And so we're going to go to you, Matt, kind of in the context of what we've been discussing, just communicating with people, moving things forward, your personal transformation. And we will give the same question to Zach.
Well, let me just preface that by saying I'm glad we're on our way to Zach because I'm looking forward to it. I love this panel. I'm sorry I had to step out and I missed the question. I missed some of what you all had to say, and so I'm going to be watching the tape afterwards. High praise comparing me to Mark. I think Mark has been way more diligent and in his erudition than I have. I'm learning an awful lot, and I enjoyed the interviews I've watched so far of Mark, yourself, Zach, Amira, and I didn't know the others were going to be on. I haven't got to you, but I will, and I look forward to it. I love your question, Kiko, and I'm thinking of Mark. The major thing that's happened to me since 2016 is the personal trauma of COVID. I'd say that, and I want to just acknowledge that this was a very personal trauma, but it's shared quite collectively and in the spirit of Marx, enjoinder to everyone, and similarly to Jon, to see ourselves as constitutively part of something greater. At the same time, we occupy a very personal space in all this, and that's a nod to CJ, Anthony, Amira, Athena, and Zach. In 2016, I was a Bernie bro. I mean, I didn't know I was a Bernie bro until Gloria Steinem told me so. And then I guess that made me that changed everything for me. That Gloria Steinem came out of mothballs to tell me what I really am. I thought I was, with CJ and others here confessing it, that I thought this was the last chance. Yeah, and in a variety of reasons, and then the disappointments and whatever. But I'd say from then forward that the biggest thing that happened, the transformational thing, was the trauma of COVID. And the prospects of being injected with an experimental use authorized vehicle, in the face of my realization that was anything other but experimental. It had been predetermined and pre-programmed for very explicit purposes. And and then the exclusion I experienced from family and friends and the isolation as a result of that. I don't want to equate that with what I glimpsed from what Mark has shared. A little bit I got from the interview. One of the interviews I saw you have with Mark, and what he shared a little bit with us tonight, which I'd really like to get much more into. It sounds like something out of Broken Mirror. I mean, just completely. And it's just, I got to hear more of that.
In fact, it's several episodes of Broken Mirror.
Fair enough. Let me know when we get the metalhead, and I'll put my pillow over my head while I watch it. But that's really astonishing. So, but the trauma there, Kiko, was transformative in many ways. Let me just try to get this quick. I was reduced to getting with a close friend and hanging out with him on walks and getting together twice a week because there were just no one else we could get with that would hang out with us, be within 6 feet of each other. And I mean, it was, and then family, friends, and then the academic institution, full hell-bent for leather that everything emergency youth authorized was de facto legitimate, de facto pure and good, de facto for the purpose, the express purposes given to it. And this was ominous. I was very close to the game of 9/11 truth. I got very close to that. I was incorporated in the group of folks involved with that: David Ray Griffin, Elizabeth Whitworth, architects and engineers. And I got incorporated not for any great depth of scientific knowledge, God forbid, or anything else, but that they saw me handle myself in front of a crowd where I basically just spoke to my heart as a moderator about what I saw in Toronto at the 10th anniversary hearings there. And I was close to the group and had written some with Lance Haven Smith and others on the topic, and yada yada. And so I thought back then that we had a chance. I thought back then we had a chance with the 9/11 inquiry and the Delphi process we did for Consensus 9/11 after that with Griffin and Woodworth and others, that there was a chance to amplify that glitch in the matrix, to rewind, repeat, and find those willing, including those pledged to professional principles of fiduciary obligation for the scientific creed of their discipline, that they'd have to sign on, that architects and engineers would have to sign on to these findings. And many did. It started to become, it got logarithmic, then it shut down. It got up to over 3,000, and then it stopped, I believe, for a variety of reasons. Okay, so what? And that was nothing compared to COVID. And many people I know, like Mark Crispin Miller and others that I gathered with, didn't see it coming. And there may be people right here that saw it coming, pure and simple. When it came around, they thought, why did it take that long for the COVID thing to come at us, to the bioengineered terrorism to come at us? But of course, I didn't see it coming. And I think for me, the trauma was, this is no longer academic. This was no longer anything heady about it. This was no longer a sense of collective destiny that could be shared and actualized like the 9/11 consensus and truth movement was. But this was something deeply, profoundly personal and deracinating and jarring and existential in ways that I did not anticipate. That leaves me just completely off the grid of acquaintances and discussions that hitherto I took for granted with colleagues and so on, that are utterly fractured at this point. And I think there's, that's where I'll close on this. I think that, when I opened up with this kind of challenge to y'all about the glitch in the matrix. So when I read RFK's The Real Anthony Fauci, it was, I was pinching myself all over it. Like, did a Kennedy write this? Am I reading what I think I'm reading? Are these references as copiously legitimate as they are documented? Will I ever get around to it? I'll get around to some of them, check them out, and they check out. And I've been in academia for 20 years. I've been in the rackets, as I tell people. I've been in the rackets of academia for over 20 years, and I've never seen a work so devotionally referenced as that. And then I'm hearing Kennedy talk. I'm hearing him on the circuit. I'm hearing him on the podcast circuit. And I'm hearing saying the quiet parts out loud that I did never imagine would be say out loud. I didn't think I'd hear a Kennedy say that the CIA is to go as far as to say how far the CIA was implicated in the death of his father and his uncle. I just didn't think I would. You could say how bourgeois, how whatever you want to say of that I'd be pinching myself on that account. That's fine, mea culpa. But I dare say I wonder if anyone else saw that coming. And I by way of collapse of ideology, collapse of regimes of capital accumulation, collapse of symbolic orders, collapse of discursive consensus, however you want to put it in academese with more erudition than I have, it is distinctive. And it may be understood that way. But I want to yield now to Zach, because I think there's opportunities in that aporia, in that opening, that I am just so naive and for, because I haven't devoted myself that way. And so what I've heard from Anthony, I've heard from Zach, I've heard from Amira. I'm sorry, Athena, I missed you talking because I had to take off a bit. CJ, and also really Jon, yeah, and Mark, what you suffered in your own dark mirror. I have been remarkably derelict in being sort of out there, but I wanted to bear witness to my own trauma. That it's significant, could say more to that, and how I see the construction of the very surreal reality around us. The January 6th event is a counterpart to the 9/11 event. I think it was the 9/11 was phallic symbol castration, and January 6th was rape of inner sanctum. And I think they were both highly constructed and intended to be in sync with events that would follow on and agendas that would be seamlessly incorporated with them. But by way of how to ground all this, get out of it, find my way into something other than the hamster wheel that I've been on, I yield to Zach.
Okay, before we get to Zach, I just want to give a slight ad. Kiko's Freethinkers Forum. Share, like, subscribe to content. You have some people who are probably curious in the audience. Tell them, hey, this guy Kiko, he kind of gives people open reign. He's fair to them. You want to check out a podcast or a YouTube channel, check him out. Give him a free sub. If you don't like it, unsub from him. Doesn't matter. But give those people a chance to, unthink their free thought. Give them a chance. And we don't want any of your money. I mean, we're fully monetized, but at this point, I'm not really into it for the money. Like, this is in memory of a best friend. A lot of people probably know that. Some people may not know that. So I'm not really in this for the money, but we've enjoyed a great reception so far. And we're going to continue that with these wonderful ideas and people coming on from different types of experiences. But we're also going to build some things too. And as you've noticed, we're 2 hours in, and we've barely talked about really what's going on, out there in the real world, because we have our own thing going on. And that's the way we do it here. We're not really too concerned about the bread and circus show, because there's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And, things aren't going to really change after tonight. So I know a lot of people have vested interest in this bread and circus show. But here, not saying that we're not interested. Obviously, we're using this as an opportunity to amplify other situations, because people have their eyes in different areas. And so why not come on here? Okay, election show, extravaganza, put that on there. Oh my gosh, let me check this out. Damn, they're not talking about what I think they're going to talk about. They're talking about something different. Like, hey, you got Rick rolled, Rick Astley from the 80s, But hey, sometimes those things happen. I won't call it a Rick roll. I mean, we'll get to this bread and circus stuff later. But right now, we're into a good conversation, and I want to keep the energy flowing. We're going to take a break in about 13 minutes, take a 5-minute break. I'm going to give me something to eat. I know my guests are probably wanting to get some dinner and stuff. So give them a chance to regroup. And we got, other things to do. But I want to give a huge announcement. Zach, who's going to be giving his spiel now, is going to be in a debate. And I hate to use that word. And Jon kind of kept me honest with this, because when Jon was running for public office, he said he hated the word debate when I interviewed him when he was running as an independent candidate for the United States, for president of the United States. He said, let's not frame it as a debate. Let's use a discussion. So I like that. So we're going to have a discussion with Zach Hyden, the Mad Redneck, and Noah Khrachvik from Midwestern Marx Institute and the newly founded American Communist Party. That's going to take place in January here on Kiko's Freethinkers Forum exclusively. So there's going to be a meeting of the minds. We have an anarchist and a Marxist Leninist. I honestly don't know what the hell is going to happen. I have to moderate it, but it's going to be civil. It's going to be great, and people are going to get something out of it. I promise. Because that's the only reason why I agreed to it. At first, I was like, "No, I'm not doing that shit." I'm talking to people like Kiko. Don't do it, man. They might fuck your channel up. I'm like, no, they're not going to fuck my channel up. They've already been on my show, and so I believe I can pull it off. It's going to be great, and I trust that we're going to have a great discussion, conversation. And I think we will take something away from that conversation. So just want to highlight that. That's coming up in January. We haven't scheduled a time, but I'm going to let everyone know as soon as it happens. But Zach, in light of everything that we've discussed this last hour, I want to kind of get your view on it before we go to break.
Okay. I love Noah. I think he's a disciplined and studious student of Marx. And I appreciate the American Communist Party, even though there's a lot of the stuff they do that I disagree with. And I look forward to having an opportunity to discuss with Noah about the possibility that his approach to Marxist-Leninism may be a bit narrow. And that's the only critique I really have of him and American Communist Party, is that I think they maybe need to read a little bit later stuff, like maybe some stuff that Marc could recommend that might help them out. Because I think Marc is probably a Marxist-Leninist himself, or some version of that. I just think they need to broaden their perspective a bit. But anyway, can I address what Matt was asking? Yeah. Okay. So, and I want to frame this in like a Marxist type of thing, since we kind of been talking about Marx. Cornel West wrote this great book. It's called The Ethical Dimensions of Marxist Thought. And he argues that ethics are constructed in a dialectical way, in the sense that there's bad ethics and good ethics, and they're sort of held in tension with each other. And to me, the problem that we're facing in the left is a lack of ethical contradiction with the values of dominant society. We have the analysis of economics. We have the analysis of politics. We have the analysis of gender. We have the analysis of race. What we don't talk about on the left is our values. And what I would say the grift in the system is that we need to be men, women, and non-binary people of strong character, in the sense that we help people in our communities, not because we want to be recognized for helping people in our communities, but because it's the right thing to do, because people can see through it if you're doing it for attention. We help people in our communities. We help our neighbors. We help people build their organizations. We help people with whatever they need help with. And the magical thing about that is that when you do that, people want to work with you. People, because it's so odd for somebody to just have strong character. It's so odd in our society for somebody to just have strong character, that when you actually have strong character, people are like attracted to what you're trying to do. And it doesn't really matter what their ideology is. Like, we got fundamentalist Christians that work at the Automotive Free Clinic. We got, liberals and conservatives and radicals, and all the ideologies sort of all over the place, but we all kind of agree that we want to all do the right thing, because that's the contradictory to what our society preaches. Our society doesn't preach doing the right thing. So to the question that was asked, which is how have you changed since 2016? In 2016, I was organizing in Birmingham, Alabama to get a mayor elected, Mayor Randall Woodfin. We put together a coalition of about 6 or 7 different local organizations, and we put them behind Woodfin, and we got him elected in 2017. He turned on us. He turned on us almost immediately. And what I see now is that he was an op to destroy our movement. We had been organizing since 2009 or 2010. We had gained a lot of traction, and he was put there to destroy our movement. And look, state and capital, this is fact. State and capital will defeat you. Period. It's not a theory. It's not an academic. It's not in your head. It's none of that stuff. They will defeat you. They are more powerful than you are, and they will defeat you. And they will defeat you in the most underhanded fucking way you could possibly imagine. And it almost ended me. It almost ended my career as an organizer. I got out of it. I went back to being an auto mechanic. And then COVID hit. COVID hit. My dad died of suicide. And I had a severe schizoaffective episode. A very severe schizoaffective episode. I had to quit drinking or I was going to die. And I look back on my work in Birmingham and I recognize that a lot of the stuff I did was not of good character. The way I treated people, the way I dealt with people, and a lot of people don't like me in Birmingham still because of that. And I sort of decided then, I'm like, we're going to start the Automotive Free Clinic. We're going to build a mutual aid institution and we're going to do it the right way with good character. And we're going to help people for the sake of helping people. And that organization has been in business almost 5 years. And, how I changed was I went from being, sort of Birmingham's resident madman to being Birmingham's resident brilliant madman to being in Montgomery, one of Montgomery's respected community leaders in spite of his weird politics. So, I think the politics matter less than just dealing with people in a fair and generous way, because that's the contradiction. And if you read West and the Ethical Dimensions of Marxist Thought, that's what he's talking about, is that social movements have an ethic, and that ethic has to be contradictory to the ethic of the larger society. And I think just having good character is that contradiction. And I think it's that, grit, that hole in the system. It doesn't make it easy, but I think it's the way forward.
Okay, now we're going to take a slight intermission here. We have some questions, some interesting questions. And we have an inquiry from the audience, which is just, this is hilarious to me. My wife she just sent me a text and said, we need to hear the women in here. We need to get the women involved. I think she missed a part because I tried to get everyone in. We got so many people on the screen. But I got a question for Athena and Amira when we come back, for sure. And it's something that CJ said earlier, because I am just like, I'm still not sold on it, but he may know what I'm alluding to, but we're going to get to it. That's the reason why we come on here for this stuff. But it's an interesting proposal. I'm going to keep you guys in suspense. But for now, we're going to take a slight break, and we will be back. Let's just say 35 after. That's when I'm going to come back. So 35 after. Give us 8 minutes to kind of stretch, do whatever we need to do. And I'll be back, okay? What's that playing in the background?
That's Billy Bragg, Thatcherites.
Okay. How many people are eating or drinking right now, just out of curiosity?
What was the question?
How many people are eating or drinking, just out of curiosity?
I was tempted, but
It's all good.
Drinking non-alcoholic.
That's good. It's all
Wanted to
good.
keep it sane tonight.
Hydration, baby.
Yes.
Hydration. Well, I'm definitely drinking the alcoholic variety for tonight. I wasn't sure how it was going to go, but it's crazy. I haven't really been keeping up with the actual results, but we will wait a few minutes to see everyone else come in. But I'm so curious about, because I remember the last time I interviewed CJ and Jon together, this came up. And I love that interview. The interviews have been so great with you all. And, you know, I find myself playing them back sometimes, just learning more and more once you listen to it again. But the one part that CJ made about the representatives was really interesting to me. Like I've been writing down a lot of the stuff that you all have been discussing. And I kind of wanted to get Amira's take, and then Anthony, and then we can kind of just go in that order. Mark, Jon, and then CJ himself can probably confront that issue. And then Matt and Zach again. And Athena when she gets back on. This whole idea of, you called it, I like it, consolidation, distribution. But you proposed 8,500 if we had that many people representing us in the House. But I'm saying to myself, but we have 35,000 lobbyists in DC. So how would that work out even if you had 8,500 versus 535 or whatever it is? The 435 because you have 100 senators. So you have 435 versus 8,500, but yet you still have 35,000 lobbyists. And I'm curious to get Amira's take, and it's not to get away from you because I know you have an answer to it, but I just want to get Amira's take on that and just kind of follow in that order. Amira, Anthony, Mark, Jon, and then to you, CJ, and then we'll go back to Matt, Athena, and then Zach.
okay, so basically we're talking about the representation of us within our government versus the lobbying that's going on. Is that correct? Or okay, so I would say that dynamic is part and parcel with what we were talking about earlier with late stage capitalism, because where we are at right now with both the political and legal system is that, you know, corporations are essentially people, and they are the ones that are having so much power within our political system right now. That's why lobbying exists to the extent that it does, to where they have so much power over everything, over our candidates. And it's not just the lobbying groups that have all that power. It's also other groups that we've seen. I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to have my internet turned off like it's happened in the past. And so I think that this goes into also a little bit of what you were talking about earlier, Mark, when it's that like, you're going to start to see politics in everything. And I do see politics in everything. I see it when I go to the grocery store, when I go to the gas pump, and especially when it comes to elections, because I see that I don't feel like my vote matters as much, especially at the federal level. It does much more at the state and local level. But when we look at the lobbying industry specifically, they are making decisions on so many different things that affect us and our daily lives. So you could look at big pharma. There is so much lobbying when it comes to big pharma, and that's also linked to capitalism because our healthcare is linked to capital, which is not a healthcare system. And that's what I thought Bernie was going to be fighting against and promoting, especially in 2020, when that was the ripe moment to do so. And there were so many of us I was very reluctant to back Bernie, but I was very much hoping that that was what he was going to do, of pushing that initiative forward of getting people healthcare. And he's one of those people that I'm glad I didn't put too much support behind him, because we are seeing the result. I look at someone like Bernie. From my perspective, this is about capital for him. This is about setting up legacy for his family, for his line, setting them up for success. I don't have issues with that until it starts to affect the everyday people that give support to someone like him. People that are putting their hard-earned $5, $10, $15, $20 to a man and what looked like a very revolutionary movement to have it go nowhere. And so I hope I'm conveying this, as eloquently as I can, of just, I see politics in everything because everything is connected to capital. Everything is connected to politics because politics is connected to capital. Politics is connected to corporations, and corporations are the overlords of so many different political aspects within our country. They're the ones that rule the banks. They're the ones that rule the economy, the shipping, the ports, the trucking industry. These are all linked to that upper aspect. Like if you're going to look at this as like a pyramid, capitalism is the biggest thing, but then we have all of the things that are still connected to capitalism under that. Lobbying is the biggest one. The media complex is another one. The military industrial complex is another one. All of those things are linked to capital. And so I think that when it comes to, do we have proper representation in government? Are our politicians working for us? Absolutely not. I don't see it that way. I see that as our politicians have been bought and paid for. They have been bought by the same companies. You see Pfizer on the same ads for media. If we had ads for politicians and who's funding them, it would be the same. And people on lots of different platforms, from Substack, Twitter, YouTube, are talking about that, about the level of corruption that's going on between all of these different entities and the interconnectedness of them. They all regurgitate the same lines. They all say, our democracy is at stake. Our democracy is at stake. I talked about this on my YouTube channel. It's a crock of shit because we don't have an actual democracy. Democracy looks like choices. If we were going to allow people choices, then why are both Democrats and Republicans, not you guys on this panel, but the establishments of Democrats and Republicans, pushing alternatives, independents and Greens off of ballots? And unfortunately, Democrats have been one of the biggest culprits of that. They're also the ones that will, go online and go onto these media outlets and say, if vote for Jill Stein is a vote for Donald Trump. That's absolute bullshit. A real democracy is that if I voted for Jill Stein, that's where my vote goes. If I don't vote for any, then none of you get my vote. But part of where my view is, what I believe is that this is all show. This is all a reality game that they want to keep us distracted with, to keep us in line with, because at least from where I sit, I have seen rhetoric change. I have seen someone in 2016 stand on this platform, get all of this adoration, and then in 2020 do absolutely nothing with that. And that's not just Bernie Sanders. That's the entire squad. That's someone like Tulsi Gabbard. That's someone like RFK Jr. And that's also, unfortunately, someone I feel like Cornel West. I'm not saying every single one of these individuals is an op, but what I believe is that because of capitalism, there is that inherent level of like grift that people love to say of like, oh, you're a grifter, you're a grifter. And there is to an extent for all of us because we have to live in this capitalistic, late stage capitalism hellscape. But part of the problem with these different movements, these different organizations that I continue to see is that they are getting infiltrated every single day. And Zach, you were talking about that you can put your backing behind someone that you think is going to be there, that's going to support you, and then they flip on a dime because this system is so compartmentalized and it's also segmented. We do not have the power that the politicians like to say that we do when it comes to voting. But we do have power as a collective. And what I espouse on my channel and on my Substack and just in general to anyone that I talked to is that we need to realize that we are all so much more connected than we realize, and that who you vote for doesn't matter. What does matter is how we treat each other in our collective, and also learning to see between the lines, listening to the narratives from all different views, because you're going to find that they are all saying pretty much the same thing. They are all owned by the same like 10 people when it comes to media, and that's all forms of media. So we do not have what is a democracy. We have the facade of that. I argue we're in a banana republic because I think that that's more of what the technocratic view when we have like an Elon Musk and a Jeff Bezos. Those are the kinds of people I think that are actually running this country, and not even them. It's the people behind them. And so going back to the initial aspect of this, of when we're looking at how are we represented in this democracy, I don't think that we are. I think we can be. And I think that that comes from continuing to do state and local voting. Like for myself, we got to choose, do you want ranked choice voting? And I'm like, absolutely, hell yes. Like we want more choices. We need more choices. But it's also inherent on us that we try to stop falling for all of the bits, for all of the lines that they give, all of the hot point issues that they want us to fall onto, because Tulsi Gabbard is a great example. I didn't agree with 100% of what she believed in 2020, but I did follow her from when I was still in California in like late 2018 to 2019 and into Colorado. I voted for her in 2020, but boy, has she been such a disastrous like for me, she was like a Bernie for me. I was supportive of her. I gave money to her. I met her. I shook her hand twice. But it's you say the right things to get me to support you. And then when you're actually there, you're not going to follow through. And I think that that is because every single politician is bought and paid for, whether it's our own local corporations that are here within this country, whether it's a foreign entity or foreign interests. I mean, it's all up to debate, but that is truly what I think when it comes to the state of this democracy, the state of this election. This is all a reality show. It's all play. In the grand scheme of things, who becomes the actual president doesn't matter. And if it's Trump, it's going to go a certain way. And if it's Kamala, it's going to be that way as well. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on this. I think that there's just so much more than just the election. And from where I sit, the election that we do every 4 years for the president, every 2 years for different seats and stuff like that, this is all a distraction from much bigger issues that I believe our government and our just like global rulers want to keep us hidden from. That has to do with the climate, that has to do with the change of our what's going on with us cosmologically. And that's CJ, I think I have a reference for you. I'll tell you later that I think you'd be interested in. They are keeping us distracted with this election from such bigger things that are happening. And innocent people are suffering. We see the victims that have dealt with Hurricane Milton, the Hurricane Helene, all of the different tornadoes that we've seen. There is so much more going on. There is a much deeper picture here that is a much different conversation. But that is where I sit when it comes to democracy, our elections, lobbying, because it all goes back to capitalism, that we are, especially for my generation and the younger ones, we're totally screwed because of people that had power before not standing up against the elite that are in control. And the reason why, going back to, I think it was Carlo Castellas in the comments, you know, like, why are people so afraid of these people? Because there's a lot more things going on in the background. There's a lot more people that are being unalived than people realize, because they are trying to speak out, because they're trying to be a whistleblower. And so we had an entire generation of people, unfortunately, that took over government and just did status quo. Let's just keep the two-party system going. Let's not actually change anything, because they have zero incentive to do so. The people are placated, the people are over-medicated, and democracy, to me, is a complete sham.
Wow. So a lot to unpack there, but
it's all connected to me.
Yeah. Let's get Anthony's take on this.
I mean, I'm juiced up after that. I mean, like, there ain't a whole lot to add to that, right? I mean, they got they got our morality tied to our politics, you know, to how we live, you know, capital's all into that, like, you know, it's there, that's why we're in this, you know, state that we're in, because, you know, things are so critical, they're tied, rooted so deeply. You know, this might actually affect us now, and not just, you know, certain demographics that, you know, we're used to sacrificing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fascism's actually at my door now, you know. So it's it, as far as, you know, like lobbying, like I don't know how you solve the lobbying problem with more money. Like, you know, to me, it's a deeper rooted situation than just money. It shouldn't be so hard. You know, you gotta go to the top. It shouldn't be so hard, you know, for people to get involved in politics at, you know, whichever level they're trying to get involved at. And it shouldn't be so hard to get their names out and get their information out, and like money shouldn't have much of an effect on that. You know what I mean? I guess, you know, making the difference between being able to have a commercial in Philadelphia and a commercial in LA, you know, like, but you figure, you know, if there's going to be support and, you know, more an easier path for people to feel they could engage these other paths being options, you know. I don't have the answer to that. I just know that, like, more money isn't, you're not going to outspend the people that are already kind of running the shows there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's, I mean, yeah, you get enough of us together to throw up a couple bucks, like, you know, it might, you know, purchase a nice shiny thing that gets attention or something, but, you know, they know that, and they're making it harder and harder every day for people to be able to throw in that buck when the time comes. You know, like, they've been fighting this war for a long time. I mean, you know, that capital, that ruling class, you know, goes back hundreds of years, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Stifling labor movements and the whole 9 yards, just creating societies, and we're you know, we are what they have to show for it. You know, so
We're
I
the
mean,
commodity
yeah,
at the end
this
of the
point,
day.
like, you know, that's why, you know, we've all heard it, we all heard it said out loud, like, that's why they aren't interested in investing in education or healthcare or none of them things, because they just need us running the factories and plowing the fields and, doing the things people generally don't want to do. Like we need to be, especially in a more automated world, like we're just going to need more people willing to do labor, especially coming out of the 90s when you had that whole shift of, like a lot of people getting like corporate type jobs and, being absorbed into that entity, so it's, for me, the writing's on the wall. I don't see how, that's, that's a campfire trying to fight a forest fire. Like I don't see how money has an effect on that, but I have a lot to learn, so whoever has the theory on how that can actually happen might be able to convince me otherwise. But as of right now, I don't see how throwing money at, you're never going to beat them guys. They're just too big. They've been doing it too long, and people are too scared to fight back against it. They got their livelihoods on the line. They're, so.
And they have families. There's a lot of people at the top or even at the middle, like the middle management of politics, and also corporations. And they are scared. They are operating from a lot of fear. And a lot of people also just get comfortable with selling out, because I think it's not everyone, but I think there's a lot of people missing that kind of moral, ethical center to say, no, I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do. I'm not going to, like, if PG&E is a great example. Look at how many people they have screwed over in California. How many lives have been affected from toxic water, messed up power lines that have over 100-year-old equipment on them that they don't want to replace, but they're one of the biggest corporations in this country. And they're also a monopoly in California. They're not getting regulated the way that they should. And that's just PG&E as an example. That's happening in every corporation. Starbucks, union busting. I mean, it's everywhere. There's infiltration everywhere. There's corruption everywhere.
I mean, I myself even talk about, I consider stuff like, at will employment and stuff like state level union busting, because that's essentially all it is. It's wrapped in a nice bow to make it sound like there's benefits to the worker, but it's a direct threat to the worker. Like, you literally can't organize in your workplace. They're allowed to get rid of you for no reason, without cause. You sign that paper, and we live where we live. We got to do what we got to do, and we're all caught up in the rat race. So you sign the papers, and you roll with it, Is there unions in PA? Yeah, absolutely. But, it's like any other game out there. It takes big money to really, work around all the lawyers that they got out here standing on top of that stuff. And, it's beyond intimidating, money isn't the solution. All the money that we're talking about put into all these things like lobbying and stuff, could be better used somewhere else, doing other things. So, it's the system that has to change, not where the money's coming from. Especially it shouldn't be coming from the people unless they truly believe, that's where they want their money to be. Like, it shouldn't be this vacuum of, corporate greed. Like, it's just insane. So, to me, it's deeper rooted than just the lobbying. We're not going to win the lobby game. We got to just get rid of the lobby game. But, I just need to hear somebody smarter say something smarter, and I can be convinced. So I'll see if somebody else want to speak on that. CJ.
Yeah, well, it was my concept. I called it 30K to 1. And the whole thing about dismantling the centralized control systems is decentralization. So with 8,500 congressional representatives spread across the country in the areas that they actually serve and represent, surrounded by their constituents, I think it'd be pretty hard for them to go out and it's like, who were you at the country club last weekend? Who were those people buying you drinks?
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned that the local politics and whatever, that you have more faith in local and state government than you do in national government. Well, let's bring it home. Let's decentralize it. No, Zach saying no.
I don't have any faith in any politics, any electoral politics at all. I don't even think there should be voting. I agree with your analysis that there should be like 8,500 representatives, but they shouldn't be elected. They should be chosen by lottery. People serve 10-year terms, regular people, just like jury duty. They get everything paid for 10 years. They go back to their job by lottery, not elected. I do not believe in elections.
No, we probably agree a lot on that because you look at a lot of the state legislatures, it's a part-time job. You can't make a living being a state senator or representative.
Yeah, I mean it's part-time in Alabama, but they're just as corrupt. I mean, Alabama is one of the most corrupt states in the United States. They're just as crooked as the big guys. They're dumber than the big guys, but
you'd want to have people that served. So I like your idea because basically you get people sign up for the lottery. Do you want to be a representative or a state senator or what have you?
Yeah, no elections. It would solve a lot of problems.
And then they'd question. Somebody would question the validity of the lottery.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the dice are rigged.
But if elections are publicly funded, if elections are totally publicly funded, there's 8,500 representatives. It's a part-time job and it's chosen by lottery. Very little incentive to, very little incentive to be a crook. You kind of take that incentive out of it to a great degree.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and because really, I'm a solutions kind of person. I like talking about, how do we fix this? I mean, we can sit around and piss and moan about shit all day and not accomplish anything except pissing and moaning about shit and not getting anything done. So thank you, Zach.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think there's usefulness for people on different stages in their radical journey to talk about what's on their mind at a particular amount of time, but at a particular point in time, at a particular point in their life. But at this point in my life, I kind of know what I'm capable of and what I can't do. And I sort of just try to focus on the things that I'm capable of. And I just don't even really worry about the things that I can't do. And I can't do anything about politics, politicians, lobbyists. I can't do anything about that right now. And maybe never in my life. So I just sort of don't think about it too much because it just pisses me off and makes me depressed. But I think there's going to be a lot of people, especially on the liberal side of things, who are enraged and who may be ready to hear some of the stuff that people here are saying tonight. I think it may be, it's not my job to say those things anymore. I've done it in the past. But I think for some people here tonight that is interesting and important to them. I think there's going to be liberals who are ready to hear it after tonight.
Could I jump in, Kiko? Or Mark's got his hand up. Zach, I appreciate what you're saying. I hear though echoing in my ears, Jon and Mark and Amira in particular. I think that and there's something apocryphal here in the continuous encounter in an Oedipal way with what we avoid. That constitutive to everything is the political, which itself is constitutive in our epoch of capital, call it late, call it great, call it what it were, but that the encounters are constant and continuous. And I'm going to throw this out here for all these bright minds and curious souls, is what I'm gathering a sense of as that apocryphal encounter, that encounter with, again, I'm going to date and cliche myself, and why not? I'm amongst friends, I reckon. Is in the Matrix when Neo finally gets around to the machine city and he encounters the drone agglomeration of an infant's head raging at him. That was this sort of godhead of the machine city, the image of a raging infant whose impulse control was monstrously deracinated. And yeah, so there was the apocryphal encounter with the absolute diabolical center that was as empty as the wind. I think now I'm jumping around to something I find kind of funny it might be purely apocryphal, but Jesse Ventura gave account of when he got in the governor's mansion in Minnesota, and he said it was within hours that he was visited upon by the men in black. And I don't know that he even described them as FBI or if they even identified themselves as an agency affiliation, but they said, look, we're here to figure out how you got here. Smedley Butler, there you go, Mark. Jesse Ventura, whatever you think of him. But he said the first guys that came was, we need to know how you got here. Now, something got so glitched in the matrix. You did not have clearance. You didn't have clearance. You got here by some other means. And now this Ventura is a showman. He was a wrestler. He was all that. He may have been making this up. It may have been completely apocryphal. I'll just close by saying there's this encounter with the agglomeration of capital. It's continuous and constant. It's up in our face. Amira gave passionate account of that a few moments ago, and it was echoed by Anthony. And no way could I say that better. But there is no avoiding. And so what then is to be done, as it were, if you want to say subvert it, you want to say, as I was getting at, tongue in cheek, retaliate first. At this stage in my life, I really am at the retaliate first. I feel like what the Stoics had in mind, the fall of the Roman Imperium. There is no distance, as Anthony was getting at. There's no. It is the wolf is very much at the door for us all, and what do you do in the face of that? Christianity was born from that. The Christian movement, whatever you want to make of it, emerged from that, and it had very close ties with Stoicism as far as I can make of it. And this, on the one hand, it's a refusal to accept. It's a bold face from your standpoint, Zach, sort of speaking from the soul of the centeredness of character for which no price tag can be mounted. It is not ever for sale. And so, as in the encounter of Neo with the raging enfant terrible of the clone of the drones that he encountered, it collapses in a sense in the face of that encounter. What is that in your lives? Where have you encountered it face down, or are you just so up to your neck with it, as I feel I am, that you're? And I think Anthony was getting at. I'm just, the water's about this high. And I got it better than any number of other people, but I feel the water about up this high for me. And I'm just waiting for that gasp of breath coming. And I'm not sure how to make, how to face that down. And I think there's a lot of wisdom accumulated here and a lot of praxis for challenging that. I hear that, Zach, from you in a big way. There's a lot of praxis from what you describe, and Amira likewise. And I think there's, yeah.
I would say my apocryphal moment is Randall Woodfin, who we got elected and who immediately showed where his loyalties lie. And it took me years to process that and figure out what all that meant. And Like at the end of the day, he's just a man. He's just a man. Like regardless of like all his connections and all that sort of stuff, he is just a man. And all of these people that have all this power, they're just men and women. And, you know, for me, I had to forgive Randall for what he did to me. And I couldn't move on and do the things that we've been able to do together and in the way we've been able to do them and come to the conclusions that I've come to if I didn't forgive him for what he did to me. Now, that forgiveness was not for Randall. It was for me. It was for my healing. And, you know, I disagree with you. I don't think capital is all the time in our face. I think it's rarely in our face. I think most of the things we do, and this is from David Graeber. You know, David Graeber said, you're almost always an anarchist. If you speed, that's against capital. If you roll through a red light, that's against capital. If I look in my son's eyes, that's against capital. If I hug my wife, that's against capital. Like most of the things we do are against capital. And it may seem overwhelming. It may seem like it's all in our face because we live in houses paid by capital. We drive cars paid by capital. But what happens when we stop looking at it through that lens and we start looking at it through another lens where we start saying, where am I free? Where in what areas am I free? And instead of saying, where am I oppressed? That's one of the things that gets me. There's so many oppression narratives. Like I'm oppressed, and it's disempowering. Like, I don't want to hear what we can't do. I want to hear what we can do. And it turns out there's a lot of shit we can do. Even if it's just loving your neighbor. Like, that's pretty fucking big in this society. And it goes to what you said about Jesus and the fall of the Roman Empire. What did Jesus preach? Love the Lord your God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. That's what I think.
Mark, yeah, definitely.
Thank you all for all those comments. I'm tempted here to make a kind of dialectical, not synthesis, but sort of dialectical combination. Oh, Matt, where's Matt gone? I was going to recommend to Matt, well, maybe I'll wait till he comes back, but I'm a theorist. I work in I read books. I'm a cultural theorist primarily, but I would be awed by what you can do, Zach, and by what you can do, CJ. I mean, you guys are doing things that I can't imagine. And I've worked in construction. I've worked in labor. I've worked on pipelines. I've worked for hydroelectric companies. So I know a little bit about the workplace. And what you're saying, Amira, is on a completely different plane in a sense, right? You're talking about capitalism in this abstract sense, and CJ and Zach are talking about production in a concrete way. But of course, from a Marxist perspective, these two things are intertwined. There's no disconnect between those things. And Anthony, also what you're saying at the level a little bit more of subjectivity and moral critique, in terms of what has capitalism done to people over the last 300 years, right? Well, it's thrown people off the land and it's pushed them into urban areas, into factories. So they lost their traditional communal relations. They became sort of alienated from one another. But what Marx was interested in is the fact that capitalism had this enormous productivity, that in some ways bourgeois capitalism was better than feudalism and the kind of feudal bonds that made people into serfs and tied them to superstition. So capitalism, the positive side of capitalism, if you want to call it that, is central in some ways to socialism. So that today, when we move in North America, let's say from an industrial economy to a post-industrial economy, well, yes, that means automation. That means a lot of people are losing jobs, but that also means a lot of people are getting more access to culture, to programs like this through social media, where they become producers. So, you know, they become critics. They become emancipated as workers. They're emancipated from the conditions which prevented them from understanding and being aware of their condition. So this awareness of where we're at is at the fine point, especially with this election. And so that's not to be underestimated. The anarchists, Hart and Negri, see this as, you know, the possibility of communalization. Technology is developed to the point where we have, you know, effectively a kind of communal communist society. The problem is that we have this superstructure. We have this kind of like economic domination that we can't get out from under. And Ben Norton just yesterday showed an interesting graph that showed that historically, 50% of the population own basically zilch. That hasn't changed in many, many years, hundreds, maybe thousands of years. What has changed is that in the last little while, the billionaires, the wealthy 1 in 10% have increased their wealth exponentially. So whereas before they used to crush us with a little bit of wealth, or let's say a lot of wealth, now they crush us with a tremendous amount of wealth. For Marx, that was something encouraging because he assumed it would collapse of its own weight. There are people like Wolfgang Streeck who think that capitalism, the leadership issue is that capitalism will collapse of its own contradictions. I find that a very fatalistic approach. I don't agree with that. I think that there's nothing that's not going to happen without some sort of like agency, without some sort of organized agency. So what you're saying, Amira, is true, and what you're saying, Zach, Anthony, and CJ, is true at the same time. And that has always been the Marxist perspective, to not ignore production, to not ignore intellect, that all of these things are things that we have in us. We have the ability and we can do it ourselves. We don't need them. That's why I think that the idea abolish police is the wrong point. It should be, from a class perspective, abolish billionaires. And you find that you just suggest this, and people like Ralph Nader, whom I respect greatly, has a program where he's trying to say, oh, well, no, we need to enlist the billionaires and, you know, have like Bloomberg, and they can like help us with like, you know, because only they can afford to like make the important changes in terms of green capitalism or something like this. So we need them on our side. I completely disagree with this point. This is a very liberal orientation. We don't need them. We're doing it all ourselves already. Let's expropriate them. And so that has to be, you know, to me, it has to be a priority.
John, let's get you in this conversation.
Well, there's so many rabbit holes I can go down here now. But I'm going to spare the audience and this panel because I can easily take up the rest of our time, but I'll try to be very brief if I can. It's going to be difficult, I'll say that. Clark and I have had this discussion many times, his idea about, you know, 8,000 or so representatives. And while that's better than what we've got, I think that what we had discussed further is, listen, we've got the technology. Banks process trillions of transactions a year, and they almost do it flawlessly with the computer technology that we have and the systems we have. And so we don't really need representatives. We could, and I like the lottery idea, or just rotate through the citizens. But we have committees that work with communities to determine what the problems are and what the questions are to ask. And then using technology, we could vote ourselves through referendum over our phones. So we could essentially eliminate representative government as we know it, because the best representative government is when we all represent ourselves. And there's the fundamental concept is that if any decision should impact my life, I should have a voice. And not a voice through an abstract voice through layers of representation, but a direct voice. We've got the technology to do that. We should do it. Now, the question is, how do we get to where we have to go?
I think you could, the old saying, how to eat an elephant one bite at a time. I think there's some fundamental things that we could agree on. I think everybody understands that the system we have right now is so flawed, and we've now seen the cracks in the system. Everybody understands that it's corrupt, and everyone knows that, or they're very quickly getting to understand that we really have a uniparty system disguised as a two-party system. Some people understand that the purpose is to divide, distract us. Others don't. But everybody can pretty much agree that's corrupt. If there's one, so we talk a lot about the isms. We talk about communism and socialism. The problem with all of the isms is that nobody can agree on what the definitions are. So every individual has a different definition. And an ism is really another word for a tribe. What we have to do is we have to essentially agree to eliminate tribalism. There should only be one ism, and that's humanism. We're all human. That's the tribe we all belong to. That's the tribe that we all have in common, because if you have different tribes, you are now dividing yourself. You're through a process of reduction. You're just by gender, by race. You just keep dividing us apart by religion. I could go on a lot about religion, but the fundamental fact about religion is that the individual that buys it has bought a belief without evidence. A belief without evidence. Scientists, when they don't have the evidence, they don't guess at the answer. They simply say, which is true, I don't know. And so people have to get comfortable with the idea of saying, I don't know. There's no way I could have the information. People come to me with, in the campaign talking about all kinds of conspiracy theories. There's no way that I'm going to have enough information to be able to know. I'm fine with saying I don't know. But what I really want to drive home is that we have to unite, and that means we have to end tribalism. We have to see our common interest. We have to see that nobody can be outside of that tribe. There's only one tribe, and it's us. As I said in the beginning, there's 8 billion on one side of the ledger, and there's a handful of criminals on the other side that want to exploit everything. I kind of disagree to one extent. I think you said that you didn't think capitalism would fail on its own. I do think it will. And I think it will because of the nature of what it is. Planned obsolescence, we're going to mine the earth, we're going to destroy the environment. It's not efficient, it's inefficient. It's not the mother of innovation, it's just the opposite. We end up not innovating. We have to build junk, because if we build something really good and strong, it would last forever, and I'd be out of business because I'd never have a repeat customer. I could go on and on about capitalism. I can go to the very nature of it. It's going to fail on its own, because if it doesn't, humanity won't survive. And even the wealthiest fool that thinks he's disconnected from the rest of us, even the billionaires. That's why I don't blame the billionaires in a way. They're just very good at this system. There are billionaires out there like Warren Buffett, who is very clear. He comes out and says, hey, this is a class war and my class is winning. That's what it is. It's a class war. He's right. He's honest. He's telling the truth. That's the truth. It's a class war. Those people have never worked in their lives. They were born with privilege. The people that own everything. Okay. So we need to spread ownership. Ownership, if you work for an enterprise, kind of like Richard Wolff says, you should be an owner of that enterprise. You should have a voice, and it should be a democratic voice. And we have the technology to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. So the very first step for me is end the tribalism. And then the next thing we could agree on, like I said, is that the duopoly is completely corrupted. So it doesn't matter whether you're on the right, left, or just nowhere. If you can buy that, if you think that we're going in the wrong direction and it's because of corruption, the answer is simple. Don't vote for the duopoly. Abandon it. You can vote, and you should vote, but do not vote for anyone that joins a party or a tribe that is corrupt. The Republicans are a part of they've joined a corrupt tribe. Would you expect them not to be corrupt? Shit, they joined the damn tribe. Same thing with the Democrats. Anyone but the two parties is the answer. Yes, vote for anyone. And then, now The reason I went with Jill Stein, another reason I went with Jill Stein over Cornel West, is his sense of morality is based in religious belief. Religious belief to me is mysticism. I think mysticism is a crime against humanity because it gives you an excuse not to think critically, not to question, okay? And these figures, the whole idea of a God as the creator and the father of everything is an authoritarian concept. So the day our children are born in a good Christian family, the 2 or 3-year-old is told to kneel at the bed, hold their hands together, close their eyes, and pray to God and to Santa, because if you're a good girl, you'll get a gift. You know, mystic bullshit, to be blunt. Anyway, I won't go any further down the rabbit hole. I know I've already probably brought tears to your eyes. But anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for now.
No, you're on point, John. It's just, you know, you and I, we've talked a lot about this off camera. And I just think that a lot of that can be very distractive. It makes sense that we have these different conclusions and these different ideologies and cosmologies. I think that the religious aspect can be found in any sort of pattern. It doesn't even have to be the Bible. It can be, you can be religious, but it doesn't have to anything to do with the Bible. That indoctrination is not limited to religion. I think that's where politics, politics is the religion of today. You know, you could argue that it's just another arm of that. So even myself, sure, you know, I'm an atheist, whatever that means.
I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't use the word religion. Maybe I shouldn't use the word religion. What I really was saying, I use religion as an example. It could be any religion, but what I really am saying is mysticism. Belief without evidence. Mysticism. Okay, I don't care what form it comes in. Any flavor is not good because you're accepting, you're forming beliefs not based on the evidence. That's dangerous. I don't care. There's a real, true reality. There's an objective reality. We don't understand all of it, but we've made a lot of headway. There's a lot we do understand, and we have to continue down that path. Going down the mystic path is destructive and dangerous.
Oh, well, okay. So we got some questions coming in, but I wanted to just throw it to anyone that wants to speak freely, because I know that there's some thoughts going on in your minds or whatever. I can just tell or whatever. Who wants to jump in here?
I did have. Oh, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
No, Amira, you go ahead.
So unfortunately he already left, but when Zach was talking about, like, you know, we need to find, like, you know, the solutions to our problems and not just, you know, kind of yell into the wind. He didn't say that. That's me saying that. One of the there's a lot of different ideas that I have of how we could fix our system, how we could fix these problems. And one of the first things that I think should happen is overturning Citizens United, because that has given the corporations, in my opinion, all of this power, and which is why capitalism is the way that it is, so intercepted with politics. Having term limits for all judges, and making sure that there's third-party committees that are reviewing judges and how they operate within the legal system. Because the legal system, from what I've seen, from what I've observed, and what I've learned going to law school, is very corrupt. There's laws that are in place just to be purposely confusing, to be misleading, and to also make it very difficult if you are poor. It's a huge class aspect. So making the legal services more available to people that are underprivileged, that are poor, that are disenfranchised. And then also having police reform and using third parties to review police, like all of the police operations, getting rid of them getting IDF training, because that's just creating a militaristic police that's going to be used against the civilians, because that's essentially what, from my opinion, in my view, the police are for. It's to keep us in line, especially if this election is to go weird and crazy tonight. We already know they've sent in the National Guard into Washington, Oregon, and Nevada. They will utilize police down the road for those things. So keeping our police reform moving forward, I'm not saying we shouldn't have police, but I think that they're overfunded and undertrained. And they also don't have good diversity. They don't have people representative of the demographic that they're supposed to be representing and taking care of. So if we're looking for solutions, it's like, I have solutions. For a lot of people, those solutions can seem very daunting because this system is very daunting. And so that was why, going back to, you know, the question that you posed to me, and I gave my opinion and my view on that. I think it's a huge system with so many different aspects that are so corrupt, that are purposely made to be difficult, convoluted, and not able to pierce because of all of that control of capital and then the control of the system itself. From my background of both legal and business, I've seen both of these in that area. The legal field has a lot of issues with it. And then when it comes to representing the clients in a good way, having you know, attorneys that are representing their clients that aren't, having their own issues or their own corruption. I mean, I've seen judges that should have recused themselves from cases because they had a personal interest and they didn't. And then we wonder why people have these, like, I don't believe in the system feelings. So if we want solutions, I have them, but they are very, I think, difficult to implement in just one conversation and in one election cycle with one president, because it truly is systemic, in my opinion. And I think that the system has gotten so big and so out of control that it is, I think, at some point just going to collapse in on itself. I don't know how or when, but this isn't sustainable. So I don't say what I say to be hyperbolic, and I certainly don't say it to seem like I'm just, you know, bitching. I truly think that there are a lot of solutions. I think people like us, if we get a varied group in the room for an hour or two, we could solve a lot of problems, but they don't want us in those rooms. They don't want us at those tables to be leaning in, as Gloria Steinman told us, you know, lean in. I was that girl boss that believed in that kind of hype. And I don't believe in that anymore, because I've been in those rooms, I've sat at those tables and basically been told to just don't talk about that. That's inconvenient. And that's, I think, part of where my disillusionment is with the entire system, because I'm not just saying this to say it. I have witnessed this. I have experienced this, and in both my personal life and my work life. And so we can make all these changes. We can have all the ideas for change. It's getting them implemented. And that's going to take a lot of time if we continue with our current system, unless it just kind of implodes on itself, which is one of the options I kind of hope happens. But I certainly know our, like, for my generation, that's going to be a huge issue, because we're already struggling. There's a lot that's going on, and we have to take on the burden of previous generations not making these changes, not standing up and doing what needed to, like, doing the hard fight. So that's why I say things the way that I do, with the passion that I do, because I not only believe them and have experienced them, but I'm also talking for people that I have spoken to, and I'm advocating for them because they don't have a voice in this system. They don't have enough people representing them. And that comes, that's one of my other solutions I wrote down, is having actual diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that means blind hiring. When you submit a resume, they don't see your name, so they can't have a racist or a I don't know how to say your name, so I'm not even going to call you kind of a thing. That's the kind of stuff that can be implemented, but getting corporations to do that is extremely difficult, something I tried to do and failed miserably, because they do not want people like myself and everyone else here in these rooms, because we will fight and initiate change, but the system itself is just, there's so much corruption that I think that even if I had all these great ideas, we all have great ideas, it's getting them done. And that's the hardest part, because of how the system is built to keep so many people out of it.
I'm going to let Marc respond and give a little bit of commentary, and then I'm going to let Jay introduce themselves.
Okay, I guess I'll just bring it back to Amira. The cliche is that fascism is a symptom, capitalism is the cause and socialism is the cure. Would you agree with that?
I'm not as as well researched into all of the different Marxism, communism, socialism. So I can't say for sure yes, but I mean, if that's what it is, then I guess so. I don't know.
What's that? Carlos says communism is never to cure anything. Carlo has been very active in the chat, but
Yeah,
that's something that this forum has tried to we've introduced a lot of different people to ideas, which was kind of the point of this forum to begin with. Is one of the premises. But we have to understand that there's a lot of people that are not operating like me, for instance. I read some theory, but I'm definitely not going to claim anything. I don't attach that to myself. And sometimes I do it like for a strategy. Like maybe I do it because I feel like even if it's a great idea, what's the usefulness or what's the utility of the idea if no one understands it? So,
well, exactly. You know what? You use the word communism, as somebody in the chat said something about it. Most people that I ran to in my campaign, if you talk about communism, they think the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union actually, in my understanding of communism, is direct ownership. What they had there was state capitalism. They just replaced the oligarchs, the capitalist oligarchs, with state actors. So I wouldn't call that communism, but that's what most people would call it. And I would go back to our intellectual here on the panel that knows Marx and communism probably even better than I do to address that.
Anthony, I think that's you.
Come again? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Anthony, you're being asked to defend communism.
I'm being asked to defend communism. Okay, so
unless you don't want to.
I'm not, well, so I don't know that, communism in and of itself, is achievable. I think the way I look at it is, for me, the biggest difference between like capitalism and socialism is who gets all the money. You know what I mean? Like, where's the money end up? So in capitalism, you get a handful of people at the top holding all the money. In socialism, it's more of a bottom-up thing. There's that opportunity for that.
The question is was the Soviet Union communist in your mind?
Was the Soviet Union communist in my mind? I know they considered themselves communists to a degree. I'm not interested in defining them for themselves. I mean, like, I don't care.
I'm with you, Anthony. Can I jump in quick? Or no, you wanted Jay to introduce himself. Kiko? JX, no?
yes, Jay can introduce themselves. I'm sorry, I lost audio. The reason why I stepped out for a second.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I am a communist. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. My name is Jae Carico. I'm a labor organizer from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I do believe that the USSR was attempting the early stages of socialism. Yes, they went through state capitalism, but let me go back a little bit. So Lenin's brother was a Narodnik, which we would call them today, like they would follow like folks like Bakunin and Kropotkin. They were propaganda by the deed. They would go and try to assassinate the Tsar and stuff, and they did not succeed. Lenin's brother was killed trying to do that. And matter of fact, he wrote in a letter, "Isn't there a better way, Sasha?" Then you have the German Social Democrats, right? And entering into World War One, right? The Great Imperialist War, where they were dividing up the previous conquered colonies. You had these, I think 17, 14 nations, I can't remember exactly, who were part of that group, invade the Soviet Union right after their revolution. But before that, the German Social Democrats voted to join the war, even though at the international, they voted to be against it, right? Like in front of all the communists, they said, we're not going to vote for this war. We're not going to vote to go into it. But when they went back to their home country and it got the sentiment was so overwhelming, they decided to vote for it. Now, why is this important? And why are the Narodniks important, right? This puts us right where this ideology is formed. Ideology isn't made from like ideals. It's made from the material conditions whittled down in the moment, And so the reason that I bring up this is that this is where Lenin formed democratic centralism, which is the party will make a decision and there'll be rigorous debate within it. And they can turn on a dime because they have elected representatives and stuff. But they're not going to change just based on popular opinion if it is the goal. And this is where 5-year plans come from and stuff like that. But initially, they this was not an ideal situation. They were under what Michael Parenti would call siege socialism. 14 nations invaded them. The president at the time in the U.S., Woodrow Wilson, paid the White Russians like lots of money. The U.S. was one of the countries that invaded them. So they were not in ideal circumstances to develop anything. They were a peasant nation where 9/10 of the population could not read, right? And so there was a thing called the New Economic Plan. The New Economic Plan was like capitalism. I mean, it was like saying we got to go from feudalism to capitalism to socialism because you have to burst apart the previous forms of existence, like Marx talks about. And this is scientific socialism, not the utopian socialism of like building, like hoping that the bourgeoisie will fund small communes or other things. And you can read the third chapter of the Communist Manifesto if you want to hear about that. But so then, because 1927 is where they start trying to go towards socialism. And even the CIA says that this was that calorie intake was the same as the U.S., that they were able to industrialize in 20 years when it had taken slave labor and child labor in 200 years. Now, there's obviously other factors there. Once something's done, it's going to be quicker to do it in another place, probably just because of seeing it, But I think this was an attempt. Now, I don't think it was. They never reached communism. I don't think I think communism is the stage where production becomes so like basically you can make one of everything for everybody, but that's like a long time in the future off. Like that's something that's something else. But I do think that state capitalism is a necessary stage, but it doesn't mean somebody's deviated from the path. It just means that they understand the process. So earlier you mentioned fascism is a symptom, capitalism is the cause, and that socialism is the cure. And I think this is a useful way to say it, because fascism has never been a grassroots movement. It's always a corporatist party funding a bunch of jackboots, thugs, to keep workers in line, to crush communism at the first stage. And that's all I'll say for now. That's
I was just about to get popcorn, man. You were just getting going, and I was going to turn my camera off, get popcorn for the rest. That was fabulous.
No, I'm sorry.
Corn
I
pops
had
is
to
bad
readjust
dude.
because my audio was not the best. I know I missed some good stuff because I know Anthony was talking. And before that, I think Mark was discussing. You all were having like a conversation amongst yourselves, which is awesome because I don't have anything to do. I'm just sitting here. I'm drinking my beer. No, but I think you guys know, like I've hosted you all enough to know, like I try to add some value to it. But tonight, the whole purpose was to get the ideas out. You all are some of my favorite guests, obviously. And you all have connected so well with my audience. And I think that together we can do a lot of great things, which kind of gets to where I am thinking now, like this kind of question I have the battle, I think, that we're dealing with now, especially with, I think a lot of us on this panel, we've already alluded to the duopoly. We know what it is. We know that it's a uniparty really in disguise. It's really a purple color. But beyond that, and this is the problem too, a lot of people don't even see that. Like, they can't even get to that bridge because they're still so stuck. Like, what we're trying to do is really a pretty monumental task, because you have people that are just stuck on that side. That's their way of thinking. They've always generationally, they've regurgitated that. Like, this is just the right side of history. You got to be on that side of history. And this is just electoral politics bullshit. Like, what we're trying to do is get to a whole nother side of the bridge. But I think that at this point, I want to say at some point that politics was just all bullshit. Like, the electoral politics had no purpose at all. But I don't know if I can say that anymore, because I think there's a thought process that goes into it that's so strong that maybe that is like, somebody has to have that to maybe get to this other point. But it's frustrating that people are so stuck in this side of the bridge still. Like, we're still talking about this stuff 60 years later. Hopefully we're not talking about this stuff anymore, about Democrats and Republicans. Like, I'd hope that we can change the discourse a little bit to something else, like into action. And so I guess my question to this is the connection between grassroots organization that's not even politically motivated to the infrastructure that we already have that's outside of the duopoly. I guess we would have to agree that, are those third parties and these independent people, these like-minded people like we have on this panel, for instance, is that a structure in itself, or is that just pretty much, is that just an extension or an appendage of the duopoly before we can even talk about building some kind of a grassroots organization that that's there to actually help the people? I'm not even talking about mutual aid. I'm talking about just at the local level, educating people, at the local level, giving people some kind of way to sustain themselves. Because this system is not meant for us to have this self-sufficiency. But it's just, everything is so tied to the political system. And I've heard people allude to it earlier, local politics. But even the local politics is just, the way it's set up is almost, it's like non-existent where I'm at right now. Like, I'm in Tennessee, and there's no resistance to the machine. There's no resistance whatsoever. It's almost like we're all operating in individualized atoms in this big nucleus. We're just individualized people. We're doing good deeds, but we're really not making the impact that we want to make. And a lot of people see that when it comes to third parties and independents in the electoral system. But I'm wondering, is it possible to merge whatever infrastructure that we have with these green parties, these libertarian parties, all these different third parties? Is there any way to build from the infrastructure that's in place with that to building like community gardens, building mutual aid organizations, strike funds, things like that? Or is it just a world where those things are just completely separate? Electoral politics has to be separate from direct action. Like, is that even possible, I guess, is the question I'm trying to pose to the panel.
Just a quick response, Kiko. Why does the this idea that elections are not the summation of politics or even the most important moment of politics? I completely agree with you about that. But why is the alternative to that grassroots politics? There's reasons for that, right? Because we feel oppressed by the state, and I mean, this is the kind of like, this is the Hegelian level, let's say, of the conversation. Then there's the Marxist critique of Hegel, of civil society discourse, which focuses on relations of production and modes of production. So technology fits into that concept. And of course, the state organizes all of these things. It organizes culture, it organizes technology, and organizes research and development. If it needs more people in university to develop technologies to compete with China, let's say, in the chip war, it will do that. If it needs labor in order to produce weapons to go kill Palestinians or go kill Russians in Ukraine, it will do that. And so the working class is, you know, caught up in the function of the bourgeois regime. So the question then becomes, how does the majority, the working people, how do they get out of that relation? So many of the solutions were, let's say, to cooperate with capitalism. If you cooperate with capitalism, you can give people higher wages, you can give them a better, living conditions. This is the politics basically of the DSA. You know, they keep talking about, let's go back to the 70s where you had Little League Baseball and you had people working in factories with union jobs that gave them a decent standard of living. But capitalism isn't going to give us that, because the Soviet Union has disappeared. The communist opposition has disappeared. China no longer wants conflict with the West. Russia doesn't want conflict with the West. So there's no longer this bipolar kind of Cold War, struggle. So that what happens is that, okay, so we're stuck with capitalism. You know, the Fukuyama's the end of history. Now, we all know it's not true because, of course, there's this extreme inequality. So then what do? You have you have a lot of busyness, let's call it, which ignores the question of organization. It ignores the question of leadership. It doesn't want to deal with those things because there's no space in the American imaginary for a communist anti-capitalist movement or socialist or some other term. And so socialist activism, grassroots logics become sort of like created by the system in this kind of like Brave New World, where there was this island a little bit for malcontents. They can go over there and do their activism kind of stuff. And we like it. George Bush said, go out and protest. That proves that you contribute to democracy. And we like to see that. And if it gets too nasty, well, then we'll send in the police and it's not really a worry. So this kind of grassroots logic, you have that with NGOs. You have it supported by foundations. Foundations have a lot of money for grassroots initiatives. And so these single issue groups like the Sunrise Movement or what have you, or Black Lives Matter, despite the fact that Black Lives Matter did get some 20 million plus people on the streets, which is significant, a lot of that was basically connected to foundations and them using Black Lives Matter to find ways to fund initiatives that would then increase the profits of capitalism. So capitalism isn't a problem of moralism. It's not a problem of greed. It's a system that we live in, which Amira stated perfectly. It's a system. And capitalists are caught up in that system as much as workers are caught up in that system. So the real issue is, how do you get beyond capitalism? Socialists haven't achieved that, right? So you have, in China, you have a communist political system that is basically managing capitalism so that maybe they can like do certain things with it that would be beneficial to a lot of people. So that seems to be the best that we can do so far. I just don't see. And so that's, when you have like a communist state system, it's not a grassroots system. In fact, the grassroots in China, from what I understand, really don't like the bureaucracy and don't like the system. But that ends up going into this kind of more sort of almost kind of like reactive, almost this kind of like, I don't know, sort of like non-ideological street level kind of regressive or resentful basically category, this almost nihilistic turn to anything else, anything but. So that's not going to really solve your problem. You have to confront this issue of state control, state domination. I mean, grassroots is good in the sense that it can get people together, get to understand a lot of people, get to meet a lot of other people. But in terms of organization, it's a definite limitation, I would argue. So much of my work has been critical of this idea that, you know, since the 2000s, it's good because it's brought back micropolitics into the picture. So we're no longer in a postmodern, let's say, end of ideology belief. We're back to macro politics. But then if it's grassroots, what is that grassroots approach going to confront eventually is the power of the state. So how are you going to confront the power of the state? Has to be a political question of decisive importance.
Mark, are we really, is the state really where the power is? Isn't the power behind the state and the oligarchy? Hasn't the oligarchy gone global and states don't matter? So China is a hybrid, the way I look at it, because it has state-controlled enterprises, much like the Soviet Union did, single party. Theoretically, in that single party, there's meritocracy. In order to go up through the party, you have to be effective at a local level and then work your way up, at least in theory. But isn't the oligarchy global so that when we have these wars, the oligarchy, it works for the Russian oligarchs, it works for the US oligarchs. And the states have become just tools, just in the same way the military is a tool, the police are the tools, the media is a tool, but it's all under the control of a global oligarchy. So capitalism and capital crosses borders, no problem at all. We, the people, have a problem crossing borders, which is quite obvious, right? And then there's that idea that we have to break down those borders. We have to think of ourselves as global humanity, and do whatever we can to resist the idea of states.
Could I jump in? Or Mark, you want to answer that about the state, your perspective? I want to stake a claim for creedal passion for a minute and maybe come back to that. John, I take your point. I think of Ian Fleming, Spectre, Special Protectorate for Extortion, Corruption, Terror, and Revenge Everywhere. I think of the Davos crowd. I think that I wholeheartedly agree and acclaim and applaud your point that the state is a fiction behind which the oligarchy maneuvers out in the open more and more. And this is where I'm staking a claim for creedal passion. And I don't give two shits where it comes from. If it comes from Elon Musk, I'll take it. If it comes from Robert F. Kennedy, I'll take it. If it comes from one of you, I will take it. Anything that monkey wrenches the narratives and says there is no there. There's only an insistence, getting back to Zach, for a creedal passion for character, for integrity, for consistency. I'll take it. Do I trust Elon Musk? No, I don't know Elon Musk. But when he calls out Soros for manipulating Black Lives, he doesn't call out for Black Lives Matter, but that's what Soros did. Soros corrupted Black Lives Matter from the very beginning. And he'll do it with anything else too, with the so-called oxymoronic open societies for him. You know, that's the world we're in. I agree completely. And I'll take a monkey wrencher. I don't care where he's at. I don't care that he's inconsistent. I know he's going to be flawed. When Tulsi Gabbard is inconsistent and mercurial, but then suddenly she's consistent and on point and stays on point for a while, she has my attention. When Robert F. Kennedy is inconsistent on Gaza, but very consistent on pharma and very consistent there, he has my attention. And I think there's a kind of call and response there. I don't think it reduces down to bourgeois utopianism per se. I think that category is useful when you're talking the company town of the 19th century. But I think we've moved well beyond that at this point. Mark brought that up, where the structure no longer can support that regime of accumulation. So where do we find ourselves? We find ourselves, John, where you identify where we find ourselves. And oxymoronically and in very much in good faith, I want to stake a claim for nationalism, because of course it's a fiction. It's an absolute fiction. It's a brutal fiction. But in the face of globalism, it is resistance. It is a kind of resistance against what Davos has in mind for us. And it demands a response. So when Trump's nationalism is a reboot of Teddy Roosevelt, is a reboot of whatever came before him, and that bully pulpit, they have my attention. They don't have my trust, and they don't have my full faith and confidence, but they do have my attention at that point, because I recognize resistance when I hear it. They may be pandering, I have all sorts of other maneuvers. When Trump talks about he's going to get us out of Ukraine tomorrow, what is he really doing? He may be threatening and extorting people and trying to get a favor on a back channel when he gets in office, and he has no intention of getting us out of Ukraine because he made another deal. I don't know. We can't possibly know what is happening. But I think it's a mistake to dismiss as this or that subcategory of this or that regime of dominance when those channels are opened up. I do think that's a mistake. I'm not associating that mistake to anything anyone has said here. Please understand, this has been fantastic for me. Been so enlightening for me and expansive for me to listen to you folks. But I'm just staking that claim I'm going to come back to the creedal passion. I think it's fundamentally important, and to be very open to where the channels propagate, where voices propagate on that channel, and they can come from anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Is it cool if I respond? Is that
Please
cool?
Do.
Okay,
Please do.
cool. Actually, yeah, I agree with everything everybody's saying pretty much, but in different ways, right? So like when you say we do have a national nihilism, right? And that does like you were saying with China and the lump, like grassroots, so to speak, or in Russia post Stalin, after Khrushchev's secret speech, and the later years, especially under Gorbachev, you have this historical nihilism, right? This sense of what are we fighting for? What are we? What is our purpose? What is our direction? And I think that economic nationalism, not like race-based nonsense, but the UN, the non-aligned nations, there's a lot of good in that. There's a lot of good, and there's a lot of things to look to. And I do believe that a lot of the people who are voting MAGA, at least initially, I don't know about now, but they didn't like NATO, they don't like NAFTA, they want somebody who's anti-establishment. You know what I mean? Like they see this person, and now like some of them are like so like they are the level of triggering liberals is anti-establishment somehow or something. You know what I mean? Like that's their basic level of maturity. But I do think so I do think that BRICS is a positive social formation, and it does a lot. I think it is the culmination of the Badong spirit, the stuff that was happening in that time. So in this way, in this sense, Luzardo talks about the two trees, right? The tree of liberalism and the tree of Marxism, right? And the tree of liberalism starts with property rights, and the tree of Marxism starts with national sovereignty. So right now we don't have national sovereignty. Lobbyism controls 90% of our legislation. Some of that is other countries, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Israel, of course, and so it's not so. But I do think that the difference between Russia, let's say, and let's say the U.S., for instance, is that I do think that it's more of a Bonaparte situation, right? Wherein the state seems to control the oligarchs versus the oligarchs controlling the state to a certain extent, because none of the oligarchs wanted to go to war, which is why it took from 2014 to 2021 or whatever to enter the war, because the KPD was initially, or the communists were down to go and help the people in Donbass, on Donetsk, from the racial, cleansing and stuff that was happening, and the firebombing of the unions and stuff like that, union halls. Yeah. But the state, Putin wasn't. And I think that was probably because of the dealings with the Russian Orthodox Church, so the oligarchs, a lot of different things of maybe a right wing formation that exists within there, and he has to appeal to both, you know? So I think that, but here, because we have corporate lobbyism controlling, occupying our country, right? We have a national nihilism, and this national nihilism comes from the Madisonian branch of the, and believing that that's a monopolization of our founding fathers, right? Paine was totally different, right? And also we don't look at, use a Du Boisian analysis of the Second American Revolution, the rebellion against the Cotton Kingdom, then there is a reason to just be like, man, like we have to look at that and the civil rights movement and see the power that came from that. There have been great restarts. Like you were saying earlier, that it's almost like we haven't gotten anywhere, but you know, it's because they killed and destroyed, you know, COINTELPRO and all this stuff, any movement that was making history. And at the same time, they were juxtaposing it to the Soviet Union at that time. So it was kind of hard for them to take on the same tactics when they're hearing the Western side of things and have to wrestle with that without the internet and being able to research the same way that maybe people could now as much. I mean, obviously they went to go, I believe that Fred Hampton and Ho Chi Minh, if I'm not mistaken, did they not have correspondence and stuff? Yeah. So I think that, you know, that there's a lot of stuff going on in those moments that makes it where, you know, it's hard to, because every version of socialism is going to look different depending on the national characteristics, the material conditions that exist in the present moment. And I think we do have to take and look at Du Bois, Robeson, Claudia Jones, and take a certain kind of proletarian patriotism, right? And this will destroy that national nihilism. And I don't think that every Republican is going, like if you make fun of liberals to Republicans, they will tell you that they don't think Trump is a God king. They think he's a lesser of two evils about, you know, half the time. Right. And especially if they're working class, you know what I mean? And from there, you can really start talking about lobbyism and start moving people in a direction. And that's how we get people together. That's how we start forming the ability to form a general strike and make a demand to end corporate lobbyism. And I think,
you made a statement I'd like to ask you about. You said that the oligarchs in Russia didn't want war. There was a time that they didn't want war. I don't know if you're familiar with John Mersheimer. He's a realist. He talks about geopolitics. He's a professor at University of Chicago. Anyway, you know, there was a time when Russia couldn't afford to go to war, particularly directly with the United States, because they knew they would lose. And so they always backed off. But when they got pushed, when there was a real existential threat, and we were talking about putting nukes on the border that could reach Moscow in a matter of minutes, that changed the whole game. We pushed them into an alliance with China. So China's about a 17, 18 trillion dollar economy. United States is a 26 trillion dollar economy, something in that range. Russia's a $3 trillion economy. So at an economic level, we're not equals with Russia, but at a military level, we certainly are. Now, I believe that the Russian oligarchs, I think the capitalists are global. I think the national borders have been broken by capitalism. I think that it's a facade. I think that the oligarchs that make money on war in Russia love war just as much as we do. They just don't want to fight it directly. So we find ourselves like we did back in Vietnam with the big powers promoting war everywhere as long as they don't have to directly fight it. So they do it through proxies. So my view of things now in the world today is that national nations don't matter to the oligarchy because they're global. They all profit as long as there's conflict, because that's their biggest business. And it's also a means of them controlling the working class. So I view this not at a national level. I view it as a global level. And I think it isn't good enough for just the American people to become knowledgeable about this. I think people all over the globe are waking up to it. I view BRICS as a real competitor to the United States. So this empire will not be the monolith in the world controlling and owning everything. That's not our future. We're going to be, as an empire, in decline. There's going to be financial hardship because the dollar's now being challenged. There's going to be inflation. But this pain is felt by the working class globally. We have to come together globally. And again, that's why our tent has got to be the biggest tent. It's got to be one tribe, and it's got to be the human tribe. We've got to educate everybody in regards to that. If any man is left unfree, every man potentially will be unfree.
Okay, I have to get this in because I know Anthony, we had a stream last week with Jack Rasmus, the economist Jack Rasmus, based in California, and S.L. Canton, he's a geopolitical analyst based in Bangalore, India. And we had a discussion about BRICS. And there were some commentators that came in and, concerned about BRICS, especially about the exploitation of labor. Because we know that these resources aren't coming out of thin air. You got child labor involved, and you got all types of inhumane practices going on, even in these so-called global South empires that are more or less challenging the global hegemony of the West, the U.S., and all these, powers, Japan and Germany, France, and what have you. But my concern with BRICS is more or less maybe it's a hypothetical. I don't know. I don't know if I'm 100% bought into BRICS, only because I'm thinking this. It's used as, okay, it's an economic alliance, but I don't know if it can just clearly be viewed as economic. It has to be more than just an economic alliance, because there's the talk of de-dollarization and everything else. But when you start talking about multipolarity, that implicates not just monetary policy, but you're starting to build an ideology. You're saying, okay, we need to coexist. So that means automatically you're already saying, okay, I'm on the opposite side of the military-industrial complex. That's what that's telling me. I don't think there's truly just economic. And having said that, let's just say that BRICS 20 years in is developed, and we rewind to the situation we're in right now, where we have like active genocides going on around the world. What is BRICS doing? And I'm not judging BRICS based on its current status, but BRICS 20 years in the future. Would BRICS combat a situation like that? Would BRICS have any sort of leverage at all in a situation like that, with halting a genocide, with all the resources that's there, with the Saudi Arabia petrodollar influence and all those different petro-rich countries? Would BRICS have an interest in stopping humanitarian crises, or would BRICS just serve it?
Why would you look at BRICS? Okay, why don't you view? So there's the narrative that BRICS is different than the West, but at an economic level, I would argue that may be the same illusion of the two-party system in the United States, only at an international level, because the oligarchs in the United States built China. It's the capitalists here. They're the ones that invested in China. And when the Soviet Union fell, they were investing in the Soviet Union. They're all in the background, shaking hands, making big money, exploiting the workers globally. So why isn't that just another illusion that's been set up to keep us divided?
I mean, what are we talking about here, right? It's money. They're and I really, I get, and I think, I think on the surface, I think it excites a lot of people to think of the idea of being able to, stick it to the USA somehow and knock them down a peg and, balance things out globally in them kind of markets and stuff. But, at the end of the day, it's money, and there's really only one object of money, and that's the race to see who can get the most of it. So
Yep,
There's
global
always going to be
transport.
people. There's always going to be people, that are going to be the ultimate expense of that. So, I've never been, like hugely invested in what's going on with it. I hear about it. I've learned more about it recently through Kiko's, some of his podcasts and stuff. But for myself, I just don't see, where I'm at, where I find my hands and feet every day. I don't see the difference. It's just another control mechanism. It's another resource based, economy based, thing that, a lot of people are going to have to suffer to see come to fruition. So, you know, whether it succeeds or not, I don't know.
Matt, you had something to say?
No, man, I did not. Was I gesticulating without my awareness again? I did not mean to.
Okay, so let's get. So does CJ have? Do you have any response to this? And then we'll get Jay and Mark in too.
Well, I shared the Buckminster Fuller wisdom of, you don't fight authority, you don't fight the reality, you create a new one. You create a system that makes the old system obsolete. And I'm very focused on my eco village as a model and as a solution. I'm not out to conquer the world, the county, the state, the nation. I'm looking for, maybe anywhere from 9 to 19 like-minded people who want to live well and not depend on the system. Quite frankly, give the system the ultimate FU, the middle finger, the one finger salute, and say, hey, we might still be connected to the grid, but that's because we're selling you power. You're not selling us power.
How does that salute look? Is it kind of like this?
Pretty much.
Okay. Had to get that straight.
But anyway, that's really where I'm coming from. That's where I'm, putting my energy and focus, and hopefully it works and it's viable, and it'll be a model for, to be replicated and created elsewhere. And I'd even be willing to go on the public speaking tour.
And where's this village being formed, CJ? Can you enlighten the audience about what's going on right now with the Eco Village?
Yeah, I'm in upstate West Side, Michigan. Okay, not the UP, not up by Lake Superior. We're basically just off of Lake Michigan. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons I'm here is for the water. Water is the most critical thing you can have for survivability if you want to try to beat the climate change. At this point in time, I don't think we're gonna do anything, to make a difference, which means there's going to be mass migrations to places like Michigan here, and Wisconsin and Minnesota and other places, and first come, first serve. What can I say? I mean, that's my personal strategy. I wouldn't call myself a prepper, but I'm definitely a survivalist. I've always been a nonconformist. I got my hair back, but I've never cut my hair. I'm an authentic Colorado cowboy hippie. always have been, always will be.
And just to follow up before we continue the discussion, I'm just curious, CJ. Do you think that what you're doing is duplicable to because you keep emphasizing the water source? Is this something that's are there going to be inhibitions to where you are around the world? How will you be able to duplicate what you're trying to do, I guess, up there in Michigan in the Lower Peninsula?
Well, because I'm doing it personally, I'm going for the ultimate scenario. Obviously, if you got a couple of blocks, like an area that I might be drawn to is Detroit, because there's whole blocks that could be turned into basically eco villages with tiny homes, community gardens. They can still deploy the renewable energy, solar and wind. The geothermal may not be as conducive. That's another reason I like up here in where I'm at in Michigan is it's sandy loam soils, so it's super easy to dig, and also because of that substrate, you can do what's called slab on grade. You don't have to have big, huge foundations and crawl spaces and all the crap that goes along with that. You can have a thermal mass slab on grade, which is also very conducive to green heating and cooling, using geothermal again and heat pumps and such, inline water heaters, and so I've got a pretty extensive background in all of that and how to deploy it, and I'm working on sponsorships right now, and got a lot of interest on that level, and polishing off the business plan. We've already got a website. Went with a .org, so it's ecovillage ecovillageco-op.org will be the website, and already I shared the Facebook page or group already. But yeah, and it's one of those deals. Here, hold my beer while I do this. Because I think I know it's going to be successful because it's something that's needed. Is it for everybody? Oh, hell no. If you got $1 million in the bank and you're the same age as me, 68 years old, you don't need to be wasting time on something like that. You got it made. Good on you. But I think I'm pretty common. I know there's a lot of people my age that are, trying to survive on Social Security alone. And I think if there's enough of us that pool it, start cooperating and work together, I think we can make our lives better, rather than the traditional every man for himself, rugged individualism, which is kind of a cowboy thing, I guess.
And before we continue, just if you all want to have ways to connect with each other, we posted a lot of stuff in the chat, but you all can definitely just hit me up and I can connect you to anybody that you need to be connected with. And this may be a little premature, but I am going to go on and announce this because it's going to happen. Like, the likelihood is there because I have the connections. We have a discussion coming up in January with Zach Hyden, the Mad Redneck. Again, he's going to more or less have a debate with Noah Khrachvik from the Midwestern Marx Institute. And I know Jay is stoked about that because Jay has followed the Midwestern Marx Institute for a long time. And I hope to get something out of it because honestly, I'm not going to host something that people are just going to be shouting back and forth. Like, I just don't like that. There's no point of it. I've never seen a successful one on social media. And if someone has seen one that is successful, please share video links with me so I can watch them because I haven't seen it. And I honestly, I don't have an interest in it. If you do have it, send it to me. I've seen panels to where there's like civic discussion, but not a quote unquote a debate where these people are going back and forth about these and where people were actually respecting each other and stuff like that. So if it happens, it happens. It will happen. And I think it will be successful because people know when they come on the show what to expect. I mean, I've never shot down a guest. A guest is never, I mean, we just don't do that on here. We don't. Like, it goes against the purpose.
There was a debate. John Mersheimer and Jeffrey Sachs had.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll share that with you when I get a chance.
Oh, and it was labeled a debate. They actually debated stuff.
Yeah, they actually debated. Yeah, so I'll send it to you. You'll see. Yeah, they were debating. They took different sides of an issue, and there was a lot of conversation after the fact within the community, because both men are widely admired.
Was that the All In broadcast, John, that they were on? They were in the All In, those guys? I saw that one. Or you got another one?
Well, they were sitting across from each other. John was taking the realist position, which
Yeah.
he says, I don't like it, but that's my position. It's what I think, right? And Jeffrey Sachs was taking the position of, we don't have to depend on history and keep doing the same thing. We could do better, type of thing. Is that the debate?
I saw one that was compelling, and Sachs was ringing all the alarms that nuclear war, the imminence of it, and Mearsheimer was saying history would indicate that's not going to happen. And yeah, I saw that one. I don't know if it's the same one.
That was talking about the same one. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, now this is interesting, Mark. I'm looking at the chat because we obviously got our own thing going separate from the audience chat. But I think there are probably some depressed people out there, you know, they're still drinking the blue red Kool-Aid right now. But as far as this is concerned, this is interesting, Mark. That would be something to watch, you know, after Zach does this thing with Noah, because, you know, Zach is more or less coming from the anarchist perspective, which I'm just curious because at this point, I think just the labels, like trying to label myself, I don't know if I know everything I don't know enough to really even, I just think a lot of it is rhetoric. A lot of it is like, I try to be more practical about things, and I don't know if the labels are going to be of any use unless, you know, I can see the usefulness in them. But I've learned a lot through Mark, and I'd really be curious to see Mark after Zach does this thing. And you know how it is with this social media stuff. I don't think that there are a lot of genuine characters and actors out there in the social media landscape, because when push comes to shove, you try to get people together and then people back out. And I would definitely be curious to see someone like Mark confront Midwestern Marx Institute, for instance, like, and have like a good debate, a good conversation, because there's just so much I don't know, man, honestly, about Marxism. And I think Mark is the type of person that he would enrich the conversation. And my question would be, would Midwestern Marx agree to that? I hope they would. They're cool with me. I'm cool with them. And that's why I was going with earlier with communication. Half the battle is just having good rapport with people. Those are going to be things that we need going forward to get any kind of action accomplished, you know, whether it's, you know, at a local level. It's really easy to break that line. Like, it doesn't take much to break the line because we're already so tentative as it is. It's already a precarious situation. So communication sometimes is just simply, you have to have a good conduit to have that comfortability with people. And I would like to see a conversation with Mark and Midwestern Marx Institute. So after Zach, I'm definitely going to try to make something happen with that, because I want to see that. I want to have my popcorn ready and see what Mark has to say to them, because I've heard so many different things. I know Jay is more familiar with it. I've heard people say that Midwestern Marx doesn't have a good grasp of what communism is. I've heard this from a lot of different people. And I've heard that within a U.S. context that they're great for that stuff. So I'm just, as an outside observer, I'm here and I'm still learning. And so I think that the fact that I can be kind of impartial to that will make that happen. But like I said, if they agree to it, I'm definitely going to promote it. I'm going to push it, because I want to see Mark talk to them too with Zach. So after Zach does it, I want to see Mark do it. I want to see it because I want to learn more. And I believe my audience will get something from a discussion like that. And if we can get that to happen, connecting those two together, we will see. But I understand what you mean, Mark, about the communication aspect getting through to certain people. The announcement I was going to make before we continue is that I'm going to get Cornel West, Jill Stein, Claudia de la Cruz, Joseph Kishore, and maybe another person on to discuss what they're doing after this is over, this circus is over, because a lot of people have been criticizing third-party candidates and saying where are they to be found after the election is over, and I don't think that that's a fair criticism. But that's kind of the narrative that's been drawn, is that you never see these people unless there's an election cycle. And so I kind of brought it up to Cornell when he was on the show a couple of times, what's going on after this election? Is that actually going to be something happening, or are we just going to be waiting in the shadows? And so that's what that discussion will be about. The interview is more or less informal. He's agreed to it, but it's just a matter of getting all the logistics together. And so I think that that's going to be important too. Anybody has something to say? Because I know we were talking about BRICS and everything else before I mentioned those two things.
Just as a direct reply to what you just were talking about, I worked with the Claudia campaign. I'm part of PSL, and I don't know if y'all know, they all endorsed each other on the states they are on. I don't know if you already talked about that and everything. I do have a question sort of related to this. We can go back to the other topic, whatever y'all want to do. Earlier today, I was looking at the exit polls, like at noon. You know what I'm saying? And it was saying, this is, obviously these things are entirely, you have to take them with a grain of salt, right? But it was saying 27% independent in California, 21% in New York, and 8% in Tennessee. Now, it does seem like that those numbers have greatly gone down. I'm just wondering, what would be does anybody have any indication of what the cause for that kind of discrepancy would shift from 8, that large of a percentage to 0.08? Do they just count those guys first, or? I don't know.
No. What was that again? I need to hear the question again.
So earlier today, I looked up the stats on what was going on in a few states when the early poll results came out, the exit polls and some mail-in ballot early stuff, had come out, and it was saying 8% in Tennessee for independents, 27% at one point in California, and 21% in New York, which would have been enough if one of those was one party to get on the debates potentially. Now it's saying 0.08%, 0.07%, 0.0 whatever. I just wonder what did they count all the guys? I'm not saying there's some sort of conspiracy here. I just don't understand the discrepancy so quickly. I understand that it's going to be very off in some ways, but that off seems strange, I guess. I don't know. I just don't understand.
I think I have an answer to your question, but I'll let someone else chime in. But I think I have an answer to what you're asking. Okay, I answered the question. No one wants to get in there. I was going to give someone a chance to say, okay, so I think independent is a tricky word. And when you look at the mail-in ballots and stuff, for instance, when it says independent, they don't really specify what that is. And I'm working with the Green Party, full disclosure. I'm trying to work with the Green Party and the Libertarian Party just here in the state of Tennessee locally to see things that we can do like right now instead of just waiting, all these, because these things have to build. And a state like Tennessee, the Green Party of Tennessee is pretty much non-existent. I know that they have a cute little social media, but they on the ground, it's man, there's nothing. And same for PSL. I think there's a chapter in Nashville, but I mean, that's really not a lot going on. So with these types of third parties, there's not an infrastructure to where those people are counted as independents per se, but there are a lot of independents. But unfortunately, they're independents that are only part of the duopoly. They're not independents. They're probably independents that are dying to have a growth of some kind of a movement outside of the two parties, but they just don't have the infrastructure yet in these states. And so independent, I take is just simply they're waiting for the moment to support one of the major candidates. It's not independent in the sense that, oh, they're going to support third parties. Some of those people will, but it's a very, very small fraction. Most of the time, that's simply just, it's a duopoly mechanism. And that's the reason why they advertise it, because if it was something else, they wouldn't advertise it like that. They wouldn't put in your face 27% of these people are going to go third party. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to give them that much exposure to begin with. Like, it's all meant to be independence to break for this side or that side, not to be independent, truly independent.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying that's no independent voters who maybe hadn't registered in the primaries, basically, for one party or another, instead opposed to that's how many people voted for an independent party.
Correct.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Thank
you. Yeah. As far as the election's concerned, looks like Trump is in good position. It's 216 to 198 right now. But again, they're basically letting it go down to the same 8 states or whatever, which is ridiculous. We knew that this was going to happen. It probably won't be until the next day before anyone knows anything. I just hope that it's over with so we don't have to deal with all the other like riots and everything else, and learning the results 3 weeks later, 3 years later. But it's definitely a frustrating process. You would think in a country like this that the results would just be pretty much instantaneous, but unfortunately that's not the case. But again, it's all pretty much they get advertising. Advertisers pay a lot of money to get these slots during these types of moments, and so of course they're going to delay the results. They probably already have the results as far as I'm concerned, but they're going to delay it as much as possible because you got so many other mechanisms in place. But I'm interested, Jay, with your work. You've done a lot of grassroots stuff with not just PSL. I mean, you've done stuff with police abolition, with the jail system in Tennessee. And I know that, Anthony, you and I, we had a long discussion, and you collaborate with a lot of different organizations locally there in PA. And just, I guess, a question for you two specifically, and then we can branch out. So what can we do now with any infrastructure that we have to build from this moment forward? Kind of like the big question coming into the night, instead of us just sitting here just hoping for these, politicians, which we know is not going to be the case. You talked about the port strike and how that was more or less a win for the workers and how that wasn't as advertised as it should have been. But it's still more or less, it's a concession. It's a concession. Is that where we kind of are now in society? Is it the next concession that we have to get? Or do we go beyond that? Do we just take the victories while we can and just build from those minor victories? I guess that's the question I'm posing to you and Jay.
So, I mean, something like that where workers show such a complete, show of force, they get it wrapped up so quick and put a huge dent in what they're trying to accomplish. Like, those things happen so far and few between. And I mean, I think over the last couple of years, like, I think you've seen a lot of it, across the country, specifically with unionizing and stuff like that, where these things are starting to come together. But I mean, yeah, I think, I think people are content. I think people kind of accept things as the way they are, and whether it's having the time to get involved or be involved or find something to get involved with outside of, like the usual once or twice a year just to do something kind of thing. Like, I get that to a degree. Like, we're all buried, we got work and families, and there's just too much to do. And I mean, that's the thing. I think like what we mentioned earlier, the positive of another Trump presidency is we might get people willing to get back out there and roll up their sleeves again. If we can see it for what it is this time and kind of just steer them in a little better direction, I mean, maybe we can, keep building on the foundation of the, successes that, the labor movements have had before us. It's all we can really do is keep finding ways to push forward and, finding them successes where we can, sure. And, we really got to find space and the time to celebrate these victories, and really come together and treat them for what they are. Like, these are the things that directly impact us. Like, I said before, like, some of them things, like especially that port strike, just the way it was handled and the way it went down, like, there should have been parades across the country celebrating that. Like, it's such a miraculous thing that happened, and it was like people were just relieved that, there wasn't going to be a toilet paper shortage. So, they're not a huge investment in what's actually going on and what was accomplished and how, but, people with the money were put in a position where they had no choice but to buckle. And, we don't see that very often. The workers had the power in that moment, and it's a beautiful thing to see. We don't get to see it very often. We don't recognize it when we do see it. And, that's part of the problem. That's who we are. That's what we are, right? Why aren't we recognizing us? Why aren't we celebrating us? Why aren't we fighting for us, and not just worried about, whether this is going to, this specific action, whether it's a strike or something, is going to be uncomfortable or create an uncomfortable situation out there. Like, we're not willing to take the risks. We're scared to death of other people taking the risks. Like, it's almost like it's people are beat down, man. I don't know how to rejuvenate, how to regenerate that, and it's like, so maybe a Trump presidency can do that again. It kind of worked once. I have a feeling under a Harris presidency, like, you'll get a, sigh of relief and kind of just business as usual, and that sucks. Just, makes our jobs a little bit harder, but one foot at a time, man. Just gotta keep pushing forward. Like, what are you good at? What are your strengths? What are your skills? Where can you contribute to whatever it is? And how can we keep building on, like what we did tonight? How can our minds continue to work together and do the things that they're going to do, like whatever that's going to look like. That's the goal. We spent a good amount of time tonight getting to know each other. The question is, what do we have to show for that time? What are we going to, what's going to come of that time? Do we have something, productive that we can say is going to come from this time? I've been learning a lot of great stuff, and I love it. It's like my favorite thing about, doing stuff like this, and that I'm always going to want to put myself in a position to learn and be around bigger minds than myself, you know. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm a labor guy. I roll up my sleeves. I got a couple bags of tools, and, you know, whatever we got to do, we need to start doing, you know. So, you know, I don't know what that looks like for us, you know, but I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, I like that. And that's the reason why I kind of assorted the panel the way I did. And it's really just a rapport I had with the people that have been on the show and the people who had followed the show. That's kind of what it went into. And there were supposed to have been other people on, but for scheduling purposes, you know, it wasn't able to happen. But we have some people that kind of do a combination of the labor and the politics. And then we have people who are in academia or associated with academia. A lot, let's just be honest, even the people who are in academia here, we're kind of pariahs to the establishment. Like, I mean, I know myself, I can't even really claim that I'm a part of academia right now. I mean, I'm technically not. I'm not in academia actively right now. And at this point, the way things are going, I probably won't get into it. It's not going to happen. And we know that there are reasons behind that. And I know that, you know, Matt and I, especially, I know Mark, we've discussed this off camera a lot. And if people only knew what happened in those walls, and you sign up for something and you think it's something, but it's completely different. But it's no different than if you're working for a company. You're still working for a company. It's no different, really. You get into it and then you realize that there's just such a conflict ideologically, and you feel like you don't have any power, no control. But the fact that everyone that's there that you look up to is just, they're so caught up in it, like they're company people at the end of the day.
Yeah,
it goes back to the same thing we've been talking about. Everyone is still loyal to the company. And even though we're closer in proximity to like our experiences, like outside of the company, everyone is bound to the company. And is it ever going to change? Like it's such a tough thing. It doesn't matter what industry you're in.
I ain't gonna lie, it's like a weird form of Stockholm syndrome. You know what I mean? That like that's just over top of like most of this country with like, you know, the whole idea, like, you know, how our work ethics have been driven throughout the years, you know what I mean? Like, and just how we just accept that, you know, things need to be this way, you know, for the greater good somehow, you know. It's, you know, and we defend the people that keep us down. We defend, you know, the people that take more than they're entitled to. And, you know, we make the excuses for them and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty messed up. It's a crazy head game. It's been being played for a long time. I was looking through a book the other day that goes back to something that it was called something like the Bacon Affair or something like that, and they were talking about the invention of the white race, right? And essentially just how, you know, especially in America, the earliest like labor movements were very diverse, you know, and, you know, the ruling class, if you will, recognized how creating a racist system, you know, giving privilege to white people, creating that class at a state level, creating more opportunities, all different kinds of things, around this time created a lot of that same divide we see today. You know what I mean? And a lot of the things we're experiencing today are ripped from that same exact playbook, hundreds of years old, and we fall for it just the same. We're told what's best for us, we're told, oh, this person, he's the one that's out to get you, and and what we're, but it just gets worse and worse every time, right? Like right now, it's like, with what we're dealing with like immigrants and stuff and immigration, it's like reefer madness all over again, but with people, like, oh, all these immigrants are murdering rapists that escaped from an insane asylum and, eating our cats, like, and just generating this fear across the country. And it's like, what's next? Like, how long before like these same, we're going to be locking down states next? Oh, like, oh, the people leaving their states are a danger. And it's like, next thing you know, it's going to be us, where's the playbook have to go from there? Like, like they keep raising it up a bar every so often. Eventually it's going to be turned on us, and it already is. We got this militarized police. We got police cities sprouting up like weeds across the country. They're prepared to whoop our ass when we say enough is enough and try to, since that Bacon affair, one of the earliest American labor movements, that ruling class has been preparing for where they're at today. The lock they have on us today, since the early 1600s, 1700s.
Fear
like they've been
motivator. You mentioned fear. Fear is they've got everybody operating out of fear. People don't vote for what they want. They vote against what they fear the most. But everything seems to be fear-based. If history is any guide, nothing lasts forever. And you hit these tipping points where the pain becomes so great that people rise up. And normally these types of revolutions are violent. The working class pays the biggest price. Well, in some sense. I mean, think about the French Revolution. The king lost his head, the king in the court.
Isn't that the beauty of an uneducated population? You keep them dumb long enough, they forget about all that, and the pain ain't so great, like ignorance is bliss kind of thing, and we get to start over. And you know what I mean? Like, I think that's why you've seen such broad stretches between them pops where workers just, and America, I think over the last 100-some years has been a very active spot for labor movements, small one, large ones, especially over the last, 100-some years, going back to the mid 1800s with, like the Knights of Liberty and all that kind of stuff, like, or the Knights of Labor, not Knights of Liberty, Knights of Labor. Like, there's been a lot of efforts, but they've had too much of a head start, and now they've been so ingrained, so heavily relying on the Democratic Party that, that political arm is an extension of our union organizing. It's no longer the organizers, rising up and, making their claims. You have a figurehead now that, speaks on your behalf now, and
why I kind of appreciate a historian like Yuval Noah Harari, who can give us those long cycle perspectives that have really studied history going all the way back. You know, we certainly we have capitalists even who are very good at defining economic cycles, and they're short economic cycles, boom bust cycles, the business cycle, and there's long-term cycles where you have, you know, things like hitting tipping breaking points, 1929 depression, 2008, where, you know, you're facing total economic collapse. And then there's longer cycles than that have to do with empires rising and falling. And, you know, I think it would be very insightful. I love to listen to, you know, really great historians to get some insight as to the timing of things and what you might expect. Like, when will the wheels come off the bus, so to speak? And the other group of people I really appreciate and like to hear from are scientists, because they're data driven and they're completely rational for the most part, particularly the really good ones. And I'm thinking like Lawrence Krauss, Michio Kaku, you know, Brian Greene, physicist, astrophysicist, Sean Carroll, you know. So these types of people, to get them involved in these conversations, the scientists, for it seems like for a long, long time, held back. They didn't want to get involved in political conversations. But now all of a sudden, they're starting to get engaged. So things are getting, they hit a tipping point. They get so bad that people who would normally not get involved in these discussions come in and they provide insight. And I think, so something is definitely changing when you see people like that, scientists coming into the political fray. That's very unusual. It doesn't normally happen. Normally like to stay out of that kind of crap, you know, but that's what's happening today. So, Kiko, just something for you to think about, engaging with some of these scientists, bringing them in, and these historians that can take those long views. You know, economists also have interesting views when it comes to cycles.
Curious, you mentioned Harari. Isn't he the heir apparent to Schwab at the WEF?
Well, I mean, he's Israeli.
He's gay. He's Israeli.
He's gay. He's Israeli. You know, the deep connections, I don't know, but
well, okay. I'm not dismissing the guy's bona fides. It's just curious the context, John. That's all, because his he's a darling of the WEF and the Davos crowd, Harari. It's just interesting. It's strange bedfellow. Whatever. It's curious that the biopolitical hasn't come up tonight. It's curious Foucault hasn't come up at all, because the precincts we find ourselves in, the lattice of control we find ourselves in is thoroughly biopolitical at this point. It seems to me. I'm not going to pitch Foucault for what he advocates. He's remarkably neoliberal in many of his conclusions. But as an analysis, I'm just curious that we're running late, but I just tossing that out there. When I think of Harari, when I think of what he is, it's hard for me to tell Harari between what he firmly believes and what he's pitching in a gadfly way. It's hard for me to tell, and I've only read his what was his piece he wrote for Wall Street Journal in the way back. I've only read that opinion piece, John, so I'm not familiar with his other work.
Yeah, he's got plenty of information. He's written several books. There's a lot of information on him. I find that he's insightful. He goes into areas, including technology, that he provides insight into. And, but again, that's just one person. These are,
I follow you. No,
yeah. So
yeah.
I like getting, the more people you can bring in, you start, everyone brings something to the table, just like this group here. We all bring something to the table. And then some bigger perspective starts to gel. You start getting an image of what's possible, maybe timing, things of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
I part of what shocked me and traumatized me was the extent to which the COVID scam was biopolitics on steroids. Not to mix too many awkward metaphors, but that the extent to which they had locked us into surveillance at the subatomic level, right? At the subatomic, at the most basic essence, the demos reduced to bios, that this is the ultimate wet dream of the capitalists. Their fantasy of us is utterly reduced to the biopolitical. And I guess I see Harari as a champion of that. There's nothing there. That doesn't mean there aren't good points. John, I take your point absolutely, and I'd love to hear more of your perspective on that. I don't know if it triggered me, but I want to say that, but the realization that you can have, there's so much nefariousness going on here. Mark gives us account very personally biography of Surveillance Gone Mad on him in a real life biography of Dark Mirror. Zach told us about being direct experiences with infiltration. And we're absolutely being watched right now. So what is that, when the panopticon is so constant, high frequency, low amplitude, persistent, what there is, the absurdity that there's any escape. There is absolutely no escape.
Well,
so then
and I'm not sure that we necessarily have to escape.
Sure.
I think there's a good side and a bad side to surveillance.
Okay.
I know this sounds kind of cliche, and maybe you guys will recoil when I say this, but if you're fundamentally an honest person and you do hard work, and I also am a person that believes in nonviolence. To be clear, I was a conscientious objector. I wouldn't take another human being's life. I just wouldn't do it. It's my personal choice. It's who I am. And another thing about me, my son is a biophysicist. So he's got a physics degree, and he went into biophysics. He used to work at NIH. So I have a side of an inside track into what's really going on. He's a researcher. He's actually done something that nobody's ever done. He was the first one to actually watch translation happening real time in live cells. And he got a write up in Science for that.
Wow.
So I appreciate, I just love the notion of getting the wider perspective on things. Robert Sapolsky, when it comes to behavioral psychology, he's another one that provides incredible insight into the complexity of who we are, and not to be lost in all of our discussions. And I know it's easy to get depressed, but we can't forget that it is true as individuals, we have to enjoy our experience. Life is an experience. It's a series of, we're observers and we go through the universe, and it's okay. There's a view of the natural world that is deterministic, and there's another view of randomness and chaos. So they're competing views. I personally tend to fall on the side that, it's that at a very fundamental quantum level, everything's just vibrating and moving, and nothing happens without something impacting it, some event that happened prior to it. So following that to, as far as you can, you come to the conclusion that maybe the world's deterministic. I might not understand all the pieces and how it's going to go, but that seems to make sense to me. Other people would argue just as well the other side of it. And there's evidence, I guess you could look at from both sides. But having a large number of people from a lot of different fields coming together, biologists, physicists, psychologists, political scientists, legal experts, even capitalists have perspectives that are very interesting. Economists, all of those things add value, and it's worth getting as many different perspectives as you can, because we are so limited in what we can see anyway. And then there's these innate human characteristics that we have to live with, like confirmation bias, dissonance, So there's these things, and when you can understand it, it gives you a different perspective. And then the philosophy of life. What is a life? Why are we even here? What's the purpose? Is there a purpose? There's probably no purpose except that we came. We don't know where we came from. We don't know where we're going, and we can observe in the middle. You want it, so you have to get some joy out of living too. So we have to try to keep that perspective, because particularly when you get involved in these conversations like we are, a lot of people say, well, I'm just confounded, I'm depressed, I'm anxious.
Joy.
We have to reach out. Right. We have to reach out. We have to help one another. And you have to have some humor. What about George Carlin? What about a comedian? I guess
No, I was thinking the same thing, Mark, but you had to comment, Mark. Look, I knew you got something to say.
That was Oprah Winfrey at the DNC.
Oh God, please don't.
Yeah.
It was like what's his name? Wes Mueller, Tarzan. Joy.
I mean, you're in the Truman Show when everyone is for you, then suddenly they turn on you. I mean, everyone on the View loved Donald Trump. Everyone in Washington loved Donald Trump. Everyone loved it until they didn't love him. All of a sudden, and to a chorus, absolutely to a chorus. That's the Truman Show.
So Oprah is the subject of the Truman Show.
I don't know that she's the subject. I think she's one of the house players in the Truman Show. I mean, maybe at any given moment, any one of us could be, I guess. But yeah.
What I wanted to show you, but it's too long to show. But if you watch the Oprah speech at the DNC, they cut, to the audience. And I find that fascinating when you look at the audience at the DNC, and it's like you ask yourself, who are these people? What are they thinking? Like, what's up with them? That for me is kind of like, it's not the central question. I think like all of what we've been discussing is relevant and pertinent, but in terms of research, that's kind of what fuels me, because what John is talking about, it's all very good and all very legitimate, but the question is, why is it not operative in some ways politically? And so I try to answer that question. Like, we have the answers, but why is it what's the blockage? It's one thing to say, well, it's the power of capital. That's true. And so then you get like, this Marxist dichotomy, bourgeoisie versus labor. and obviously we don't live quite in that world. We live in a world where there's this kind of like, I mean, this is my research project. There's an intermediate class, right? There's a bureaucracy, there's a petty bourgeoisie, there's a PMC, liberal media, academic class, and their job is, you know, and they're in this contradictory position. So when I see the audience at the DNC, you know, that I'm kind of thinking about what's going through their minds. You know, why is it that they're so excited about Kamala Harris when really, if you look at the Biden administration over the last 4 years, it's one horrible disaster after another. But they're so excited, they're enthusiastic, they're thrilled, but at the same time, like, you know, I can't but second guess those people. Like, I can't but think, you know, what is it that they're deluded about? And so for me, that's kind of like the nut to crack, really. Like, that's on the one hand, not just descriptively, but, you know, politically, like, how do we deprogram that class of people, the middle class, the PMC? That's sort of the focus for me, which is one of the reasons why I've looked into technology, because there was a lot of tech hype in the early 2000s. And then after that, with all the wokeism, after Occupy Wall Street, there was this kind of like, I don't know, you might call it postmodern revanchism. You know, postmodernism wanted to come back. It was upset that it had been kind of like dethroned or defamed in some ways. And so we got a lot of, you know, identitarianism coming in. And then when Trump got elected, it sort of kicked into full gear as an explanatory framework. So, you know, that's why, I mean, like when I see Oprah, and she's a really great speaker, you know, but you know, and I've looked at some of the recent hype around the Harris campaign with ads by, what's his name from Indiana Jones. There was an ad put out by
Harrison Ford.
Harrison
Ford. And there was, and then you look at the ads put out by Kamala Harris, and it's it's like about abortion, and it's about like working people suffering. And it's kind of like she's tapping into this, almost what Obama was doing. You know, I feel your pain kind of logic.
It's very much that fraud. It's very much that, and it's always pitched to an alterity. You know, that without Trump, without his triggering, without his, there'd be no the no there would be obvious. And with the whole thing with the transgender movement came just on the heels of Occupy, and I just think that's interesting. It came also on the heels in a big way of Black Lives Matter. As Black Lives Matter receded because it was utterly captured, it then came all things trans. And I think you're spot on, Mark, with the revanchism that was going on there, very much intended to reduce to absolute absurdity, identitarian absurdity, any basis for a shared material reality. You know, when we can be reduced to whatever pronoun you're comfortable with, I mean, that's really quite an accomplishment. That's an extraordinary accomplishment of liminality gone utterly berserk. Utterly berserk.
Yeah.
That's exactly what was said. The last interview I did, they said the exact same thing you said, Matt, off of Occupied. It seemed like there was a narrative that was really pushed after that happened. That was a really crucial point. It seems distant now, but we're talking, 13 years? So we're looking at this stuff seems so distant, but it's not distant at all. It's still there. I mean, the fact that a lot of what we discussed, like with Obama, for instance, 16 years is, relatively speaking, is a pretty long time ago, but it's still very much within the framework of what we're discussing now. It's all within the framework.
I think the intrusion, I mean, agrarian populism had a shot for a little bit until the revanchism of racist identity and that trope crushed it. There was this brief moment, and then I'm not the historian to give you the blow by blow, but I think we can see over and over again that the moment when there is glimpse, the possibilities of everything that's been talked about tonight, there is some provocation or a series of provocations, and we've got biographies here that give account of facing that. I've been close to people who, Mark, like you, have suffered that. That's a longer discussion, but I've never been important enough for it for them to quite reach me. But this is relentless and constant. And I mean, for every individual that poses a threat, they've got 5 agents they can deploy to them. I mean, I think that's where we're at. And it may be a point where this is the point of collapse, that at some point their logics turn on each other, their suspicions turn on each other, their brinkmanship turns on each other. And it may be that's what we're seeing at the highest levels of the schisms of the elite. It may be that Musk outing everyone from the Podesta brothers to George Soros in tweets is that they are really caving in on each other at this point.
Oh, not to interrupt this discussion, but we may have to get off in about 40 minutes. I did not think that we would go beyond the hour, not on Kiko's Freethinkers Forum. But the Harris campaign.
Pick up your son, Kiko? Where is he? He's waiting for you.
I got to get going in a minute. I got to jump off in a minute. It's been great.
Harris headquarters looks pretty deflated right now, to say the least. It looks like the night is going Trump's way.
Never underestimate. Yeah, sorry.
80% of the vote in, and Trump is up 4% in Wisconsin. 80% of the vote is in. He's leading in pretty much all the swing states. Michigan, he's up 6.2%, but there's only 52% of the vote in. But it's probably going to be a longer night than I anticipate, but they'll probably call it around 3 a.m. Just the way things are looking right now.
In regards to Michigan, we got the largest Arab population, I think, outside of the Middle East, particularly Lebanese, Syrian, and of course with the Israeli, Hamas conflict and what's going on in Gaza. I mean, those people are just out of their minds. And I understand why. So, I mean, except for that, I think the Democrats would have definitely taken Michigan. Not that it matters for us. I was always amazed. I saw this. I used to say to myself, how the hell could anybody except Trump? And I saw this lady interview 5 female Trump supporters, and she started by playing the old tape from 2016 or 2015, grab her by the pussy, and here he's talking about a married woman, and these people are going, yeah, men are pigs, and she just generalizes that men are pigs and they accept that, and then they go on to explain that he's authentic with the other side. So kind of like, yeah, he's a pig, but I know he's a pig. Those other people are pigs and they hide it so well. How many people has he killed? How many genocides is he on top of? How many state ops has he initiated and authorized? I don't know, but I know what Clinton was capable of. I know what Obama was capable of. I know what Biden was capable of. I'm pretty sure what Harris is capable of. I didn't vote for Trump. My point is to you, John. At the end of the day, even as crummy elite, no doubt, shitty person he is in many ways. At the end of the day, this is my good buddy, the guy that I'd hang out with during COVID. He says, at the end of the day, how many people has he killed? That's what he wants to know. What's he capable of? And I say that to a pacifist.
The one thing that Trump has been fairly consistent on, the one time I feel like I hear any ounce of sincerity from him is when he talks about war and death. That's the only time I feel like I ever hear anything sincere and consistent from the guy. But then again, look how he's thrown down for Edelman and Israel, and let's go into Lebanon. So fuck all. What do we, right? I mean,
Hey, oh no, he's ready to go in. He's ready to go all in on Iran.
It's just a different enemy. But I think it's noteworthy to check out my Substack. Since you brought up Michigan, John, the elephant in the battleground, how Michigan will decide the 2024 election. I wrote it over the weekend. I think it's pretty much coming to fruition. The three largest issues in the state of Michigan were the economy, taxes, and immigration, and Trump leads in all those issues. And furthermore, the issue between Gaza and Israel, Michigan voters favor him over 10 points in the state of Michigan from those issues. And the genocide in Gaza will cause Kamala the election. Well, I predicted this a while back, and everything that I wrote in the article has pretty much come to pass. And the Democrats, they're gonna have to really reevaluate their party, especially going down the road 2028, even not because. And the thing about it, Trump's not going to be in power in 2028, but Trump has successfully hijacked the anti-war label. He has, whether he's full of shit or not. The fact that he can say that he's the anti-war candidate, he can say that. Based on the track record of the Democrats. That has cost them a lot of things.
It's absolutely a lie. But the Arab community, mostly in Dearborn, that they essentially endorsed Jill Stein. So it isn't like Trump. They didn't go to Trump, but they cost Harris. And I don't know, maybe they're 3% of the population, maybe something like that. 3% could be enough to swing it, right?
170,000 Arab American voters in the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
It's a substantial 2 million Arab American voters across the country, and it's not just the issue that's reduced to Michigan either. I think that this is going to be seen after the polling is done. I think in Wisconsin. Is going to have significant effects, and Pennsylvania is going to have significant effects. I don't think it's just a Michigan thing either. I don't think a lot of people agree with this. Anthony, you were saying something?
Well, I mean, so with in my experience, I'll just speak in my experience. A lot of these voters that we say, like especially like Arab voters and stuff, when we say like, oh, like if they would have voted this way, they would have been enough to swing something. In my area, those voters, especially Arabs, usually vote conservative. They're usually extremely conservative. And some of them that even try to run for local politics can be pretty extreme, like with, thinking women shouldn't be involved in politics and stuff like that, shouldn't be on a borough, on a council or something like that. Like it's, a lot of very wild things like that, and I know in our area, they were definitely, as conservative as they are, they were more of like a traditional old school Republican. They, in my area, a lot of them recognize they can't vote for that, but aren't seeing it, not just not seeing it from Kamala Harris, but, actively being assaulted by that campaign, you know what I mean? And being scapegoated, and, they're kind of a demographic that, is like the sacrifice, for a greater good or something like that. And like, they're not buying it, and they're not.
Yeah.
So the notion that like these voters, are automatically taking from Kamala when in a rational world probably wouldn't be voting for her party in the first place.
Right.
100%.
You know what I mean? It's
no shit.
I don't know. Like, and that's just, you know, that's in my experience. That's what I see, you know, it's like, it's like I said, again, it's part of that weird mind game. It's just that guilt trip. Like, oh, everybody needs to vote Kamala to save democracy. And like, you know, the non-voters and the people that are, you know, if they would just do it, like, what makes you assume they would vote for you anyway if they did? Like, you know, that they don't owe, you know, them Arabs don't owe Kamala their vote. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I grew up, and I'll just speaking about the Arab community in Michigan. I grew up in Dearborn, so I'm very familiar with them. A lot of them are my friends, and they typically are blue. They typically go blue, and like I said, they're not gonna, at least. So I'm not saying, you know, the Arab community nationally is a diverse community. So it could look different where you're at than it does. But I can speak to Dearborn. They've been reliably blue, and they didn't go to the conservative side. They didn't say I'm going to go with Trump because they know where Trump stands on this issue. He's going.
Well, no, I did say that. I said they recognize they can't vote for Trump as, you know, a brand of what they are, you know, their conservative traditional values. They know he doesn't represent that, you know what I mean? And I think they've responded to that, you know what I mean? But it hasn't worked out for Kamala the way they had hoped.
No, I think both of you are onto something because my friend Rachel from Dearborn, Michigan too, she texted me after she read my article and was saying, you're totally right, because if anything, kind of to what John was saying, those people are going to support Jill Stein. They're just not going to support Harris, or they're not going to vote at all because of that issue alone. But to Anthony's point, and Trump has been very shrewd with this over the years, he's tapped into the black vote. A lot of black voters are conservative voters. It's a bullshit myth that blacks are inherently progressive people. It's not true. At least not the people that I'm around. These people that I'm around are conservative minded to the T. And it's not a Tennessee thing either. This is all across the country. Certain cultures have these characteristics, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's culture has to be considered in these political games, and the politicians know they're not as dumb as they seem. They know that there are cultures there that have their traditions and stuff. And the black community is no different than any other community. And Trump has successfully been able to tap into that conservative tradition, whether it's the black church. There is a base of conservatism that's already there. And they're not down with whatever agenda that the Democrats have been so complacent for so many years. And they've allowed this to just keep building and building and building to where the culture war is just more intensified. So it kind of goes hand in hand. And so they have capitalized off of this. And they're like, well, shit, we see where they stand as far as their values and stuff. All we need to do is tweak it a little bit this way, and we can get them on our side. And that's exactly what's happening. And that trend is happening with blacks, Arabs, and anyone else that you can think of. I mean, it's just pretty much, this is a very puritanical country. And especially geographically, there are pockets that are just very puritanical. And it's only going to get more exploited in these cycles if people don't speak to the issues of people's living conditions and what you can do for the working person. Not this other bullshit that they're selling to people. It's just not working anymore.
Yeah. Can I chime in, Kiko?
Of course you can.
This is kind of like my hobby horse, and but I'd like to hear from you if you have comments. You all. Lisa Featherstone wrote an article in Jacobin recently, and I've heard this elsewhere on the This Is Revolution podcast. that the left is moving away from culture wars while the right is still mired in it. So I don't know if that's, I mean, this is kind of like, it's sort of like woke has kind of played itself out. But one of the reasons is that the left didn't win the argument against woke. It was the right with their anti-woke legislation that kind of, really put a dent in it. I don't think the left succeeded in that regard. So I think for me on the left, the question still remains, right? Like if you think of PSL, Jay, you can tell me about this. PSL has a kind of like, if you think about it, what is socialism and liberation? It's like basically class and identity, right? Or nationalism, national liberation. So I'm really concerned with this issue about like, what is the proper connection, let's say?
So I love this question. I had a positive comment and it relates directly to this, so I'll start from there. You remember how both the UAW and the Teamsters were at the conventions, right? They flanked them, kind of. Now, if they would have both not endorsed them, it might have been better. But it's still in this moment, as we see Sean Fain have so many record wins, as we see the Shoreman, as we see Biden, take down the train strikes, and people get really pissed off about that, and so we are seeing labor become more and more obvious within the people's minds, just even normal people, normal, and so again, and I think that okay. So this is why I kind of like, I think that I'm PSL, but I think that there is a necessity for ACP in this way, that they can win over conservatives who would not listen to PSL. They would not, they can say things that trigger the liberals, bring in the folks, tell them about Marxist-Leninism, and then you know what I mean? It's like a pipeline from the right away. And I've seen them successfully do it. I've seen them do it over and over again on their shows when they talk to people. Somebody will come in and be like a monarchist corporatist or something, and then they'll turn them over to a Marxist-Leninist by next week one and join the party. Now, I don't want to use those tactics personally, right? I find them they offend my sensibilities essentially, but I see them as a necessary in the industrial core, where 30 to 40% of the people that liberals have wrote off as deplorables are, and I do see what you're saying about. I think that PSL is going after has been going after a certain demographic, and and at this point in time, there is almost a need for there to be that they have to be separate just because of necessity in a certain way. But eventually, when we can all realize that corporate lobbyism controls everything that we care about, and we don't have any choice over the thing like this or that, like if you're. I mean, let's be. I'm pro-choice, right? But my morality isn't the lever of society. If they want more depopulation or if they need a surplus population, that's probably more likely why they're going to make a certain move or another move. It's not going to be my morality, because my morality is only tied up to my vote, and money is way more influential in legislation than my vote is. And so, what I mean is that we have to kind of, at some point, and let's I think this is the best way to kind of talk about this is to talk about Muslim communities, right? Because when you talk about white conservative areas, it gets a little more complicated, right? But if you talk about let's say conservative people, we know we wouldn't go into, let's say you were a brand new person in a faith, right? Let's just say, all right, and somebody said something that you felt was a little bit transphobic, right? But you're 2 weeks in, and do you go in and say, I have a different understanding of the Quran than I think that you might, and here's my understanding, even though you're an imam who studied this for your whole life. No, you're not going to say that. But if they are, but if they are open to communism because or decolonization and all these other things, genocide, anti-racism, all these other stuff, you have all of these endpoints, and I believe that the positive thing, right, is that not everybody has to know how lawnmowers work to mow the lawn, but everybody has to mow the lawn. But you know what I'm saying? So in the sense, there's always going to be a small minority of people who, like you were talking earlier, everybody's tired, everybody's depressed, everybody's, anxious and stuff. And there are people who have, for some reason or another, more free time, more whatever. And it might not just be class. It might be just like a series of fortunate events. It could be anything. You know what I mean? That allows them to have the capacity to dedicate their life fully to the thing, right? Of course, the collapse is going to need to be happening. Because otherwise there won't be a change, because there won't be a necessity, because people will kind of go on with a comfort, and a kind of like fear, comfort, kind of repetition. But there will be a point when that breaks, and we have to have a vanguard party ready for that moment of dedicated revolutionaries, so we don't lose that long memory, so we have something that's going on the entire time that's able to make the spontaneous and sporadic movements that are always going to happen not just lose momentum and then not be anything. Like we see Black Democrats voting for Cop City. So like, I think that this is, we have to be able to develop that. And PSL, in a lot of ways, I feel has developed so many great things, like People's Forum, the Pivot to Peace against the war on China. Like a lot of like really powerful groups are working together. Tricontinental Institute, Code Pink. It's an umbrella coalition. I think that if ACP is successful at moving that 30 to 40% down to 20 or 35 even, or 30 or whatever, that shows a positive, movement into a larger worker-led, labor-centered movement. And I do think, I mean, like, I've been at all the demonstrations now. We'll continue to do community defense for my LGBTQIA friends and things like that. And I will continue to be there if in those regards. But at the same time, I'm not going to throw away 30 to 40% of the working class because they have deeply held religious beliefs, or because they have because in the end, like Joe Biden put more Black folks in jail than my racist like neighbor, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm like, and yeah, if he goes and tries to if he says something, I want to educate him, but I believe de-radicalization happens the best when people are exposed to each other. And that's how hate ends, is that people see each other, they work with each other, and that process will become more progressive. And we already have 64% of people who don't want to harm trans people, at the very least, who don't want to see negative legislation against them. So if we do overcome bourgeois democracy and replace it with worker-led democracy, we would already have the majority. It's not like we're going to go back when we go, to communism. We're going to, I don't think that's going to be the case. Because of especially of the people who would be in the vanguard party and the Democratic Central Committee, they're going to be the most progressive of society, most likely, or at least skew very far towards progressive tendencies. Thanks.
You make a lot of interesting points, and I don't know if Anthony, John, or Mark wanted to respond to what Jay was saying. But we were kind of piggybacking off of each other about is really intersectional components involved in this, whether it's race, culture, wealth, anything you want to add on to that. But you keep the ACP thing is interesting, and you mentioned the 30 to 40%. But the thing about this rhetoric to me, like at some point, like it has to matter, and it goes back to communication again. Because I know that I'm not going to out people out on this show. Like I could probably get along with everybody in American Communist Party. Oh. American Communist Party is ACP, but I can totally understand, and I'm trying to be rational. I could just as a fly on the wall, if I saw certain people in ACP talking to just the general populace, I could easily see why the general populace wouldn't want to have anything to do with the American Communist Party, just based on the rhetoric. And you kind of acknowledged that. You said yourself, like your transphobic neighbor may not have done more harm than the people who are in charge. But at that point, if we're talking about ACP, you're talking about a structure that's there. So wouldn't ACP in that situation be the Joe Biden that you were alluding to, that incarcerated Black people? I think, especially with the people founding the party, the American Communist Party, if the figureheads of the party aren't liked by the general populace because of their rhetoric, I think that shows severe limitations in its growth. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm not saying that I get the overall message, but education is a very important part of this process. And we're not all on the same level of education. Okay, I've gotten to a certain point where I'm like, okay, I understand the goal of ACP, but you can't expect someone else to be able to like digest all the rhetoric that's coming from some of these people.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you 100%. Actually, I don't think ACP. I think ACP. I think of ACP. I hate to say this. I love those guys like 100%. But right now, and I'm not saying this is the future, but right now they are a tactic. They are a tactic of to a certain extent. They are developing a tactic, and I don't know what that will be. Things that only are they're general and then they become concrete, right? Through the process, you know, and the general idea and what I've seen from them in their conversations with right-wing people, right, is that they can move right-wing people to Marxism, Leninism, and get rid of their hatred. That's where they're good. That's where I think that they're interesting, and I don't think that and PSL could do that. But I guess that's what I mean is that there's like different places for different tactics, like within the working class. And of course, we need to de-radicalize these people and move them away from hate, 100%. And that's like, I don't think we need to like not do that, but we have to have a bridge to where those conversations can happen. You know, there has to be a place where those conversations can take place. And on some levels, if it's not a hate-based thing, if it is a religious-based thing where they're just like, you can do that, but I'm not going to agree with it. Well, people can, you know, live how they want to live. You know what I mean? They can decide that they don't like something. You know what I mean? They can say that or whatever, as long as they're not hurting somebody else. When they do that, like, and they're not in power and stuff like that. That's the, you know, if they, and the thing is that when we have power as communists, we'll be able to you know, de-radicalize these people like the GDR did, you know, like West Germany did not, you know. So like if we in that process, like a lot of this stuff will have to happen after the revolution, and if we hold it off because it's not pure, because it's not right, it's not ideal, you know, that's what's going to stagnate the ability for us to have a general strike that brings about the end of corporate lobbyism, where we can actually have the capacity to pull away all this reactionary stuff. So like, I love those guys, and like because before I joined PSL, I took their classes and I was with Midwestern Marx. I've seen the turn in a different direction in a little bit, right? But I want to be able to pull people out who think it's gone too far, you know what I mean, and be like, hey, there's other things, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean I'm taking away from them. But if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I like join PSL because I don't like the homophobic language or whatever it might be that Jackson Hinkle might say, then I'll be like, yeah, man, like, you should check them out if you want to, you know, just because and they talk about PSL, they talk shit about PSL sometimes. And I think that they say that they were Trotskyists, but in 2007, the Russian archive was released, the Soviet archive was released, and a whole bunch of people who were Trotskyists realized he was working with the fascists, and they decided not to be a Trotskyist anymore. And so I think that they say a lot of things about like Vijay Prashad, whenever he made some sort of comment when they first formed their party, that this is what a communist party is, this is what it isn't, and he didn't say their name or anything like that, and they immediately dipped him. And I thought this was not in good faith, and this was Vijay Prashad is an excellent person, and I respect him quite a bit. And I think that there are definite errors in a lot of their stuff, but like, I'll be real with you. I reverted to Islam, and I heard what somebody said about religion a while ago, and I do agree with you on almost every religion except for Islam. But I don't want to go into that too much, really, to be honest. But it is in that spirit of with my imam who says things that I don't agree with on a social level, but read my historical materialism and its compatibility with Islam and loved it, right? Like, how do I reckon with that? How do I deal with real communities that have real like extreme hate being done to them? Who black communities too, right? They're a lot of them religious and have like some reactionary views, right? And
yes,
so how? Yeah. And so
yeah.
be a little, but so how do we like we have to be there, you know, to move people. And I do really truly believe that it is in that coming together process and working with people that we may not agree with on every issue that we start to see those disagreements. And once the corporate media stops pushing down this stuff, this kind of feedback loop of, you know what I mean, of they co-opt our arguments, make them look really stupid, and then the right wing like says, look, they're trying to do this crazy thing, and then they like come back and they're like, well, we got to up our game too, and then like it's back, you know what I mean, and like and so it's like that's a feedback loop that's like this it is an establishment, you know what I mean, but it's meant to keep us divided. And so how do we subvert that without undermining our values, you know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna be but I will tell you a funny story real quick before I end this particular exchange. My friend who's Islamic, also who's Muslim, said to me, you should watch Legitimate Targets with Jackson Hinkle. And I was like, okay, but if he calls Hitler the F slur, I swear to God. And he said, well, he only did that one time with Sneeko. And like Sneeko's a Nazi or whatever. He was trying to get him away from Nazism, right? He wasn't trying to make him more homophobic. You know, that wasn't his point. He was trying to make him, you know, less favorable of Hitler, right? But he said he only said that once. And I said, oh, I thought it was his catchphrase. And I think this is where that's meant to be a joke a little bit, but like I think this is where like he's interviewing Answar, you know what I mean? He's interviewing people from Hezbollah, and he's interviewing people that like nobody else is interviewing, you know, or the people are interviewing, but like it's you know this is a communist person talking about things from a very specific angle, and I guess, and he's getting millions and millions of views, you know, and this is moving people towards Midwestern Marx, which, you know, in that process may move people to the PSL. And I can't speak for the, you know, and so that's where I'm at, is I see it as a pipeline in a positive direction, even though I don't like where it starts sometimes. I think Kiko and Haas, I think Haas is hilarious, and I think he's a very smart individual. He's a Lebanese American, but it's like, it's hard for me to like just like, because everybody I live around in the South, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, in Cleveland, Tennessee, or Cleveland, Tennessee specifically, is reactionary in some way. You know what I mean? And if I want to work with them and not feel entirely burnt out, like I'm just like, there's nothing I can do. I want because I've heard people say it. I was involved in the anti-fascist movement. I was in Charlottesville. I don't want to go to my activist resume. I hate doing that, but I've been in I was in a lot of stuff, and you can change these folks. You can undermine their arguments. You can develop past their stuff, but there's a difference. There's a difference between those guys that I fought, you know, like at those things, and my neighbor. You know what I mean? And to get the kind of change we need to see, if we want to have a revolution, we have to not think that I've heard like this is what I was going to say. I've heard anti-fascists, liberal anti-fascists, not Marxist anti-fascists, but liberal anti-fascists say we should just kill all the Trump supporters.
Oh my gosh.
And when you have an establishment, a corporate establishment that has an armed group of people ready to kill members of the working class, what is that? And I'm not saying that most anti-fascists are that, but if you start seeing people track China supporters or Russia supporters, or you know what I'm saying, in the near future, or Hezbollah supporters or something, and in the name of the DNC, You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised. You know.
Jay, there was so much to digest from what you said, and it's just from my view now, because like I said, I can't get into the minds of the American Communist Party, but from what I see, I can see the limitations, especially in this landscape, but it's hard to judge. You talk about the reactionary elements within ACP, and I can feel them because but I also know that most people aren't going to be like I am, more open-minded to that resistance, to these reactive elements. But it's almost an acknowledgement. I feel like with ACP, you have to go in and all that stuff has to be left at the door. And the goal is like there's one goal in mind. And I get this. I'm familiar with this, studying Castro and studying, Latin America. Like, I'm not dumb to what's going on. Like, I can see their model, being a Latin American scholar myself. But at the end of the day, we're talking about the United States. They established a party consciously in the United States of America. And this is not Latin America. It goes back to like a lot of the stuff that's said about Marxism and everything. It sounds like it sounds sound. It sounds practical, but we're also dealing with historical realities. We're dealing with geographic realities. And they said themselves that this is our version of what communism is. They said it themselves. So that's the question. What is the American version of communism?
I would say it's the boys.
And how you dealing with the reactive mindset versus the non-reactive mindset, because it's there. Like, I know a lot of good people that would not accept the rhetoric alone. But it would just fuck them up. It'd be like, I can't do it. Like, I should be a part of something like that.
Can I ask a question about this? I mean, number one, so we had a discussion earlier about, if you belong to a party, you have an in-group, and then there's the group that's not the in-group. So it's just another tribe. And you need, so unless your tent is completely open, you have to accept everybody of every stripe and every color. Now you could, in my mind, you can discuss an issue, you can discuss a system, but when you pick up and you become part of a tribe, you pick up the tribal identity, and people have a hard time relating. We can all relate to being human, And so if you wanted to expand your numbers, you could talk about your system, you could talk about your ideology, but the minute you put a label on yourself that separates you from everybody, people are going to automatically be a little suspect, right? Does that make sense? Because
I agree with you. I think, 100%. But sorry.
Win people over, and you could do all this and that, but win them into what? Would you bring them into the tribe, and then they become part of the? See, it's, and then who's not a part of the tribe, as opposed to having the kind of where, everybody is already in the tribe. We're all in the tribe, and let's just discuss the issues. Let's discuss the things that truly impact our life. The quality of our water and our food safety, the environmental safety, our need for affordable housing, our need to be able to have enough resources to meet our basic needs, to have some leisure time, to be able to thrive, in order to have a good life. When you start with those common things and the tent is completely open and you're not labeling yourself, it just seems it should be so much easier to unite. At least on the basics that we all share. If you start there, and then you could get into tactics, but until you build that camaraderie on those basic foundations, I don't see how you're going to succeed.
So I don't think that. So I'm not part of ACP. I'm with PSL, and PSL has built the Bolshevik model is going to be exclusionary to a certain extent. You're going to eventually, we have a candidacy period of 18 classes, for instance, with PSL, where we watch a series of videos about different topics that are important, about historical stuff, about where we like our line essentially, and in that process, we have discussion and stuff like that, and people kind of figure out what the party's line is on most of the major geopolitical and economic issues and things like that. I do think we do need to do the whole like working class as whole, like as the general, and that is going to be the class that emancipates itself, because they're the ones at the factories, at the workshops, at the shipyards, at the mills. But there does have to be a group of dedicated long-term cadres throughout the nation to advance the workers' struggle in a systematic way. And whether this is decentralized or centralized is kind of a false dichotomy, because you have to go to the periphery of the center either way. But I would love to see a situation where I can have a conversation with Hawes, and I can have conversations with Noah. We're not so much with him in Midwestern Marx so much, but with Hawes and Hinkle about some of their views. But they only talk about that stuff like 5% of the time. And it's almost like it seems like they're just trying to bring in the right wing with that by triggering the liberals, and that gets them attention so they can then talk to them about Marxism and Leninism. I think that's their tactic. It's a Trump tactic. It's the say a bunch of shit that makes people come and look at you, and then they skew it and they start saying real logic. This is a tactic, and I appreciate their effort, and I don't, but I think PSL is more for me because I don't have the same views as they do about social issues. You know what I mean? And I think it's an important distinction. I think we need both of them because there is this big divide between America and PSL won't be able to work in the industrial core and some of the parts of the South and in Muslim communities potentially, and other Christian communities, other religious communities. But liberation theology might in some religious communities, like some progressive religious communities, for sure. And PSL has that too. So there's a million ways to bring people together, and I think we shouldn't look to try and change their fundamental core beliefs as much as to show them that their fundamental core values can't be met under this system, and that it's not their neighbors to blame. It is the system to blame, because when you shoot that tension away from the immigrant communities and the most marginalized peoples, that's when and you shift it towards the establishment, that's going to cut out a lot of violence right there. I've de-radicalized a lot of folks over the years, and including Matthew Heimbach. And
yes, I never thought I'd see that day come. But Anthony and Mark, let's get you in this because I know that you all follow the forum very closely, and just but that's the thing about it. With Carlos, I've only talked to Carlos and Noah from ACP, and this crossover, this cross-pollination. I don't know Eddie, I don't know Haas, I don't know Hinkle or any of these other people. Danny and I have had a little correspondence, but you can tell that it's just, there's something there. And like you said, maybe it's tactical. I don't know what it is. I feel like I could get along with all of them, but I could see how that critical mass is just how it's never met because of what John was alluding to. How I can see what Jon is saying too. Like it kind of goes back to there seems like there has to be this like a watermark has to be met, and I don't know if it's intentional, but there also have to be certain standards for you to be a part of the membership of that. It's just like with any group. I mean, there's obviously some kind of a qualification process involved, and anyone's not allowed. Obviously, everyone can't be a part of it. But I'm curious to see Anthony and Mark what they have to say about this.
So I would just say real quick, like I think that's been my biggest struggle when I think about, when I'm looking around at all the parties, just the whole idea of it all. Like there's so many of these parties that, agree with, what the basic needs are that need to be met, things that need to be done, building houses, food, clothing, yada, yada, all them kinds of things. But then we let these ideologies get in the way of doing that, like how we go about meeting these things, instead of just saying, okay, we need houses, rolling up our sleeve and start building houses. You know what I mean? Like, okay, the people are hungry and start feeding people. No, we gotta have all these big dramatic debates about, well, if we do it this way or that way, and this guy said this and this guy said that, like, like honestly, like I know I've said it before, like, for as important as, all the theory and all that stuff is, like, we need people figuring that stuff out. Like, when I'm sitting in a soup kitchen with somebody handing them a bowl of soup, like, I'm not sitting there saying, oh, by the way, Marx said this or that. Like, well, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, so like, we need to find a way to shatter them limitations, get the work going regardless of what the ideologies are. And when there's an actual viable way of getting one of these thought processes to a higher level in society, let's go for it. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
like,
100%.
just sit around and keep bickering with each other over ideological shit that ain't getting anybody anywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I will say PSL hasn't.
I'll hold on. I'll just, I'll say, like, there's a time and a place for everything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't write nothing off. All that intersectionality, I'm all about it. Kiko will tell you, like, I wrote this whole thing, like, like there's a time and a place, and it's all important. It's all connected. You know what I mean? So, like, you need them spaces where people are having them arguments, having them discussions, having them debates, coming up with them thought processes and challenging the different things, going back and forth, historic, and then, and then on the same level, you need the guys that are out there, building and, farming and cooking and digging ditches and all that kind of stuff. Like, it all needs to be happening regardless. You know what I mean? But it's like, at the end of the day, there's like, we need to identify where them appropriate spaces are, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, like I said, like, if I'm sitting there working with somebody in the community, talking to them about Marx and Engels isn't doing them any good, really. Like, you know what I mean? It's
100%.
So, it's none of that ideological stuff should be stopping us from getting out into the community and doing it. But we're
Right,
not able
100%.
to, because a lot of the times we'll be locked to a party or something that gives us the resources and the ability to get out there and be a part of them things. And it's like, well, I don't want to do it under that banner or this banner, and I don't have the resources to do it on my own, yada, yada. And it just keeps people divided. Like, it's all part of the same grand scheme that's been run on us for hundreds of years. Like, they use these things to divide us on purpose. All these ideological things, communism, socialism, the whole 9 yards. Like, of course we need to iron out the best way to go about things. But the one thing I will say I agree with The two gentlemen you interviewed, I guess the Communist Party, the Marxist guys that you were talking about.
Carlos and Noah.
Yes, Carlos and Noah, yes. Is that, America does already have a lot of the things in place, to transition into a model of an economy that does what it's supposed to be doing for its people. You know what I mean? Like, it's, when we talk about, like all these other countries 50, 100 years ago, like, they didn't have the infrastructures we have. They didn't have the technologies we have. They didn't have the things in place. We do. We don't have to take them lumps. We don't have to go through them things. You know what I mean? Like, it's all there. It's all waiting. There's a big pile over here being hoarded. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just time to start, doing shit different. You know what I mean? And it's in place. You know what I mean? So, like, let's get a grip on it and get to work with the shit. And then we can iron out, like, whose idea is best, from a larger consensus in how it applies to today's world, to how it applies to America, not to Russia, not to Czechoslovakia, to America today in 2024 under the context of the capabilities we have, and we know we can house our people, we can feed our people, we can educate our people, we can heal our people, and we just choose not to, so, that's why I struggle with, identifying a party that I could say, like, like I would sign on and say, yes, I'm a member of this party. But, I can think of 10 off the top of my head that, like, I'm like, come on, let's go, let's get busy, like, let's get to work, like, you know what I mean? And
100%.
that's the divide, that's the challenge, especially from on the left, is, we let these small ideological differences keep us from doing what we got to do, and it sucks. And I see it, and, I point it out, but, I don't know what it's going to take to break that, you know what I mean? And get us going, and
Anthony, it's all good, but you'll never be on the Central Committee.
the what?
The Central Communist Party Committee.
Right. Okay.
But, I hear what you're saying.
But I mean, I think those are valid points, though. I think there's that goes into, it goes back to ideology, class. I mean, it's obviously by design at this point. I mean, you got 10 different factions, for example. Like, there's already, like, 100 years ago, they were having these discussions.
Exactly.
There used to be John Reed clubs. I don't know much about them, but workers would get together and they'd read, like, the whatever the local socialist or communist party newspapers were available, and they'd get together and they'd discuss these things. And so basically the level of ideological discourse was like many notches higher than what we have today. Like, some things were taken for granted and you didn't have to explain it. And then you can move into a kind of like more elaborate discussion about whatever points, usually on questions of strategy, less on questions of ideology. So basically the question of ideology, it didn't feel like something that was, what's the word for that? It didn't feel like something that was like an imposition. So you didn't have this kind of like cliche, theory practice dichotomy, right? You didn't have like knowledge is like something that academics or elites impose on you, because you're a worker and you're a person of the hand, not a person of the head. You didn't have that kind of, within the socialist movement, you had a rejection of that dichotomy. So every worker had to be emancipated, and emancipated meant consciousness. Consciousness meant understanding the world in which you live, the world and how it's structured. And that's not a fancy thing. That is something that you experience on a daily practical level, on a concrete level. And you understand that you're being fucked over by the employers, fucked over by the capitalist class. And so like that's an ideological point, right? All of the things that you're saying are ideological points. They're not non-ideological. So like that's the point of consciousness. You're already at that point. So why are you alienated from your own political stance? Like, and that's like a problem, right, within the workers' movement. And in the 60s, it went like haywire, because at that point you had like, okay, so we're getting away from workers' politics and we're getting into like all of these other agential, like other agents of change. So you had like the students vis-a-vis the workers. That was a split, because the students weren't not necessarily, there are a lot often middle-class people in the university who were criticizing the system, and they had a lot of like, you know, complicated or whatever established understandings of what the problem is with the system. And then they became kind of separated from the workers' movement, but it didn't matter because they didn't care about workers. They didn't want to talk to workers. They didn't want to hear what they had to say. They were like, you know, they were doing their thing. And so that's where you get like Students for a Democratic Society. And then you have like a series of splits. You have the Black Power movement, you have the students movement, and then you have this more sort of like Marxist oriented, you know, groupuscule. And then so it's split. And then at the level of formal politics, you had this kind of like, well, basically Marxism is finished, because the idea that you would move beyond capitalism is something that doesn't need to happen, because capitalism has already given us all of the things that Marxism or communism wanted to give us. So in some ways, it's not really that important. So all of the critical issues are fine tuning, like tweaking. And so, you know, that's kind of like, that's how we got into neoliberalism, because neoliberalism was able to come onto the scene because people had abandoned that you know, radical anti-capitalist stance, the idea that you can move to a system beyond capitalism. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, in a way you can be disabused of this idea of like hierarchy, because otherwise what you end up in is you end up in a populist stance where it's elites versus the people, or like regular people versus elites. That's not a, I mean, Jay, you talked about Narodnik. The communists were basically a critique in the early 1900s of populists, which was the action by the deed, but also this sort of idea that the people is the resource for a political movement rather than ideas, let's say. So all you need to do is trust the people. Maoism came kind of back to that a little bit, but the whole point of Leninism, the way Leninism changed Marxism, was the critical importance of the vanguard. The vanguard was the group of people who had, you know, an understanding, a complete enough understanding of the situation that you didn't have to wait for the people to come along. You can kind of like, you know, you can kind of sort of say, okay, like these are the things that we need to do. And in the case of Lenin, he was very reluctant in the Bolshevik Revolution. It was the Soviets who wanted Lenin to lead the revolution. The Soviets were organized workers and collectives across Russia who said, no, we want you to do this now, because if you don't do this now, the bourgeoisie is going to come into power to replace the Tsar, to replace the feudal aristocrats. It's going to be a bourgeois revolution, and we don't want that, right? So we're organized, we're collectivized, we understand enough of the historical materialist idea of class struggle that we can have a leadership that we want, and that is a vanguard leadership. Now, I'm not saying that you can export this model and that it would work the same way in every country, but what I am saying is that there's a difference between this kind of like populism, which is anti-elitist, and a leftist, a radical leftist position, whether that's socialist or social democratic or communist. So like, you're not wrong, but you need to be disabused of this idea of ideology and elites and ideas and all this kind of stuff, because you have those already. The question is, how do you organize them? And so when you organize something, then you're going to have a verticality, you're going to have a leadership, you're going to have a program, and people are going to join up as members to this program. Different groups will have a different idea of program. But for a lot of people, that is something that they kind of like, they don't want to really confront that, because that means joining a group, and that means being disciplined within that group. And the assumption is that workers don't want discipline, right? I was reading Barbara Ehrenreich's Fear of Falling recently, and that was very interesting, because at some point she was saying something. I really don't agree with that book, but it has a lot of good points. But at one point she was saying something like, well, workers don't want to be disciplined. They, they're always dominated by elites and groups and whatever, what have you. And so they want to be free. But this was a completely middle class view of workers. No, workers are happy to be dominated, in a sense that if I'm going to learn a trade, I want like the master to teach me how to do whatever it is so that I can do it myself. Right. So at that point, the journeyman becomes a master himself, and then you're a member of the guild. And that's how communism works. So that's all I'm saying. You're not wrong, but in some ways, you need to not worry too much about this kind of like alienation. No, go for the alienation. Go in, go all the way.
Dude, that was so brilliant. Oh my God.
I mean, I like it, and I'm still processing what you said. I just can't help but feel that, there's kind of, we can kind of chew gum and walk at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, in my mind, it seems simple enough that there's actions that could be taken regardless of, it's all a matter of getting the right people in the right positions and stuff. And under the current thing we're in now, like, things could be done to make people's lives better, to be, to do better, and from there, if we could work towards more ideological successes.
Well, what you're saying there, things can be done to make things better. Every liberal will say that. Every fascist will say that, right? So you're going to.
But that's the thing. We keep getting drowned in people saying it. When do we roll up our sleeves and actually do it? Like, when do we build a base of behind action and not just ideologies and slogans and words?
Okay,
when
but
do we actually see action? You know what I mean?
There's a word for what you're describing, and that's called voluntarism, right? And that's one of the things that socialists are always cautioning against and warning against. Voluntarism, like, Nike, just do it, right? Like, let's get out there and do it, And Marxism is not at all based in that. Marxism is based on the relationship between theory and practice, and you bring the two together and you have praxis. So there's no doing anything. There's no action without theory, without knowledge, without consciousness, without historical materialism. In other words, an understanding of where we are and what are the most determining aspects of where we are in a
I can assure you, for those affected by extreme poverty, that there is stuff without praxis. Okay,
I know,
people
and that's
still
why
need to eat.
that's why
People
there's 70
still,
million people voting.
like,
for Trump.
there's a lot of work to be done. Like I said, I'm all for it. Like, there's a time and a place, and I said, like, the classrooms and those educational spaces that create these ideas and challenge these ideas are important and need to be happening. But that's its own space. While that's happening, there's
No,
real life work going on. Yes,
no,
regardless
that's
of what,
not
like,
that's
yes,
not what
there's
praxis is.
right now
Praxis is
today,
there's no
people
practice
are out
without
there
theory.
feeding people. People are out there sheltering people, clothing
I
people.
know that.
You know what I mean?
Can I
Regardless
give
of how the ideologies are crafted. You know
I
what
know,
I
but
mean?
that's
Like,
not how
there's always
radical
going to be
movements.
core
That's not how
values,
they
core
succeed.
needs that are all, so while some people, are caught up in the ideological stuff, you know, that there's physical things that could be done in the meantime, that are being done in the meantime. These people that are doing that stuff need a lot of,
Yeah,
support and need
this is
recognition that it's happening while all these
Gramsci.
great debates are
There's an
happening. But
important
like, it's a
there's an
real
important
thing.
leader of the Communist Party in Italy called Antonio Gramsci. You may have heard of him, Antonio Gramsci. He was a leader of the Communist Party in the early teens and 20s. He was he was sent to Moscow at the time after the Bolshevik Revolution as a emissary or diplomat, and he was confronting various problems in Italy at that time. One was the problem of socialists and social democrats who were unionized, who didn't want necessarily to be identified or collaborate with the communists. In other words, they preferred their relationship to the capitalist class than they did to the communist parties. In other words, they had an arrangement with capitalism. We want the jobs, but we want good wages. So that's called corporatism.
Sure.
So they were doing stuff, right? But they were doing stuff in terms of what the capitalists wanted them to do, which is basically the Sinn Féin position in the United
Right.
States and the United Auto Workers. So basically, I don't know. I don't know how to convince you of this. There's no doing without ideas, and the point of socialism and of
There is, like,
communism
and
is to do things in an understanding of what you're doing, why you're doing it, and where you want to go with all that.
Could I give you an example from my personal? Because I used to be an anarchist for about 15 years, or for about 10 years. I grew up. Okay, so I grew up conservative. I went to the. I met this guy when I went to jail for like 2 weeks for something stupid that wasn't even like I littered in my friend's car and it bounced out. I didn't go to the court. It's stupid, but I met this guy named Wise Universe. He like told me about colonization and stuff. He was a 5%er. And I went to the Navy very soon after that. And then I found out we were building oil pipelines before we built water pipelines, and everything concretized. And I was like, I can't do this. I got out, became a deep green ecologist, so to speak, because I found out there was going to be like saltwater fish were going extinct by 2035. I moved to like anti-war stuff with like libertarianism a little bit, and then I read Noam Chomsky, became an anarchist, and for a long time I was involved in Appalachian Panther Party, where we like talked to working class people about the invention of whiteness, and we tried to have conversations. I worked with a group that got people out of jail. I did like demos for different security for different demos for Highland School. I would do a lot of praxis, like constantly praxis. And I did read anarchist literature and stuff like that, but I thought that the spontaneous adventurism essentially was going to manifest something. But eventually what I found was that I was burnt out and I had accomplished nearly nothing. And a lot of the things that I had done, we got 14 people out of jail, it was illegal to do that next year with nonprofits, And so they made it illegal because what they're going to do is they're always going to have more resources than we do. And like, let's say we go volunteer to clean up something. Well, that's that taxpayer money they would have used to pay to clean that thing up. Now they're going to go spend it on war, and like, it's not going to go to the people. And then, but like, we can see that 350 million people were brought out of poverty by China. That's way more than a mutual aid project will ever do. And the hyperspeed railway, these kinds of things, these kind of infrastructure projects where when the shared wealth, everybody's personal standards go up, everybody's living standards go up. And that's where we're going to see major. Now, do go clean up, help. always be there where the people are, protest, demonstrate, be where the people are, no matter what, and always be helping, of course. But we also have to like realize that the biggest change that's going to happen is whenever we're able to, end corporate lobbyism and develop a dictatorship of the proletariat as opposed to a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, where we run this stuff.
That goes without saying. I would just say that in the context of everything, 2024 America is like unlike any country out there. The capabilities we have, and especially in comparison to historical context to these other countries reference, in these things, we don't have to do it the way they did it. We can learn from the past. We can, we understand what's in front of us. We have the capabilities. All the money in the world is there. We just have to have a desire to do the right things. Okay, so however we got to think our way out of that, I'm all for it. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to do that. But to say there isn't action otherwise, I struggle with that just because labor is my world. That's just I'm surrounded by labor. That's what I see. And it doesn't, it was somebody's praxis, I'm sure. You know what I mean? But like, at the end of the day, we need to find a way to, like I said, draw them lines. And like at some point we have to be able to say, okay, well, your ideology isn't quite the same as mine, but I recognize we got work to do. And, at some point, find that common path we're supposed to be on. Like, that's the only way anything's going to build. Of like, we can't stay separated forever. We can't stay divided forever. We're crushed. And staying divided isn't going to help us. Like, all that stuff, it's got us delivered on a silver platter right now. Like,
I think what we're discussing actually, I remember Jay and I, we've had a lot of conversations. In that first conversation, it may have been the second one where we talked about this idea of mutual aid. And it sounds like that discussion all over again, where, if you have a certain amount of aid to house 1,000 people, that aid is eventually going to run out if you're doing it at a certain level, if it's not already implemented systemically. That aid is only going to be so limited. Like, even though you did house 1,000 people for X amount of time, eventually there's just not enough aid to keep that going, because there's no, I guess, form of structure in place to keep that aid there for the people, just like so they can have their housing. I think it's almost going to that discussion again. It sounds like what's going on now, that it sounds like what Mark is saying is that even though these deeds are going on, that there has to be additional support for it to keep. There has to be a system.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
It's a bit
I
like
think we've all
charity.
experienced that. I think we've all experienced that in our own, efforts in organizing and activism. Like, it's not cheap. It's not easy. Obviously, I think that goes without saying.
It's like
Sure.
charity. Wealthy people have the means to donate to charity, and it feels good that they're doing something to help people, right? But at the same time, the notion of charity is something that is kind of like, it sort of comes out of the Baroque era, right? When you had an emerging middle class, and then you had this kind of like absolutist feudalism that wasn't really helping people. So the bourgeoisie could demonstrate that they're somehow more morally well attuned with like the will of God by giving to other people. And so, we still have this today. And the socialist answer to that is, well, if we're organized properly, we don't need charity, right? And so it's the same thing when it comes to labor. Labor is in a situation, and of course, capitalism needs labor, but it doesn't really need labor. If it can get rid of labor, it will certainly do so using machinery and other means. And it's going to de-skill labor over time, and as much as it can. So now you have like AI creating like Hollywood films, and then somebody is hired to come in and tweak it to make it seem a little bit more human. So basically, Marxism is explaining how labor is really not, even though capitalism is based on labor in terms of like producing surplus and profit, which isn't the only way that it can produce surplus, but one of the principal ways still today in which it produces surplus. The point of Marxism isn't the focus, this kind of like medieval guild orientation to labor and valorization of labor. What capitalism does is it devalorizes labor. Capitalism is based not on individual people doing individual things or even groups of people. It's based on what's called socially necessary labor time, which is labor in the aggregate. You have to look at the totality. You have to look at society as a system. And so Marxism is about revolutionizing that system. You take that system and you transform it so that it's not working in the interest of the bourgeoisie, which is why socialism is oriented towards taking control of the state and the so-called commanding heights of the economy, because individual labors are really not that important, which is why Marxism, socialism, is not at all based on morality. It's not about being a good person and doing good things and doing the right thing. In fact, that has really nothing to do with anything. Marxism goes so far as to say capitalist greed is really not relevant. People can be horrible and greedy, like Kamala Harris. They can be corrupt and so on. But she's a function of a system, right? The system exists, and people like her will fill in the slots. And if it's not her, it's going to be somebody else. It could be Trump, could be Harris. It's the same system in a way. So you have to look at it from the point of view of totality, basically. And so everything kind of like levels not downward to the individual and what they can do. Everything levels upward at the level of abstraction, which is the level of capital. So we're dominated by capital, and capital is a compulsion. And it's a compulsion for capitalists as much as it is for workers, which is why we have war, which is why we have the inequality we're seeing. And it's gone, and we don't know how to get rid of the damn thing, right? It's a fucking parasite. And that's the real problem. And so we know what it is. We know how to fight against it. It's a matter, as you said, of political will. But the political will can't come from regular people. It has to come through an organizational imperative, is what I would argue.
Wow. That's a lot. There's a lot to contemplate with that, because I know we got into so many different topics in this 6 hours and a half, which is crazy. I didn't think we'd be on here still. And I'm not surprised that we have had we're in our own world kind of discussing things, with this other alternative, almost a simulation in a way, going on, just right in front of our eyes. But there's a lot to think about. There really is. There's a lot to contemplate what you're saying. Just the whole idea of building something. And that's the give and take that's a struggle for me. Like, do we have, kind of like going to like one of the questions of tonight, do we have that capability to build a network or a structure like what you're describing, Mark? Because it sounds like that there is structure already. And it sounds like if we were to build something outside of that structure, it would still be a part of that structure. Like there would be no point to doing it. So what is the alternative to, is it just disruption? Is that all the power we have?
Well, in a few of the things I've written in Don't Network, in chapter 2, I discuss Henri Lefebvre's critique of Foucault and discourse theory. And so I think there's some good, reference points there. And in the Bernie book, I reference an essay by Zizek. I forget what it's called, but it's something about European legacy or something. I don't remember what it's called. But, you use the term simulation, and I don't want to like take you up on the use of one term. But Zizek makes a critique of simulation. He's saying that in simulation, it's like a hologram. All the elements are there. So like Mearsheimer, right, with his notion of like he's from the realist school, right? He knows what all the elements are, and he can't see in terms of power how things are going to be any different. And at the end of the day, that really is kind of like a cynical position. This is how it is. It's very perverted, right? It's like the pervert's position, which is this is the power structure and this is how it's going to go. And so his essay is very interesting in terms of critiquing this idea of the hologram where all the elements are there. In fact, if that was true, then we would have stasis. Things would never change, right? So we know that things have changed, and that's the whole point of Marxism. Capitalism was created. It didn't always exist, which means it doesn't necessarily have to exist indefinitely. So the question is, where are we going? We know that capitalism is not the system we want. So, how are we going to get to something beyond capitalism? So, forget the simulation and the hologram where all the elements are there, and it's not just a matter of moving them around, right? So there's this kind of like, there's a virtuality that is indefinite. And that is always in play in reality, right? Reality isn't complete. It's incomplete. So, and one of the ways in which we know that reality and objectivity is not complete is that we're subjects, right? We're people in the world. We're making this objectivity. And so in this kind of Heisenberg principle, that objectivity isn't determined. But, from a Hegelian point of view, subject isn't simply, each and every one of us as a kind of like Kantian bourgeois individuality would argue. Sorry. But that, subjectivity is at the level of the historical process and at the level of historical development. So we're looking at it from a kind of, a universal planetary, dimension. And if the planet is at stake, if within a few decades, within a few generations, we can't imagine us being here, well, clearly there's a problem.
Mm-hmm. It's this is really a fascinating discussion, and I don't know. I'm pretty exhausted from the day. I'm not going to say. I do wish that we did have more. We will have more time down the road to even further the conversation more. But I know that this particular part of it, this last hour and a half especially, has definitely left me with a lot of things to think about. Because I will admit, probably, I've been one of the more dismissive types, I guess, when it comes to the theory, because when you see so much stuff going on around you, you want to feel like you're making an impact with your surroundings. And then you just see the cycle repeat itself over and over again. And it's like, damn, I'm one person, am I doing enough? Is everyone else doing enough around me? There's just a lot to really think about. Everything that was brought up. I think there's just so many great points brought up from all the guests tonight. And I wish more people were having these kind of coming to themselves moments. Because I don't know if I think we'd be in a better position as opposed to just everything else that's thrown around us right now with, like I said, tonight was not even supposed to be about the election per se, but just, ideas and building things going forward. And maybe tonight accomplished that just with some of the thoughts going on in my head right now, because I didn't think, I guess coming into the night, I thought that there would be more or less a plan, like a playbook that we could follow by, because I was thinking about some of the stuff Jae, we were talking like with a certain organization. I'm not going to bring it up, but I know that we were keeping up a database and the network and everything else. And, it sounds like a good idea. Like, hey, you keep in touch with everybody. We build this network. You have everyone's phone number. You know where they live. In case something happens, you can contact this person, this address, you know where they are, their phone number and everything. There's just so much to think about in this discussion. There really is. I guess I got more reading to do than I thought, because I've done so much reading in the program. I'm like, hell, I'm tired of reading. But no, you can never read too much. And I think that we're going to revisit some of these same topics down the road. Like, there's no way we can't revisit some of these topics. But I'm going to give you gentlemen a few minutes to close, because we definitely need to get off of here, like pushing 7 hours almost, which is crazy. But I'll start with Jae, then we'll go to Anthony, and we'll let Mark close for the day. I just want to say thanks to everyone for coming on to the show.
Wow, that was I'm really looking forward to reading your books, man. Thank you for that analysis. Like, you brought a lot of stuff together that I'm very interested in, and but in ways that I hadn't I have not wrapped my head. Like, I want to concretize. Like, that's awesome, man. I can't wait to check out your books. Thank you all for having me. I love this discussion, and I felt like I learned a lot, and a lot of stuff still processing. Like Anthony said, it's just and this is the kind of stuff. This is kind of the stuff. Why I listen to Hawes is because he does go into that philosophical stuff where he'll just like boom, 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 boom. But I would love to. I would love to see you have a conversation with Carlos or Hawes or Noah at some point, or members of PSL. If you ever, I think that you would be, if they breakthrough news oftentimes covers things that are like current events based. They will have people come in and do lectures and stuff like that, and like I'm sure they do fellow travelers too. You don't have to be part of the party. They have Vijay Prashad, Radhika Desai, and I mean, I don't mean to blow air up your ass or anything, man, but like, you're on that level. It seems like to me, just from hearing like the brief amount of talk that I've heard. So I think that if there's something that we can, I can talk to Gloria or any of the members who are. I'd love to set something up if you're at all interested in working with any organization. I'd like to get your work out as much as I'm sure it's already out there because you're brilliant. But sorry, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you all so much.
I want to say thanks to everyone. Thanks, Jae, for your insights on your experience in PSL. I want to know more about all of these so-called, what do you call them? Sectarian groups or non-sectarian groups. All of these groups are interesting and relevant, and it's too bad there's not more cohesion, but that's the way it is. But the more we know about it, the better it is. Thanks, Kiko, for organizing this evening. I guess we don't know who won the election, but I guess it didn't matter.
Trump did.
Oh, did he?
They already called it.
Oh, okay.
He won Wisconsin. He won Pennsylvania. He won all the swing states, pretty much, like I predicted in my Substack articles.
Yeah, it's insane. This is the person who tried to coup his own country. It's like how that could happen. And, we have at least the Democrats to blame for that, in part anyway.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but there's a lot of factors. I'm sure there's some documentarians already out there waiting to create, their documentaries about this whole saga. this last 10 years or so. But Anthony, I want to give you a chance to close out too, my friend. And
Thanks,
this
Anthony.
has been wonderful.
I'm just, I'm grateful for you having me here tonight. Get a chance to meet, everybody that was on here tonight. I just want to say, thank you for challenging me and, everybody, accepting my challenges and, I hope I get a chance to keep learning from all of yous and, hopefully there's more of this to come. So, that's all I really have to say.
No, there will be, without a doubt. This is meant to be kind of like a people's forum setup. And I haven't changed from the paradigm at all, because I know a lot of people have tried to get me to, for me, it was never in the cards to just interview, the more known names. I mean, that was never the purpose. It was always to get a combination of voices in here, because that's the only way is going to work. And by having such a combination of variety of voices, it's harder to be pinned down. And I believe that people can get more from it. People don't feel the need to tribalize themselves. They can be a lot more freer to think. They don't have to be tied down to a certain group. I think, especially when you're dealing with the internet and you're dealing with social media, it's easy to get caught up in these different rooms and chats. And I didn't want it to be like that at all. I want it to be like an open chat to break through those chats, because some of the people I've invited on, it was a challenge. You invite people on, like Carol Swain, that's right up the street from me. She lives up in Nashville, and I'm down here in Spring Hill, about 40 miles from her. She's very conservative. It was a challenging interview, but it was a necessary interview, because you have to see who you can get to. It may not even be Carol Swain herself. It may be someone in her audience. It may be people within. I mean, we're dealing with lots of people. And Stephen Marx and Caden, when I interviewed them, I mean, I got him to pretty much admit, I mean, he's agreeing with me on a lot of the stuff. I mean, we didn't agree with the Iran and Israel stuff, but when it came to super PACs, this dude is creating super PACs for Trump. And he agrees that the Citizens United decision has significant consequences. Like, he agrees that money in politics is bullshit. Like, we need to, but he's playing within the rules that are already granted to these people. So, I mean, these conversations are very challenging. A lot of times they kind of go against what I personally believe, obviously, and a lot of the people in my audience and stuff. But at the same time, at some point, you kind of got to take yourself out of it and just let the people decide, hey, let their ideas kind of grow, from what they're hearing. And I'm not concerned about people thinking the way I am or anyone else. It's just, if somebody's getting something from it, it's a positive for me. And from what I've been told from different education backgrounds, social classes, racial categories, and everything else, people are definitely getting something from this forum. And so, I mean, that's great. That's what Asa would have wanted. This is in memory of my best friend. Anyway, that's the only reason why I started this, is not to grow into this like 2 million subscriber database. I mean, that's not even in my thought process. Do I want it to eventually be my career? Yeah. But I think that there's a way I can do that without sacrificing the authenticity of it too. And so that's what I want to do, is keep that authenticity, and while it grows, and then also, bring people along the way, and use our great ideas together, and maybe build some things that can help people. And that's the purpose of it. And I think so far we've done an okay job, and we got a long way to go. But beautiful people, episode 148. Hell, this is like 8 episodes in one. Episode 148 was great. 7 hours. I know some hardcore listeners. Don't put yourself through that labor if you don't want to. No, I'm just playing. If you want to listen to it, do it. But I definitely have to replay this in my spare time. I don't have too many interviews scheduled down the road, but this is kind of like a split into the season. I'm going to restart towards the end of November. I got a lot of interviews scheduled towards end of November, December. A lot of beautiful guests coming on. And we will have something like this, I believe, within the next 4 months or so. We definitely need to have these things a lot more often with the meeting of the minds. But enjoy the rest of your night, everyone. Cheers, everybody. Trump is officially the selected, elected official, the representative of the United States for 2024 going forward, which I'm not surprised by. There's going to be one of the two anyway. But Trump is officially the president again, the 47th president. And on that note, we will talk soon. Cheers, everybody.
Good one.